Good morning, everybody. This is Eggman here. Got your stream live. Ready to watch this endurance race go on. As for those that are in the chat with me, one moment. Hey, how y'all doing?
Yeah, make sure y'all grab your phones, go freaking log in.
All right.
Give it the thumbs
Got
up.
y'all on the
please.
stream for now as well, until I switch over to my main chat. But I'm going to stay in here for when we do roll call and everything. Okay. Let's take a look at some of these liveries we got out here for today. Get a little better view here of the liveries. Got Walters here, looking very nice. I believe this is the Dutch team.
Yes, sir. Dutch Performance.
That's right, Dutch Performance. I'm pulling up my cheat sheet here. Yeah.
Hope I haven't missed anything yet.
No, you've not missed anything yet.
Okay.
We're just getting things going here. Need to check Pom-Pom's livery, make sure it's showing up there. It surely is. What a fantastic, beautiful livery for what are mirrors. Love the purple, the bright green, and the blue in the back. Lovely, lovely, lovely livery. Very fun. All right, let's go ahead and move back up the order. Let's check out Shade's livery real quick for, I believe this is Blue Ridge Motorsport for Shade and Jay. Kind of has Shade's classic green on the front right there, and in the back with Shade's color shift. Very, very nice. Love the way the angles go along the car. Very beautiful. Now let's go to Team Invincible. This is Isaiah and Garnet Cobra. Garnet Cobra's a big Invincible fan. He usually has a nice Invincible livery, and again, didn't miss on this one. This one looks fantastic, just as
thank you very much.
as much as all the others. Moving along down the line, I believe this is Team Punterinos. This is APOC and Galahad. Oh, he just jumped to the pit, so we don't get to see the rest of that livery. But that's okay. Moving back through, let's check out Shirking, and he is in the Ring Devils with Noonie. That thing is looking mean. Those eyes staring at you from behind. Man, I'd be scared. Surely would not want that Viper chasing me down on the Dodger. Next up, we have Ian. He is... What team is this one? I'm blanking here. Sandbagger Racing. Ian and Sully. Says it right on the front there. Should have been able to just read that. Very clean, classic Ferrari looking livery here. Very nice. And then we have Matt and Trevor. This is the Bastardos. Very nice livery here. Very clean. Liking it. Next up is Zebra with Team Yomp Yomp. Think of Hunger Hippos there. He's with Mr. Chris. What a beautiful livery with the zebra on the front, going to the red, white, and green. Fantastic livery here. Wonderful design by Zebra. Next up, we have Farah Dynamics with Sauce starting us off in stint 1. Very nice South African livery here going. Very beautifully done. And then we have Santos with the Kayak Dragons. That's going to be JP, one of our admins and founders, actually, with Santos. The Pikachus on the back were for defeating another one of our members in championship races. Very nicely colorful design there. I believe it's a throw to both places they like to call home. Now, here we go, back to the Puncherinos livery with the Dropkick Murphys on the side. It looked like they went with everything that says kick. Kick rocks, kicker, butt kicker. Loving it. The Puncherinos. They're getting ready to kick you off the race. Next up is Zach R. This one is... My apologies, guys. Clockworks Racing. Very beautiful livery. Kind of gives me a reminder of the Porsche livery they used at Sebring. Very nicely done. And then Gava with Team Fire and Ice. We got the Phoenix and the Ice King. The heat from Florida, the cold from Boston, somewhere in between. Very nicely done. I believe that is just about every livery we've gotten to see, except for Fangs. He is running solo today. He is the one guy that he's trying to do this whole thing all by himself, all 8 hours. Horizon Racing Performance, because he's not going to stop looking over that horizon this whole time. So he's coming out of the pit right now, so we can take a look at his livery. But we are going to be getting started here within a few minutes, as long as everybody's able to get into the lobby. So here we go. We've got Fang out in his new livery. Very, very beautiful livery. Inspired by one of the Aston Martin livery teams at the Nurburgring 24-hour. He is a very talented livery creator. And looking forward to see how he holds up for the whole 8 hours today. Along with myself. I'm going to do my best to hold up. And we've got Floco out here with Team SF ASR Racing. His teammate Max for Spacey. Loving the colors they got going on here. Very nicely done. Rocking the AMG as well. Going through here, seeing if there's anybody we missed. I don't think so. I think we got everybody's livery showing off just a little bit, just in time too. 2 minutes to go, so I hope everyone's ready. And we'll get started with roll call here shortly. Looks like we are missing one team.
Matt just left.
Okay, so he's Is he coming back?
He said 1 second and then
Okay.
left. So I
Okay.
assume.
Thank you. Looks like he's racing with one hand today. I'm not sure what happened. Look at T1. Okay. Let's go back to spectate. Okay, T1, we've got 3 lined up together, showing off. They're about to face off. BMW versus Viper. Who's going to come out on top? We've got 15 teams here today. They've all set their times. All right. I've got to get this grid order set. Just waiting for one more team to get in here, but I can set everything else until then. So we've got Clockworks, Fire and Ice, Sandbagger, Blue Ridge.
Best of luck to everybody today. I know everyone's put in a lot of time. This is like the pinnacle of events for TRC, and I hope y'all enjoy your time.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Okay, Matt is back.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna hop out to my team chat. I'll see you guys.
Okay.
See you guys in 2 hours.
See ya. Hold on here. I got lost where I'm at. Okay.
I'm also gonna hop out of VC, so good luck, everyone. Don't
Yep.
die. Anyone who punts anyone, go to hell.
All right. Okay. All right. Just need to get Matt in here. He is just above there. Okay.
My teammate is running to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. We'll
I'll let you know when he's back.
Gotta do a roll call.
Yeah, we'll do roll call here as soon as they're back, and then we'll get started because it is time. All right, let's go ahead and get started with roll call. When they get back, just let us know. Zach.
Team Clockworks is ready.
Fire and Ice. Is Gaba ready?
Yes, sorry, ready to go.
Ian, Team Sandbagger. Sully, is Ian ready? You're muted if you didn't know.
Sorry.
Okay. Shade.
Yeah. Ready.
Team Blue Ridge.
It is ready.
Okay, perfect. Santos.
Yep, ready.
Zebra. Team Yump Yump.
He's ready.
Puncherinos. APOC.
Did you hear me? I said we're ready.
Yep, perfect. Is APOC ready? Galahad? APOC?
Yep, ready.
Okay. And SFASR, is Floco ready? Max? Are you in here? He jumped out. Okay. We're going to assume they're ready. Sauce. Dynamics, ready?
He's ready.
Matt? With Bastardo, ready? I don't see either of them in the chat. so we'll assume they're ready. Is Tanned Pum Pum ready?
Yes, he.
Is Isaiah ready for Invincible?
Not yet.
Okay. Is Fang ready for Horizon Racing?
I'm ready.
Beautiful. And is Chicane ready for Ring Devils?
Yes, Chicane is ready.
All right. And is Walter ready for Dutch Performance?
Walter speaking, but SGT is ready.
Perfect. And we're just waiting for Isaiah from Invincible. Cobra, if you want to just let me know when he's back and ready, and then I'll get this thing started.
Sure thing.
All right, for those tuning in, I appreciate you tuning in for our 8-hour endurance events we have today. We've been planning this one for a while. We've got 15 teams battling it out across 8 hours, 4 stints of 2 hours each. We're going to be keeping this stream up all day long. There are going to be some breaks in between each stint for that time. I appreciate you sticking around. If you want to, we will still have some chatter going on on the stream. There's going to be some possible interviews, things like that. But again, thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoy. And Cobra, just waiting on you. And
I will preface, I guess,
Isaiah.
before we really get started here. I mean, if you wanted to chit chat, going to voice 2 would probably be good. And then if you want to get a chance to go to the stream, go to 3, voice 3. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Isaiah. This is out of my control. I'm waiting.
Yeah, you're okay.
Just a final question, guys. Engineers will be in voice chat 1, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. There's a race lobby, yeah.
Okay. That's the only voice chat I'll be then.
Yeah.
And you know I don't talk, so.
Yeah, you're good.
See you in 8 hours, brother.
Gonna be fun.
Mm-hmm.
This is outrageous. I demand a penalty.
I mean, when you gotta go, you gotta go. All right. Do we have an ETA at all, Cobra?
No, he disappeared. I have no clue.
Okay.
I was not expecting this at all.
Guys, we've got driver AFK for a couple seconds since we're waiting for Cobra. Should be not a problem.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait till 10 after. If they're not back by 10 after, I'm just gonna start it without them.
Noted. We should be back in 2 minutes.
He's back. He's back. He's ready.
Okay. Raiden?
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's us then. Wait for us, please.
Okay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. A few technical difficulties with getting drivers ready on time. Raiden, just waiting for you to give me the all clear.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. It was an ad hoc bathroom break. We thought we are waiting for Cobra.
Okay. Ooh. Morning, Peckish. I'm still waking up just like everyone else. All right. It is 10 after here. Are we ready now, Raiden?
We are ready. Thank you for waiting. We are ready.
Okay. Good luck, everyone. Keep it clean.
Good luck, guys.
Hello.
All right. All right, and here we go. Lights out, and away we go. Good luck, everyone out there on the racetrack today. This has been one of our biggest endurance event plannings yet. Let's make sure everyone gets through turn 1 cleanly. Looks like everyone does. Very nicely done. Everyone made it through turn 1. Did we have somebody drop out right at the start? What is going on here? What happened? One moment, everyone. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. Matt gone. It does appear Matt dropped out. Not sure what happened there. We're trying to find out what's going on here. All right. Let's take a look through here, see how everything's going. We do have a good battle going on for third here. Three-way battle between Ian, Shade, and Santos. Santos going for a little bit of a move on Shade as they're getting ready to go into the Nordschleife portion here. Let's get another view here. And Shade also getting some pressure from behind with Zebra. Looks like they're doing their best just to keep it clean this first lap here at least. Trying not to cause any carnage with anybody else. Do have heavy damage on for this race, so if they do get any damage, it doesn't go away until they go into the pit. They do have to wait for it to be fixed. It does take some extra time. Let's keep moving our way down the pack a little bit, see how everyone else is doing down here. Looks like Floco's giving himself a little bit of space from Sauce, trying to keep up there with Team Punterinos. Continuing to work our way down. Tan Pum Pums made their space a little bit from Isaiah. And Walter, Chicane, and Fang in the back, bringing it in. All right. So everyone just trying to keep it clean this first lap, it appears. It's a long race after all. 8 hours total. Alright. So, it does look like Shade picked up a penalty somewhere here. Good battle between Santos and Ian going on. I apologize, everyone. We are having some difficulties here. All right, I apologize, everyone that's tuning in, watching this right now. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm gonna hop out and mute my mic for just a moment here, and get some discussion going to see what we can do to get Matt back in here, since we are still just on the first lap. But just one moment here. All right, so those tuning into the stream, I do apologize. We are having a technical restart since Matt popped out right at the start. We were trying to figure out what happened, what all was going on there. So we're getting him back in, and then we'll get going again here. I do apologize if you don't mind waiting. All right, I'm back, everybody. We are getting restarted here. I do apologize about the wait there for that, but we are getting these teams back up and running. Let's get in here and spectate. All right. Thank you again, everyone, tuning in, viewing again, and again, here we go. Lights are on. Lights out, and away we go. Zach takes us down the main straight, followed by Gava. Shortly behind Ian, Shade, and Santos. Let's make sure everybody gets through turn 1 nice and clean here. Looks like, for the most part, everyone got through fairly clean. There might have been a little bit of bumps somewhere. Looks like, for the most part, everybody made it through fairly clean. We do have a little bit of lag going on here. Hopefully everybody can pay attention to that and stay clean. It does look like Isaiah picked up a small penalty somewhere along the line. And looks like maybe not quite as good of a start for Sauce as he had previously. Does get around Fang with Horizon Motorsport, or Racing Performance, I apologize. But we do have quite the pack here. Let's go further up ahead and see how this pack's doing. We do have Zebra following along Shade, Santos, and Ian. They are battling similar to they did earlier. Looks like Chris is trying to pull himself away from the pack as best as possible. All right. Let's take a look from Zebra's view. Watching Shade and Santos up ahead. Santos trying to make the move on Ian here. Alright, so far we have a pretty clean start. This looks like to be one of our closest battles here between Ian and Santos. Gotta pick the right time to try and make a pass here on the Nordschleife. Very narrow track, lots of corners. It's gonna be a tricky race today. Long race today, full 8 hours. Ooh, Santos getting a little sketchy there on the grass. Does keep it behind Ian for now. And Shade, after Santos got slowed down a little bit, not able to make a pass on Ian, has Shade right on his bumper again. Again, this track is very tight, very technical, difficult to make moves on. Got to find just the right spot. We also have Zebra putting pressure on Shade as well, and not too far behind is Floco with SFASR Racing. Trying to get his way in there as well. Let's move back up ahead here with Santos and Ian. We'll watch from Shade's perspective as they battle it out. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. Sorry, guys. Will he be able to make a move here? Sticks his nose in, does get through, and Shade just behind him as well. That's a double pass on Ian there. Everyone doing their best not to cause any damage, because otherwise they're going to have to take a trip to the pit lane or just have much slower pace. As Welsh Rabbit says, keep off the green stuff on the green hell, boys. Santos now leading this battle for third. Do have another battle coming along behind them with Ian, Zebra, and Floco. Floco now making the move on Zebra. And Floco does get through as they go into the carousel now. About halfway through the lap. Maybe a little more. 2/3 of the way through. Let's work our way back down the order, see how everyone else is faring. It does look like Matt made his way past Zebra as well. Wonder what's going on with Zebra here. He was having a good run at the start, but through those technical sections did lose a little bit of time. Got passed by a few. Let's see if he can make those spaces back up. And APOC and Tan Pum Pum having quite the battle themselves. That's Team Punterinos. And what are mirrors? Moving our way further down the line, we have Isaiah with this penalty still keeping it clean, very keeping his pace up pretty well throughout the track. Chicane trying to find his way by, struggling to find an opening. Looks like Isaiah has had lots of training with his teammate Garnet Cobra to improve his pace and knowledge of the Nordschleife. Chicane not finding an opening. However, he will get an opening on the Dudner Straight with Isaiah's 1 second penalty. He should be able to make it by no problem. Along with Sauce and Fair Dynamics and Fang, as long as they stay close enough, they should be able to make it by as well. Just going through the small carousel now, and oh no, it looks like Team Punterinos had a spin. I wonder what happened there. Wonder if that was their own doing, or if it was if they got bumped by someone. Really curious to see. Doesn't look like any damage on the rear end there for APOC, so might have been his own doing. Please no Punterino, and he might have Punterino'd himself. Wish I could have got that on the video what happened, but that's okay. And just as I thought, Isaiah lost some spaces there with that 1 second penalty. Walter, Fang, and Chicane made it by. And looks like Fang made his way by someone else as well. Or Sauce made his way past Walter. I'm confused here. Never mind. That's the order they've been in. Looks like Fang's diving into the pit stop. Must have had some damage. I'm gonna get that cleaned up. Same with Zebra there. Looks like Zebra might be going for a tire change as well. Not sure on this one. Does give Isaiah the pace back. Oh, looks like Zebra was out on softs. Wonder if he did make the tire change to something else. Run hards the rest of the race. Just get the softs out of the way. Now out on the mediums. Let's take a look back at our leaders. Zach gaining some space away from Gava. About a 2.5 second gap now as they're still in the GP circuit. Team Fire and Ice also keeping some space from P3 and P4 that battle. They've been battling quite a bit back there, losing some space to the front runners. About 5.5 seconds now. Santos now getting some clear air a little bit from Shade for Team Kayak Dragons. Quite the performance on lap 1 for him. Made up a few spaces there and gained some clean air. Not having to worry about defending or battling too much. Shade also getting some fresh air as well. About 2 seconds off of Santos. About 4.5 up on Ian. Ian, he's still messing with Floco here, so he's not completely clean from the rest of the pack. He is having a battle with Floco. Floco's looking to keep that pressure on him. Only about half a second in between them as they go into the Nordschleife. We'll take a look on this one for a little while and see how this battle pans out. A little more cinematic view here. Really curious to see where Floco's going to try and make the pass on Ian. If he'll have the speed down one of these straights. Could be after this section right here. But it's a pretty sketchy spot to try and pass on. Most people say not to pass there. It does look like Floco's trying to give him a little bit of space, not make the pass here. We did get some news. Walter said Sauce is gone, so it looked like Sauce maybe had a little bit of a spin. Walter got by, no problem. He does still manage to stay ahead of Isaiah. And then Los Punterinos, they got ahead of Zebra and Fang, so must not have picked up too much damage on their spin. Maybe just a little bump in the front as they came around. So they do pick up a couple positions back even after their spin due to the pits. Let's head back up here with Floco and Ian. Let's take a look from Floco's view. He does have Matt now starting to close in behind with Ian defending a pretty good bit. If they battle too much here, Matt might be able to make a double move on them. We'll have to see. All right, Walter. Whoever Walter in chat, I am appreciating the updates in the back there. Or sorry, I believe we have SGT3 is the one actually driving under Walter's tag right now. Yeah, Floco is continuing to have trouble getting by Ian. Matt is closing in closer and closer now with under a second behind Floco. So Floco's going to start feeling that pressure from Matt as he's trying to put more pressure on Ian. This is a very exciting battle brewing here. Less than a second from 5th to 7th. I love that you guys are racing next to each other, Walter. That's a beautiful thing. Ian keeping it clean there, keeping his foot on the pedal. Oh, and Matt trying to make a move on Floco here as they get ready to go through the carousel. Matt squeezes his way through, a little bit of lag. Floco sees that, lets him by. Knows Matt has some good pace. Not going to try and battle that too much and lose extra time. Stay tight behind him. Oh, Floco almost losing it on the carousel. What a save. Very, very nice save from Floco on the carousel. Does unfortunately lose that slipstream he had behind Matt. I'm wondering if the dirty air is what caused him to slide out a little bit there. Now we've got this battle with Matt and Ian. Can Ian keep Matt behind him? It looks like they're both in the Ferraris. So quite an even battle here. thanks for those tuning in again. Don't forget to hit like, share, comment. I'm chatting with y'all here. Well, I'm not texting, but I'm paying attention to the chat, watching. Yeah, love having y'all joining us for the 8-hour Nurburgring here. I'm going to be here all day, 8 hours of it, plus the half hours in between. I'll be taking breaks here and there, pulling some other people in. If you're new to the racing club, if you haven't done any races with us before, this is our biggest endurance event we've done yet. It's a team endurance, 8 hours, 2-hour stints each. So each racer has 2 stints, 4 hours total. And we have other endurance events all throughout the year. We have championship series going on, and then we also have regular cup races all throughout the week as well. If any of that sounds like fun to you, and we are on Gran Turismo 7, of course, please scan that QR code on the bottom left inside the Gudetama egg and join our Discord. We'd love to have you. Love to have you join our races, join our club, and join in on the fun. All right, so Matt staying behind Ian as they go down the Dodger. Looks like he lost a little bit of space from him, but he is still well within that slipstream range. Really curious to see how tight he'll pull on to Ian here down the straight, going into the pit straight. Will he be able to make a move into turn 1 or somewhere on the GP circuit? This will be interesting. Ooh, it almost slides out a little bit there. Well onto the brakes. Oh, and Matt really putting the pressure on Ian. Coming down the straight. Right on his tail. Basically bumper to bumper as they're coming into turn 1. Gava and Santos going to the pits. They were on softs, so it looks like they'll be switching to a different tire compound now. The softs were probably quite worn after a couple laps. So Ian now finds himself in third after 2 laps with Matt right on his tail. Matt not able to make the move into turn 1 or down the main straight. Seeing if he can make a move here on the GP circuit now. Ian doing his best to keep him behind him. Oh, and Matt dives in. Not really a dive, but makes a very clean move around Ian. Gets on the inside there. Ian stays close, though. Let's see if he can counter back. It does look like Matt might have a chance to pull away now with some clean air. He is quite a speedy driver. Oh, and it looks like I'm getting word that Tan Pum Pum crashed. So let's take a look back there. Although we do have Floco right back on Ian's bumper as well. So Floco making his way back through. Didn't lose too much time after that little slip in the carousel. Now trying to put pressure back on Ian, seeing if he can make a move here going into the chicane before they get onto the Nordschleife. And it does look like Floco is going to make that pass cleanly. Ian not wanting any of it. Doesn't want to worry about getting damage or anything there. So let's Floco kind of on by, but still keeping himself close. Now let's take our way back and see what happened to Tan Pum Pum here. So Tan Pum Pum, they do find themselves back in 11th now. Remember, Zebra, Isaiah, APOC, and Feng, I believe, all have pitted at least once. Maybe not Isaiah. But Tan Pum Pum now behind Sauce and Walter. Sauce trying to stay clear of Pum Pum. Walter trying to stay on the back of Santos and Gava after they come out of the pits. However, they are going to be on fresher tires, so really curious to see if Walter's going to be able to keep up with them and maintain that. Whereas Santos, he's trying to catch back up to Gava and not let him pull too far away. Keep that gap below 2 seconds. Ideally, would like to get it below a second. Let's head on our way back up. Ian falling off a little bit behind Floco, not too far, only about a second off. See if he can pull his way back as they make their way through the Nordschleife. And Zach, he's still out there really getting some clean air now. About 10-second gap after P2 and 3 pitted on the last lap. Shade still sticking out for Blue Ridge Motorsports, keeping himself in second there. Have quite the gap to Matt in third. Really curious to see how Matt will be able to close that gap down, or if Shade will be able to keep that gap wide open. Shade is quite the fast driver himself. Matt, he is starting to gain some pace and space on Floco, and Floco is also putting a little bit of space between him and Ian, giving himself a little bit of breathing room. Hopefully to keep it clean this time through the carousel without being in the dirty air. Let's take our way back through here. Just kind of check on everybody as we're going through. All right, Gava, he's still only about a second and a half in front of Santos. Santos really trying to pull in Gava, and I'm curious if they're both on the same tire compound or what's going on there. It seems like they might have a similar strategy going on. Let's hop on board with Santos, see how he does for a little bit. Not a sponsor, but delicious. All right. All right, so Santos, he's still trying to stay with Gava as best as he can. Gava's doing his best to build a little bit of a gap for himself. Not have to worry too much about defending. Walter, in the meantime, trying to keep up with Santos as best as possible. Again, Santos is going to be on fresher tires, so Walter may or may not be able to stick with him. But still giving himself plenty of space from Sauce. But it does look like Tan Pum Pum here is now starting to close in on Sauce here. What flavors? Oh, that is the Lando Norris Monster. It's quite tasty, kind of a citrusy yuzu in a way. It's nice. Senor Egg. Funny. All right. So we do have a battle brewing a little bit here with Sauce and Pum Pum. About going into the carousel here. See if they can both keep it clean. Pum Pum doing their best to make their way back up after their slight spin. But, oh, caution, driver fall asleep. Hopefully not. I think that's more for when Mick's on board. Ooh, Voodoo Grape. I don't know if I've had that one. That sounds like a good flavor, though, too. All right. Sauce doing his best to defend against Tan Pum Pum. Oh, and it looks like Pum Pum might have bumped Sauce just a little bit in the back end. Pum Pum doing the right thing, waiting for him. Unfortunately, this might give Zebra a chance to make his way through. Zebra does make his way through, and Pum Pum doing the right thing, waiting. Sauce getting back through. Of course, that was just an accident. I know that. Pum Pum was not trying to bump into the back of Sauce there. Just racing hard. But doing the right thing there, waiting. Very proud of the racing club and that, showing what they can do, showing that they race clean, and if they do make a mistake, they honor it. All right, APOC trying to work his way back up here, see if he can make his way around Isaiah. Isaiah is doing a pretty good job keeping himself on track, keeping it clean. This is a very tricky technical section coming up here. Again, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Really appreciate it. Don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, share with your friends. I'm chatting with you here as well, so please keep me entertained for these 8 hours on chat, because it is going to be a long 8 hours for me to talk. I'm hoping my voice will hold up, but that's why I got plenty of beverages to go throughout the day. Oh, it looks like Zach now going into the pits. Looks like he made those softs last 3 laps. That's pretty darn impressive. Shade's still out. All right, and will APOC be able to make a move on Isaiah down the Dodger Straight? We will find out. It looks like Zach still came out of the pit ahead of Matt. So, had quite a gap for himself. Probably didn't need to refuel or anything just yet. Just change the tires. And it does look like APOC is closing in here on Isaiah. Not quite close enough to be able to make a move just yet, but maybe down the pit straight. Isaiah does brake a little bit later, giving himself a little bit more room there. And diving into the pits, that's going to make APOC's job a lot easier to get past him. Let's head back up towards the front. See how everyone's doing up here. So Shade, after Zach went into the pits, now has an 11-second lead over Zach. But Shade still is yet to go in the pits. So I imagine he'll probably be coming in the next lap or two, unless he's out there on hards. Then I'm not sure how long those will last. I personally didn't do any testing myself, as I'm just commentating. I wasn't driving, and so I didn't find out how long any of the tires will last for anyone. But Zach, he did come out of the pit just in front of Matt. Only about a second, though. But with Zach having those cold tires coming out, but however fresher tires than Matt, should be able to pull back a little bit of space, a little bit of a gap between them. But Matt doing his best to keep him close and not let him get too far away. It's going to be a tough one for Matt, but Matt did gain some space off of Floco, about 6 seconds. Floco has some space off the end. Chicane, everyone's got a little bit of a gap, except for Gava and Santos. Santos trying to close that gap on Gava. Did close it in by about a second from the last time we checked in on them. So this could be a good battle brewing here. Now just about a half second between them. See if Santos can get the slipstream going into the next straight and make a move. We will find out. Let's check back up with Matt and Zach. Matt now right on Zach's bumper. Is he going to make a move here? Oh, almost goes onto the grass. Trying to find his way by. It's a very scary place to pass. Zach says, you know what? I'm not going to mess with it. Go ahead and go on by. And I think that's a smart move by Zach. Not put the pressure on himself. He knows he's got the fresher tires. Matt hasn't pitted yet. He's got time. So now let's head back down to Gava and Santos. That gap is now within half a second. Santos doing his best to find a way by Gava, or just put the pressure on him and let him make a mistake. Kind of like what happened there. Gava goes a little wide and Santos gets by. Gava, thankfully not going too wide, just bumps a little bit onto the railing. Gets back on track, not losing too much pace or space. Still staying well out ahead of Walter. But ooh, what a scary moment there for Team Fire and Ice. That could have been a bad one if he spun out a little more there. I think his tires might be giving him a little bit of trouble after going on the grass a little bit. A little bit of dirty tire there. Working our way back down. Zebra, Tan, Pum Pum, they all got a little bit of gaps to themselves. Tan, Pum Pum past Sauce now. We missed that battle. Not sure when that happened. I do apologize. APOC, Isaiah picking up a 3-second penalty. It looks like he might have crossed the pit line. That is unfortunate. And Fang, he is struggling a little bit back there. I imagine he, I do know he pitted once. Not sure if he had any spins or anything or not, but he is racing solo, so he's doing his best to just maintain as long as he can for 8 hours. I imagine he'll gain some spaces here along the stints at some point. But we have been practicing quite a bit. We have a yellow flag with Walter. I'm sorry, what happened there? Oh, and Walter by Zebra and Tan Pum Pum? No, he's already been by them. Oh, Sergeant said he saw yellow. Okay, gotcha. So there must have been a yellow between, or for Gava again, as Chicane has gotten past him now. And so now Gava trying to stay close to Chicane. Chicane trying to work his way through the pack. All right, maybe, yeah, Gava might have some damage on him now. Not seeing too much damage. Looks like he might be all right, but looks like he did go off track again at some point as Chicane got by him. Now trying to keep that pressure back on Chicane, see if he can make or force Chicane into a mistake as they get ready to go into the carousel here. And we're quarter way through this stint one. Chicane spun. Okay. Gavin Santos swap places twice in GP sector. Okay. So we are missing a little bit of action here. I'm doing my best to get the action for you guys. It's hard when there's 15 all throughout the track scattered. But let's go ahead and keep working our way through as Gava is having a hard time closing back into Chicane. See what other action might be going on here. Looks like Ian's trying to close in on Floco. That battle should be coming up shortly, I imagine. Matt trying to pull some space away from Zach. I don't think Zach's too worried about that one, though, as Shade and Matt both still need to pit. Both have not pitted yet. Going back to the back here, looks like Sauce might have had a little bit of trouble there. Getting back on there, but Tan Pum Pum pulling far away now. Getting close to Zebra, though. Really putting the pressure on Zebra. Let's see what Tan Pum Pum can do here. See it from their perspective. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate that. And Alaya and Shuck, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Chuck, I'll be happy to have you in with me soon. Actually, I think I might have tried that one, Dark. Not entirely sure. That does look good, though. It does look very similar. Same bright yellow. I figured it might be JP. Thank you, JP. Appreciate you. All right. Okay. Oh. Pum Pum really putting the pressure on Zebra here. Going into the Dodger does get the pace or the exit on that run. However, they are very close. Who is going to pull out ahead? Who has the top speed? I think the BMWs just slightly pulls the top speed on the Porsche. However, the Porsche not giving up just yet. Zebra really doing his best to keep it close, not let Pum Pum pull too far away here after the straight, but Pum Pum had a fantastic exit going to the Dodger. Let's see what Zebra can do to stay close as Chicane goes into the pits here. Wonder if he has to fix some damage and maybe swap some tires out, but Pum Pum making a little bit of a mistake there. Allows Zebra to get a better exit going down the pit straight, and it looks like Zebra might get by Pum Pum here going into turn one. Is Pum Pum gonna try and make a move here? They do. They dive in. Zebra's trying to do the switchback. Not quite. Pum Pum keeps it on the apex, but Zebra does get the better exit out. does make his way back around. What a battle we have brewing here between Pum Pum and Zebra, going back and forth here on the GP circuit. Let's see if Zebra can pull himself ahead as they make their way to the Nordschleife, or if Pum Pum can stay close and make a move. Time will tell. I'm excited. All right. Pum Pum keeping it close. Zebra, though, he's feeling pretty confident in the Porsche. He does love that car quite a bit. And enjoys this track quite a bit as well, I'd say. But Pum Pum does get a little bit of better exit there as they go on to this straight here. I apologize, guys. I don't know many of the names for the Nurburgring. There's so many corners there. And I only speak English. I don't speak German. What happened to Zach? Oh, that is a good question. We will have to check in on Zach in just a moment here. It looks like maybe Ian got by him. Let's go ahead and check up on that real quick. Oh, more than just Ian got by him. What happened to Zach? Did he go off somewhere? I'm not sure, but now Gava, Santos, and Ian have all made their way by, and Ian's got quite a bit of a gap to Santos, and Santos now pulled quite away from Gava. So I do think that something probably happened to Zach. He might have spun out somewhere. Doesn't look like he's got too much damage on his car, so should be okay to keep going. Not sure if he's going to have to jump into the pits after this lap or not, but he's doing his best to keep on Gava, but it does look like he maybe has a little bit of damage as he's losing some time on Gava just down the straight there. So very interesting to see. Oh, outlap for Zach? No, he had a outlap last lap. So when he came out of the pits, he was still ahead of Matt, but Matt was right on him less than a second out of the pit, and so something must have happened with Zach. We might have to ask him about that during one of the breaks, see if we can get him on the chat. That is unfortunate for Zach, but he is keeping the pressure now on Gava. This looks like to be quite a battle here. Let's check back on Pum Pum and Zebra, see how they're doing. Pum Pum still keeping it within a half second. Not able to make a move on anything yet. Zebra doing his best to defend and not let Pum Pum by. Let's get back up to Zach and Gava, because I know Zach's right on the bumper of Gava and would love to get by him. Gava doing his best to just defend and keep Zach behind him. Unfortunately, it is costing both of them a little bit of pace on Santos and the leaders. But looking good here. It says outlap. Oh, it does say outlap at the top. Oh my goodness. Silly me. He must have pitted again. Not sure. Interesting pit strategy. So I believe he pitted the lap prior as well. So very interesting to see that he's on an outlap again. Very, very interesting. But that does make more sense why he dropped 3 positions. As he continues to put that pressure on Gava, that also makes sense with the cold tires having a little bit of trouble through some of those sections early on in the track. Let's check back with Zebra and Pum Pum. Oh, Walter almost lost it as we're going through there. Caught that just in time. That allows Floco to be right on his bumper. And looks like Floco's maybe got a run on Walter. Walter sees it. He says, you know what? I'm going to let you by. Go ahead. I'm not going to battle. I'm not going to fight this here. Too sketchy. Smart choice. And that's SGT, I believe, not Walter. Anyways, Floco does make his way by. Zebra's still out in front of Pum Pum. Pum Pum's still putting that pressure on, though. Not giving up. And this is a difficult section right here. Zebra does hang on just enough. And they're getting ready to come into the first carousel here. Oh, Zebra a little wide. Pum Pum does push a little bit on that. Waiting patiently for him. Let's Zebra back on by. Thankfully, they don't lose too much pace there, but Pum Pum's definitely got their elbows out today. Interesting. All right. So Pum Pum, they're trying their best to make some moves, but unfortunately getting a little bit too tight in some sections and bumping a little here and there. However, they do have integrity and they do wait, and so very respectable. I don't think there's going to be any hard feelings anywhere with that. Zebra doing his best though to hang on to that position just in front of Pum Pum. Pum Pum doing their best to put the pressure on, keep the pressure on, and maybe wait for Zebra to make a mistake or find an opening to make their way through. We are going to stick here though with this as they are battling. I'm not sure if there's any other battles going on further up ahead. We'll check in on that in just a moment here. Looks like Zebra's got a little bit of a run in this section. Pum Pum gets a little better exit there, but there's not much space to pass in this area. There's only kind of really one line to keep as far as the fast line goes here. So really curious to see where Pum Pum chooses to make their move. If they're going to wait till they get to the Dodger and just try and get a better exit going on to the Dodger straight and use that BMW power to pull through. Let's find out. And Shade now going into the pits. Oh, and Pum Pum off after the mini carousel. The dirty air behind Zebra just caught them a little bit off guard and caused them to spin just a little bit. And now Zebra's pulling plenty ahead. Pum Pum's got some dirty tires going on to the Dodger now. Let's work our way back up the pack and see how everyone else is doing. Perfect timing. We got Zach right on Gava trying to make a move at the end of the Dodger. Zach does get by. Gava sees it. He says, you know what? I'm going to let you by. I'm not going to push this. I'll let you through here. Not worth trying to battle in the S's. Lets him by. And down the pit straight they go. Right, let's see if anything else is going on interesting up here. Looks like Shade comes out just a little bit in front of Ian. Let's get back to Zach and Gava. This is our closest battle currently. See if Gava can keep the pressure on Zach through the GP circuit. All right, and again, this is Fire and Ice Racing and Clockworks Racing battling it out here between Zach and Gava. They were our 1 and 2 qualifiers. Currently sitting 5th and 6th, but both have pitted, I believe, whereas Matt still has not pitted. Shade has, now not too far ahead. Zach trying to close the gap back up to Santos. It was at almost 10 seconds at some point, now at 5 seconds. So Zach doing his best to close that gap. Not sure if something happened to Santos. I thought he might have been above Ian at some point. Maybe not. But I thought he might have been. So something might have happened there to Santos. Oh, gotcha. Chuck informed us for Fire and Ice. Looked like Gava's lagging a little bit, so Zach was scared of crashing, so they just let him pass. Very courteous of them to do. And the right thing to do if you're lagging, be aware of if you're causing lag issues or anything like that. Matt, he's doing the best he can to keep out in front, give himself enough of a gap so when he comes into the pit, he's not too far behind or anything. Really pushing his pace and limits. Working our way back. Let's look back at Zach and Gava. Zach's building that gap to Gava quite a bit now, and closing that gap to Santos, now down to 4.5 seconds. Floco's got some space between himself and Gava and Zebra. So it looks like we've got a good amount of space between all of our drivers currently, all of our contenders. Pum Pum trying to work their way up towards Walter to give them a nice little battle or effort. All right. It looks like our closest gap we have currently is maybe between Shade and Ian, or Zach and Santos. So let's go ahead and stick with Zach, who was our pole position qualifier and led the first lap very well. Looks like he's got the Venom helmet on today. Very, very nice. But doing his best, keeping it clean and closing that gap down on Santos. Now down within 4 seconds, about 3.5 seconds now. So wondering if Santos' tires are starting to wear on him a little bit, starting to get a little bit slicker on track here, allowing Zach to kind of close that gap a little bit. Does look like Santos is losing a little bit of pace from what he had earlier. I do believe that is probably just due to the stint of his tires. Looks like he's on his 3rd lap on these tires, so I'm sure they are starting to wear quite a bit as the gap is now within 3 seconds. Zach really putting the pressure on, really showing his pace here, and why he and his teammate qualified first. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull Shuck into the chat here with me. He's going to give me some chat as well. So just one moment. I'm going to get him in here. And here we are. What's up, Shuck? Let me get my screen pulled up for you. There we go. All right, Shuck, how we doing? Oh, hang on one moment. I gotta get Shuck pulled in here. All right, now we should be able to hear Shuck. Hello?
One moment, buddy.
Hey, there we go. All right, we're working on getting Shuck in here. Just one moment. And we're sticking here with Zach. Let's actually go ahead and go on board with Zach as he closes this gap to Santos as they're getting ready to go into the carousel here. Average DRSR in lobby, I'd say, is probably BS. Yeah, ranges anywhere from C to A. Safety rating, typically all S, A or S. But driver ratings, some of us don't do much sports mode in the club. Oh, and Santos goes for a spin in front of Zach. Santos, unfortunate mistake there. Does go for a spin and get some damage. Yellow flag now. Gava and Floco both make their way by. That is going to be a tough one for Kayak Dragon Racing. Oh, man. Glad we caught that on camera, but unfortunate for Santos there. Let's see how he can make his way through the rest of this lap and get back to the pits. Let's check up here on Floco and Gava now, as they've got quite the battle going between themselves. I believe last we checked on them, Floco was ahead of Gava, so something might have happened with Floco. I don't entirely remember. But Floco keeping the pressure on Gava here. Oh, Gava almost losing it there. Who's that? Oh. Okay. All right. Let's get Shuck in
That way.
here. Co-commentary. Let me get his video up here real quick. Oh, hang on here. One moment. All right. There we go. We've got Shuck in here now with the live commentary.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Super excited to come here for this.
Yeah, thank you for joining me, Shuck. It looks like Floco made that move past Gab down the Dodger Straight. We're just working on getting Shuck in here when we got that. But Shuck, yeah, feel free to
Dude, I'm
take
here with
over
you,
a little
buddy.
bit for me. Give me some breathing space.
Yeah.
As we watch Gava try and keep as close as possible to Floco, it does look like Shade, Ian, and Santos do come into the pits. Santos was on hards. His hards were probably starting to get the best of him after a few laps.
Well, wasn't that, how bad was that crash? But the damage might have been what really brought him in.
I think it was a little bit of both. The crash wasn't terrible. He did spin a little bit. He certainly had some damage from it. I'll tell you that much.
Oh,
but,
yeah, he's chilling right now. That's definitely not fuel that he's getting.
that's the damage there. But
Yeah,
hopefully not too much damage. Let's get back out on track, see where else we got going. Satan Pum Pum does come out, or it does get past, along with Chicane as Zebra and Santos are in the pits. Santos now coming out. He is going to have fresh tires, maybe, and at least no more damage, so should be able to pick up some pace back up.
With something like that going on, I feel like he would have taken that.
I would think he'd take tires on that as well. Walter, though, allows him to get within a second or about a second from Santos. Let's see if he can close that gap any, or if Santos
he
is
might be
gonna
able to get
away.
the follow at least. Yeah, he might. I mean, if he can close in on here, he could use the slipstream to really like stay in it, you know, for a little bit at least.
Absolutely.
Santos is the faster driver, but maybe Walter here can use it to his advantage. You know, we got a lot of the drivers.
I've not raced with SGT too much. He is the one that is currently in the seat for Dutch Performance Racing. But I do believe he is similar pace to Walter, and they're both pretty quick. But Santos, yeah, Santos definitely has some pace. I know he's been putting the work in on Nordschleife, trying to learn this track as best as he can to be able to have as much pace as possible. Really put in a good effort for his team.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it's crazy to see already, you know, some of the different strategies that have come out, especially with damage coming to different members. I think it's super cool to see. You know, just
lots
how
of
the
different
grid is already
strategies so far.
diversified.
Lots of different strategies so far. Some maybe due to damage, little bumps here and there. Some maybe due to tires. You never know. Let's work our way back up the leaderboard here and see what else we got going on. If there's any other close battles. If not, we'll just stick with someone and
what do we have?
ride
So
them for a little bit.
is losing his
Gavin's
pace over here.
Gavin's losing a little bit of pace to Floco. I'm wondering if that's just a tire difference, or if someone has, you know, maybe a little bit of damage that's maybe causing them to slow down some.
Did we figure out what Floco was coming out of the pits on? What did he last change to? Is he going to be able to keep this pace up right now?
I did not pay attention, but he probably is going to be able to keep this pace up, as it looks like he's continuing to pull away from Gava. So he's probably on a softer compound now, if I had to imagine. At least we do know he's on fresh tires. But I believe Gav's on fresh tires as well, so.
Yeah, Gav is definitely a couple laps in on his tires. I know that team right there, the Max for Spacey at SFR, or SFASR with Flacco, that's going to be a really good team. Flacco's really setting them up early, you know, getting ahead of the rest of the group. And
oh, yeah. He's doing what he can. That's for sure.
Did we ever get clarification on what happened with the Zach pit? Like, we did not.
It was just a second pit. I believe.
Yeah, an immediate pit. Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
Well,
not
it
sure.
looks like he kept his pace pretty well because
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, Matt has done that one pit, or is he still just staying out?
I think Matt has done one pit. He's done one pit. And
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Zach's keeping his pace pretty good. Really curious to see the way this is going to stack up as the rest of this stint goes on. We're about halfway
check out
through
the
this
groups
stint
right now. We got that second group in the back. It's all pretty tight. You know, what is with the back of the grid right now? We got
we'll take a look halfway down
7,
here.
8, 9. Like, are these 3 seconds?
Looks
2
like okay.
seconds
So we got
apart?
Walter, Santos, and Chicane all within a few seconds of each other. So that's probably going to be our
this might
closest
be
gaps at the
something to
moment.
watch. Yeah, it might be something to watch as we come up around
And-
Carousel. You know, when we get into the more technical sections, that 2-second gap can really.
Absolutely. Sauce trying to see if he can make his way up towards Zebra. Yeah, let's take a look at Walter, Santos, and Chicane. It looks like Santos is trying to close in on Chicane some. So let's stick with Santos. He's kind of in between the
Chicane's
two.
really keeping this gap right now, though. You know, honestly, I think that these
They're
guys are
keeping
really
it-
just trying to pull
they're
the
keeping it
consistency
tight.
out. Yeah, the
So-
gap between Walter is gaining a little bit, but you can tell Walter's trying to just follow that right line and keep his pace, you know, to really stay.
Trying to keep
ahead.
up with them. Not lose too much space. Yeah. Really curious to
Did
see
we get
how.
any over?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say off the straight. Did we see any overtakes? Was there any time made up? in
There
front of the
was an
grid?
overtake between Floco and Gava, I think, on that. That was 5+
Just
minutes
now.
ago.
They're coming up, Russell.
Yeah, carousel
So
here
5
for
seconds
Ian.
into shade.
5
yeah.
second to shade. Gava's got a 4-second gap to shade, so it looks like Gava's trying to maintain that gap. He is doing pretty well right now. Shade trying to close that gap, now below 4 seconds. So Shade really putting on the pace here in these in this technical section.
Trying
about
to
3
dial it in,
seconds
yeah.
now from Gava. Let's check back with them. Santos is now within 2.5 seconds of Chicane, but kind of maintaining that. It's been about 2.4 that whole time. Let's go
We have
back up to
imagine
Shade
the
with
weather,
Gava.
too. Like, we're 1 hour in. Like, the track is really warming up, and a lot of these strategies, you know, if people are running the softer compound tires, it might be shredding them apart. Like, maybe people are getting less longevity out of them as they may have, you know, thought.
Yeah, that's a good thought there, Shuck. You know, you make a good point, and as the day goes further on, we will get into evening into the next stint. I believe the evening is going to cool down some, so really curious to see how the track temperatures will differ and make a difference on the tires for these drivers today. But Shade, he is doing his best to close in on Gava, now down to about 2.2 seconds. Let's check back with Chicane and Santos. Santos now to 1.5 second gap to Chicane, pulling further away from Walter. So Santos is picking up the pace there on Chicane. We're going to keep jumping back and forth between this one with Santos and Chicane. Oh, and Chicane going a little off track there. Glad we caught
might
that.
be it right
Chicane's
here,
gonna have some dirty
honestly.
tires now.
Santos literally,
making
I
a
was
run
about
on
to
it.
talk about- He's capitalizing so hard on this moment right now as he comes
He
up
saw it
towards
happen.
Santos,
He's
following
going to do
this
his
corner.
best to capitalize
He's just
here.
following right behind. He's just going to stay in his slipstream, trying to look for this opportunity where he's not going to be able to hit him coming through the corners.
Man,
Absolutely
very nicely done.
took
Santos
him-
makes his way by.
Chicane put a valiant effort in there, trying to just keep it clean and keep to his side of the road.
Yeah, I know Chicane had those.
Racing action.
Chicane had those dirty tires through there, and so he was probably doing his best just to keep it on track. And you know, wanted to make sure he was allowing Santos the space. Didn't want to close him off or push him off or anything like that. Very nicely done. Very clean racing between
I'm wondering
Chicane
if
and
he's going to be able to keep the
Santos.
slipstream here. Can Chicane stay in it to actually stay with him right now?
You know,
I
we
don't
do
if
know
he'll
the
be able
Vipers
to.
got the got some pretty good top speed, but the GTR
He's
does as
dropping
well.
out. I don't think
Santos
he
gets
got
a
it.
little bit better exit on the Dodger, and I think Santos is
Yeah.
gonna get a little bit of
He's
a
gonna
pull
take
here.
that.
So let's head back up here to Shade and Gava. Shade now within half a second of Gava going into
Really
turn
got the
one.
system on him.
Ooh, and Gava goes
Oh,
a
Gava
little
runs it
wide there in
wide.
turn 1. I think maybe
Shade's able to get the undercut here.
trying to block.
Oh.
Shade trying to make the cutback, not able to
Little
do
loose
so.
on the
Gava's
exit
able
there,
to
yeah.
keep pulling out ahead. And let's stick with this one here with Shade and
Yeah,
Gava
this looks like it could be a good fight right here.
going through the GP circuit. I think Shade might be on a little bit fresher tires than Gava, so this is going to be
I believe that
interesting.
his hit was more recent. Yeah, I know that they're both. I think they're on the harder compounds, both of them. This is going to be a real test of the slickness right now when it's super hot out like
Ooh,
this. And
a little wide there for Shade, but Shade's outlap was last lap, so this is his second lap on these tires. Yeah. Second lap on these tires. Gava, however, it looks like he's probably about lap 4. This is probably lap 4 for his tires.
Yeah, he's on the worn tires for sure. It looks like Shade's going to be able to take this
Yeah, it looks
right
like
here
Shade's
on the
making
gutter
a move
exit.
here.
They're gonna
Gava's
follow
doing his
it up
best
into
to
the
keep the
chicane.
inside going into the chicane. Is Gava going to be able to maintain? No, he pulls out. Lets Shade go
he
by.
backed
I
out.
don't blame him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it safe here. I think a lot
Keeping
of
it
drivers
safe.
we're
We don't
gonna
want
see are just-
we don't want any damage. It's an 8-hour race,
Yeah.
7
I
hours
think
to
a lot of
go.
people here, they're really going to like just take the position of wanting to have a cleaner race. And I
Absolutely.
think that overall,
And-
when you see a lot of these pro and AMs switching out like they'll do, we're going to see the positions change drastically over the stints. And this is going to be a testament to, like, you know, if you could stay clean, it's going to be vital for the rest of your race.
100%. Absolutely.
Shade is going to capitalize on this for sure, though. With those fresher
Without a
tires
doubt.
already pulling off, it looks like he might be able to start cutting into the gap between him and Floco, though, as that already is kind of hovering, if not coming down a little bit. I think that, you know, when they get into the more technical sections, Shade really, he looks like he was displaying really good pace on the last,
Absolutely.
on the last
Yeah,
lap, on an
Shade-
outlap especially.
Shade, he is a very skilled driver, and he's showing it today. He's keeping himself up there in 4th right now currently. I think a lot of that's just due to pit differentials and pit strategy. So
we got a lot of action coming on the north
lots
side
of
right now. Let's go
action.
check out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down through the order here, see where everyone's sitting. So it looks like Santos, we did see that he made his way past Chicane. Chicane trying to keep it close, but having a little bit of difficulty to do so. That Viper does have that straight line power though, and so looks like he's trying to close the gap a little bit here, but tires might be getting the best of him right now. It does look like he's at least on the 3rd or 4th lap of these tires.
They were 6 seconds apart, you know, half a lap ago. You know, these guys are really just trying to maintain that pace, really trying to stay on the track right now.
Absolutely.
It's going to be.
Yeah, it looks like Santos is able to kind of pull away a little bit from Chicane right now. Looks like Chicane's struggling with the older tires, whereas Santos on a little bit fresher tires. Let's keep working our way down, see where everyone else is sitting, see how they're doing. Looks like we do have Sauce trying to make his way in on Zebra, about a 2-second gap. We'll check back on that here shortly. Everyone else kind of fair apart. Fang now closing in 12 seconds on Isaiah, so we'll check on that in a little bit here as well. Zach, after Matt pitted again, now does have a 14-second lead. It does look like Matt is closing that gap just a little bit. Floco doing his best to maintain his gap to Matt, about 3.5 seconds. And doing his best to keep that gap from Shade as large as possible behind him.
I think we're really, from what I'm seeing, we're really seeing the different strategies play out and how this kind of looks an hour into it, because, you know, technically we have some of these guys, they're racing so close right now, but they're on completely separate strategies, and we might see during times that these teams are going to be, you know, could be up to a minute apart. And
Absolutely.
I feel like towards the end, we're going to see a lot of these teams come right back together for
all
the
just on the different
positions.
pits.
Yeah, it's going to
It's
be
a very big possibility.
Yeah, it's going to be very huge here. I can just see it already with the way that Zach and Matt are running, and you know, even Floco here, you know, just trying to stay consistent. It looks like he's just trying to avoid the damage and maximize this first stint. It's really putting him in a good position to maximize this race.
Yeah.
You know, as the AM driver, getting Floco in here early to be able to lay down like this could be really good for SFASR. I think that, you know, it could put him in contention with some of the other maybe faster drivers. You know, this is a testament of you get some of these teams that are in the middle of the grid, and maybe you get a little bit more consistency than the quickness, and now you have a team that's vying for position to like win. You know, it's
Absolutely.
crazy that we could get out
Absolutely.
here. You
Yeah,
know, really
and
a long event like that.
Even though Floco is technically the AM driver, he and Max for Spacey are pretty evenly matched. I'd say. I think Max maybe has a little bit of pace on him here at the ring, but after practicing
this is an example of one of those mid-tier
all those
groups.
things.
It's going to be a lot of those, I think. We're going
Absolutely.
To see here.
Yeah, I know. You know, same thing with Kayak Dragons Racing, JP and Santos. They're both pretty evenly matched as well. Sully and Ian Sandbagger Racing, those guys as well. A lot of these, the middle pack-ish. When it came to time trial times, those teams that kind of got put together, those are probably going to be the teams to look out for, the teams to watch. However, Matt is showing that you can do whatever you want, basically.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's putting the pace in there. He's putting that work in, so that way when his partner Trevor gets in, Trevor doesn't have to worry too much about trying to push pace so much, but just keep it clean. And Matt's able to really kind of push that pace, build that gap for them, and doing so quite well.
And I think we're really going to see the flip-flop happen. It's going to be crazy, too, because to have someone like Matt hopping in this first stint, but then we have the vice versa at the moment with the other team. This is
and the thing is, too,
Motorsports with Cobra and Isaiah. You know, when we see Cobra sit in to the cockpit, you know, we might see a very miraculous stint out of that man.
Yes,
but, you know,
absolutely.
I think that these teammates, they really are going to be working together to
100%.
capitalize on their strengths.
I'm curious to see who drives what stint, you know, and I think that'll play some difference too, and some strategy as well, depending on who's in during the different stints for the different teams. So, say if one team has their pro driver in, well, another team has their AM driver in. For those stints, how much difference can they make up during that stint? Vice versa, or if it's both AMs or both pros, things like that. So it's very exciting to see how it's all going to play out. And as we're sticking with Floco here, he's now jumping into the pit, so Shade's going to make that pass on him. Matt is closing that gap to Zach. It was 15 seconds when he came out of the pit, now down to 12.
Really trying to.
So he's really trying to capitalize and do the best he can for his partner Trevor, and really capitalize on that restart we did for him. It was really unfortunate, you know, that we had to do the restart, but I'm glad we did. We got him back in here, and you know, valiant effort by him. He is really showing. Man, I've been practicing. I've been putting the time in. He wanted to be here, and he's showing it. So. Glad we got him back in. It does look like we have a few people going to the pits. So Floco, Gava, and Pum Pum. Looks like Floco's coming back out on the hards. Gava going in on the hards. Pum Pum going in on the softs. See how they come out. And really curious to see between Gava and Pum Pum what this gap is going to be as they come out of the pit. Sure King going to make his way by before they come out. Looks like he does. He does get that pass. Pum Pum refueling all the way up. Gava already on his way out, so Gava is going to maintain ahead of Pum Pum. Also going to maintain with Walter. Is Walter going to be able to make the pass here in turn one? It does not look like it. Looks like Gava is going to stay out in front of Walter. However, that gap is going to be very tight with Gava on fresh tires. Walter's nice and warm still.
Tires.
Hopefully Walters aren't too warm or too worn. And Gava with those cold tires does go wide. Still maintains it. Walter keeping the space, giving him the space. Gava, you know, really doing his best to defend. Gava, please don't swerve. I know he's probably trying to warm the tires, but
yeah, right. The dirt. Yeah, it's definitely
trying to get the dirty tires off, trying to warm the tires up, but Walter giving him the pace or the space. He knows he's out on fresh tires. He knows Gava's probably got a little bit more pace than him, but he's not giving up just yet. He's still going to keep it tight, keep it close, see if he can stay within that slipstream and keep pressure on Gava, and at least stick with him. Use him as a guide for pace or something like that. But let's stick with this right now, because it does look like this is our closest battle. Say again?
I'm just telling my teammate to not swerve.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. Something has happened with Gava. Yeah, he pitted, Mick. All right, let's see. Okay, so sticking with Walter with Gava. See if Walter can maintain this gap to Gava. Keep it within a second.
It looks like the front of the grid is really spread out now. Everyone is kind of finding their pace. It looks like there's a considerable gap between everybody. Maybe third and fourth has got a little.
Third and fourth has probably got a little bit of space. I know Loco had
really a lot of the action
pitted
in the back here.
But yeah, Gava trying to pull away from Walter here.
Looks like as these tires are warming up, he's able to gain a little bit more time.
Absolutely. And Walter's tires are probably worn a little bit more, but not too bad. But yeah, as Gava's tires are warming up, it looks like he's able to start pulling some pace a little bit on Walter. They are in the same vehicle, so top line speed's going to be the same. It is going to come down to tire differential and driver. Let's go ahead and through the order again a little bit more, see where everyone else is sitting. So it looks like Sauce about 1.5 seconds to Zebra. Pum about 2 seconds to Sauce. So that should be interesting here in a little bit. Got APOC, Isaiah, and Fang. Fang's starting to close the gap onto Isaiah, so he should be able to make that pass here shortly. Zach still 8 seconds out ahead of Matt. Matt really closing that gap down. Remember when Matt first came out of the pits, he was at a 15-second gap to Zach. And so he's got that down almost in half now. Within
really cutting it down.
A lap? A lap and a half?
A lap and a half, yeah.
And
a
lap and a half, he's got that gap almost to half.
More too is, we're entering a lot more of a cloudy environment, and I think the track might actually be cooling down a little bit. It might be helping these drivers maintain some tires towards the end of the stint here.
Oh, and Shane picks up a half-second penalty, but he does have enough of a gap to Ian. It shouldn't hurt him too bad when he comes to the Dodger. Floco, we've got that gap there. I'm just kind of going down the line here. Let's stick with Walter and Gava. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Shuck.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Hold on to it.
Looks like Walter's just coming up on here. He's trying to maintain the pace to just stay with Gava as he came out of the pits on those fresher tires. I think Walter might just be in the groove a little bit more, so he's able to kind of just sit back and kind of watch, maintain here. Looks like everyone's really just finding their pace now. I think once we got a couple pit stops in, we're able to see everyone's strategies kind of play out a little bit more and what they wanted to do necessarily. Oh my gosh, Walter spinning out, coming out of the sharp right-hand turn. That is a really difficult corner. It looks like he might have just flicked the gas a little bit too hard and just absolutely spun out. I don't know if we're going to see much damage, though. It doesn't look like it was a hard collision, but he definitely got some front bumper damage. Absolutely sad to see out of Walter. He was really keeping good pace with Gava there and being able to maintain with a little bit more worn tires, especially. Looks like he lost about 7 seconds-ish on that crash right there. I mean, we don't know if he's going to have to make another pit stop as well because of that damage. That could be really, really bad for his race technically in this stint. It could maybe, if the damage isn't too bad, he might just try to race out the rest of the stint with what he has on. I mean, we'll have to see what the drivers play out with. We got a lot of people on the harder compounds, and they might actually push to finish the race on these tires that they're currently on. Looks like after the crash, though, Walter, who is struggling to get back in it, I was about to say something about him getting some speed over Zebra, but no, it looks like he just cannot maintain control. He definitely got that damage from the crash. He is getting overtaken by Zebra here. I think he's just going to try to maintain until he can get back into the pits. Definitely lost a lot of pace. Looks like he's about 10 to 12 seconds down now.
Chuck, thank you for holding that down for me. It sounds like I missed a little bit of some fun.
Yeah.
Well, I went to the
Well, we
restroom
had
real quick, and it looks like
out. He was
Walter
chasing
spun
down
out.
Jaffa.
So
And,
I was on
yeah.
I was on the right car, thankfully, as I stepped away to the restroom for the action, and then Zebra was able to make that pass by with Walter dealing with dirty tires and maybe a little bit of damage. Does look like he did get some front right damage, a little bit of a broken light there, and maybe some damage on the front splitter there some too. And Tan Pum Pum, oh no, Tan Pum Pum spins
Also
off
spinning.
behind Walter, pushing too hard, trying to build that gap, or close that gap, I should say, and Sauce waiting. I'm wondering if Sauce maybe accidentally bumped Pum Pum, and so that's why he was sitting waiting there, and now Pum Pum's trying to get
I
those
think
dirty
it's
tires
gonna
back
be-
clean, and maybe has a little bit of damage.
With the waiting
going
up,
here.
especially, it seems like a very weird situation. I think we'll be seeing more of that come, come the middle of the stint. I think we'll be figuring out more on this situation. It seems like these two have really been in hot contention the entire race. They've been really going at it.
Yeah,
it's funny
Sauce and
to
Pum
see.
Pum,
Their
they've
strategies
definitely
are a little different, but-
been battling for sure. And Zebra was with them as well before he got past Walter. Now Walter trying to stick with Zebra, keeping that gap to only half a second. Looks like Zach went back into the pits again, so now Matt and Shade are going to get back up above him. And Walter, he's doing his best to keep on Zebra as they're going into the Dodger straight, see if he can get a better exit onto the Dodger and make that pass. However, I do
Zebra
think
seems
that
like
Walter
he's
might be going into the pit here after that little bit of damage.
He definitely, yeah. With the
And,
front right damage, I don't know if he'll be able to make the overtake like he'd really want here. Even if he does, I don't think he'd be able to get the braking zone done. So for
Zebra looks like he might have some damage in the front splitter as well, so that could be why Walter's able to make this move here. However, not sure if Walter's going to be able
Maintaining
to
at the hill,
maintain
wow.
it. Zebra does maintain out in front over the crest.
That's really
And,
crazy to see, especially after the Ferrari is definitely a little bit faster on the straights as they come breaking in here.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna
not
see if
sure.
anyone even gonna be
I'm not
taking
sure
any
the
pits or
top
anything.
speed difference.
Walter runs right into the back of Zebra, just absolutely nailing him. He
Yeah.
definitely is going to be coming in.
Walter
It looks
goes
like
in,
Pump Up is
Zebra
doing
stays out, so Zebra must not have too much damage. That might just be a little bit of curb rubbing there on the front splitter. However, Walter, he was definitely in need of pitting there.
Yeah,
right.
ghosting is
And
forced during
looks
that
like
situation.
Pum Pum hops off. Sauce also goes into the pit as well. So that will be a battle as they come out. Zebra, he's now out on his own. Got a nice gap behind him with those pitting behind him. Let's move our way back up the order and see where everyone else is sitting. Gab has fallen a little bit off a chicane. 3.5 seconds or so. Santos
We'll have to
building
watch the back of
further
the
away
grid
from
here.
chicane.
And we're going to see a lot of these guys really set in towards the second half of this stint. I think we're going to watch guys like lock in on their tires and stuff. We'll have to watch some of these gaps over the next
Absolutely, and it
little
looks
bit
like
see
we
kinda
have a
where they
close
go.
gap between Zach and Shade, under 2 seconds here. Let's see if Zach
There
can
must
close
have been
in on
something
Shade.
that happened here. It looks like
Zach
on the last
Zach
lap
pitted
was late
last
in the
lap.
game. Oh, okay.
Zach pitted last lap, so this is an out lap. Zach wasn't first. He pitted. Matt and Shade got by. And so now Zach's doing his best to stay tight with Shade, coming out with 2 seconds after the pit. And
Yeah, he
trying to
really is on
maintain
the
that
slow
gap
tires.
of 2 seconds. Would love to keep it a little bit closer, but the BMW does have a little bit more top line speed than the Porsche. So on this long straight, Shade is kind of pulling just a little bit. Also with not as fresh tires, so Zach's tires are probably still warming up a little bit for him. I imagine about this point in the lap, his tires are probably fairly warm. And so he's doing his best to close on Shade. So we'll keep an eye on this, but let's keep working our way down the order. Matt still staying clean out there. Looks like he just got fastest lap last lap with an 8:12.593. So he's really pushing that pace. Got 24.5 seconds, almost 25 seconds to Shade to second. And Shade really doing his best to try and pull some gap on Zach. But Zach doing his best to kind of maintain that within 2 seconds. Let's keep working our way down, see how the rest of the gaps are. It looks like everyone else is kind of maintaining their pace, kind of starting to separate a little bit. And Gavin now closing in on Chicane, so I don't know if Chicane maybe had a little bit of a slip up somewhere. But let's take a look at this. We're now within half a second.
Chicane ever pitted? I think he's
Chicane has pitted. He has pitted, I believe. Not sure when he last pitted though.
Yeah. No, yeah. I think
it's been a little while, so I'm sure his tires are probably
on one of his last lap because I mean
his tires are probably pretty warm.
Guys, I guess the next 10 minutes we'd probably see guys come in for their final pit. If they do one, it'd be a soft. I'm thinking a couple laps. So the last 30 minutes, I mean, if they're not going to go for the pit now, then this is going to be it. We're going to have to see these guys race it out.
Yeah, really curious to see what the pit strategy is going to finish out like for the rest of these guys for the rest of this stint. Gavin really doing his best to keep that gap on Chicane as close as possible. Whew.
Yeah, they're doing fantastic here. It looks like we've got a lot of clumping going on towards the back now too. I think that we got
let's keep
a lot of
working our way back a little bit. We'll come back to Gava Chicane here. It looks like Chicane's maintaining a little bit out.
We'll come back quick to that one.
Don't want to miss any of the action. This is a sometimes sketchy corner here, so let's stick with this for just 1 second. See if
he's really gaining pace on him right here. I'm wondering if something's wrong with Chicane's car. If he might be caught up.
I'm thinking it's probably worn tires, like you were saying. It's been a while since I've seen Chicane pit, and I think that's partially why Chicane was able to work his way up the leaderboard as much as he has.
Yeah, that's very true.
And so I do think that he's made some good ground, that he's not going to lose too much when he does go into the pit. However, I do think that it may be holding Gava up a little bit this lap, just since Gava is only on one lap worn tires compared. But let's look back down through the order, see how everything else is going. So Walter, Pum. So it looks like they had different pit strategy there. So maybe somebody had more damage or more fuel they needed to add. So there is more gap there.
That gap really widened between the two of them. They were really neck and neck.
And it looked like Fang finally got around Isaiah. Isaiah's still doing his best to kind of keep pace and keep clean. He's doing really well out here for himself.
I'm wondering when that happened as well. I mean, that's already a 9-second gap. I'm wondering what happened there for Isaiah.
It could have been last lap.
Yeah.
Maybe on the Dottinger or something. Not sure. But
really curious to see Fang over there.
Shade and Zach now, though. Less than a half-second gap. Zach really trying to put pressure on Shade, trying to close in on him as he's on his out lap. And Shade
he really caught up
on a lap or two worn tires. But yeah, with Zach's tires now warmed up, getting through the more technical section, Zach is quite familiar with this track. He's really shown his pace today.
Yeah, Zach really showed up. I think that we're going to see a lot of the AM drivers. They're really going to come out today and show that the practice that they've been doing. And I'm excited to see a lot more of the AM drivers that haven't shown up yet. Also,
absolutely.
Get on the track.
I'm going to guess Fang has done a stop and go simply just because how far back he is. However, I do not know for sure or not.
We'll have to confirm in the mid-stint.
But Fang being 3 minutes off the lead, I imagine he did do a stop and go because I know Fang's got some pretty good pace.
Yeah, I would have imagined, because I don't think I've seen a wreck or anything involving him. I think
no, I don't think so. I've seen him go into the pit a couple times, and so I think that is probably what that was.
Is Zach going to be able to hold the slip here? Or is Shade going to take it with the M6? He's gaining on him. This is unbelievable. That really stinks to see here. That M6 is just unbelievable on the straights and just overtaking on the course.
And it looks like Shade maybe got a little bit better of an exit onto the Dodger to be able to pull on him down it rather than getting closed in on. And so it is surprising to see Shade pulling away on Zach with the slipstream, but with the slight better exit and the slight better top speed for the BMW. Is
Are we
not
gonna
too
see Shade
surprising.
maybe come
But
in for a final pit?
let's see if Zach gets a late break here and is able to close even more on Shade. But Shade may be going into the pits here. Not just yet.
Nope,
So
hang out.
not sure if
Wow,
Shade's
this may be a race to the
trying to
end
last
here.
till the end here. We've got about 30 minutes left, or if he's going to maybe come in next lap to a soft stint for
Go
2
softs,
laps.
Yeah. I can see that happening for sure.
Yeah, this gap is very tight. Going into turn 1.
Wow, little bump on the back
Zach
end.
doing
as
his
they
best
come
not to
through.
bump him, but slight bump there. Lets him keep going. All fair. All is good.
Yeah, really close racing coming to that T1. He really just tightened the gap back up, and this is just going to be a battle again as they fight through the GP circuit. It looks like he got the gap down to a third. They're fighting through the
Oh, and
corners.
it looks like
he just got the
Zach
better exit.
might
Shade
be able
just
to get through
picking it
here.
a little wide. Yeah. Wow, Zach was just able
Zach
to
now
really
on the
get
inside
through
of this
that.
next corner. He might be able to take that unless
Wow,
Shade tries to
Shade
do
just
a
fell
undercut
off.
or a cutback, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to switch back there. So it does look like Zach makes the move on Shade. Is Shade now going to be able to stick with Zach or make a move back on Zach?
Wow, what an
Looks like he
unbelievable move
does.
from
What
Shade
an
here up the
incredible battle we have going on here. And Zach, though, still on the inside. However, Shade now backs out, gives Zach a
Shade
little bit of
tried to
space going there.
Yep.
Nicely done. Very smart move rather than trying to go too wide through there. But Shade now, let's see if he can keep on the bumper of Zach going into the Nordschleife.
I'm also wondering if he realized the pace they were losing. I could just tell in the first corner they were going to start losing significant pace if they started to fight this out. And I'm wondering
Absolutely.
if he just conceded, realizing I can follow and this will be just fast.
Yeah, teammate might have said, hey, not worth the fight. Just let him go by and just follow. Not sure. That's a good point, because it did look like Ian was closing down a little bit on that gap, but it looks like now it's kind of maintaining or possibly even going back the other direction.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it
Zach
looks like
now.
Ian. I wonder if Ian and Floco. It looks like the couple behind us are getting a little close for sure. 30
Ian's got a 30-second
second
gap to Floco. Floco's got about 10 seconds to Santos. Santos got 15 seconds to Chicane. Chicane's got a 1.5 second to Gava, so pulling a little bit
that
away
one's
from Gava
floating.
there now. Gava's got a 12.5 second to Zebra, 26.5 to Walter, 4.5 to Pum Pum, 22 to Sauce, 17.5 to APOC, 5 to Fang, and 20 to Isaiah. So pretty good gaps all around. Our closest gaps probably Shade and Zach, and
Yeah, they're really
Gava
going through
and
the fight right
Chicane.
now.
So let's keep an eye on Shade and Zach for now. I'm going to
I'd
switch up
imagine
to...
Shade in this scenario is really just kind of waiting for Zach to mess up. This is a scenario where you're gonna look at the AM driver and you're gonna say, "Hey, look, buddy, I'll let you go ahead. I'll follow behind you," knowing the pressure will create anxiety and create scenarios for you to overtake. You just gotta be there to capitalize.
Zach
on
may
it.
technically be the AM driver, but we know
Yeah, they're both
Zach's
very good drivers.
a
Yeah.
very good driver.
Clockworks is really showing up today.
Clockworks has a very solid team. Same with Fire and Ice, Sandbagger, Blue Ridge, Kayak, Yomp Yomp. A lot of these teams out here, they're very solid stack. Punarinos, SFASR. I know when Mike gets in there for Ferrodynamics, he's going to do what he can to pull their way back. Although Sauce has been doing pretty good himself. Although battling with Pum Pum maybe a little more than they want.
Having all of these amazing racers in one race for the TRC like this, man. Big shout out to everybody that's listening.
Yeah.
If you're here and participating, it's so huge. You guys, thank you so much.
Thanks for tuning in. If you're new to the racing club, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. You can scan the QR code on the bottom left if you want to join us on Discord. We do have races going all throughout the week, all the time. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we have Cup Series events going on. Fridays are typically Friday Fun Days. Monday, we have Miata Monday coming up. Wednesdays, we've got our GR86 Cup finishing up this week, I believe. Not sure what we have coming following Wednesdays after that. And then Fridays, like I said, Friday Fun. We've got our Endurance right now. This is one of this is our biggest endurance we've done yet. 8 hours, team, it's incredible. I know these teams have been looking forward to it for months on end, really putting in the time and practice. And then we do have a championship series coming up in a few weeks' time as well. That'll be our 6th season championship series. It's going to be an 8-race long season in Group 3 cars, so it's going to be a lot of fun. If you are interested in that at all, please scan that QR code and be on the lookout for that. Join us on the Discord. And for those that are already a part of the racing club on Discord with us, share with your friends, share with your family, whoever. Post us out there, get them on here with us, driving and having a good time. Let's continue our way through as we're right about 30 minutes left of this
Looks
stint.
like Shade.
Let's see how everyone's doing.
That gap is really
Yeah.
starting to kind of widen a little bit. I think Zach is just capitalizing on Shade here and just
Yeah,
trying to.
I think
pick
Zach
out
with the
lead.
fresher tires is probably able to pull a little bit more on Shade. It looks like Shade's probably on at least lap 3 or 4 of these tires. So Zach having the fresher tires, that's helping him some. But Shade doing a great job at not letting that gap grow too much and keeping it as close as he can and still keeping that gap from Ian. Let's keep going to our way down, make sure everyone else is still doing well, keeping clean. Looks like everyone is so far. Oh, and Gava right on Chicane, making the move here.
Fighting him up.
And
up.
Chicane going off
Looks like Chicane
a
going
little
off on the
wide.
side a little. Gava able to take this, clutch it up. Looks like he's able to get a
Gava
good
does
pace.
get through.
Chicane with those dirty tires is not going to be able to maintain the speed that he needs to.
Yeah, that
to
is
keep the gap
unfortunate.
here.
Looked like Chicane did get some dirty tires, and Gava was able to get by. Chicane now struggling to get around this corner, going into the carousel. Let's see how they handle through the carousel, but well done by Gava, making a move on the Nordschleife. And
like he was
Chicane
able
does
to
seem
catch
to
a
be
better
struggling
exit.
here. His tires are probably wearing quite a bit. It has been a little bit since
It
he's
might
pitted.
be time for that final pit stop
I
for
think
him.
so, and he's probably going to pit and probably hop into softs, if I had to imagine, for the final stint. Zebra, he's trying to close that gap to Chicane as best as he could before that happens. 5.5 seconds there now. Walter trying to keep as much space between him and Pum Pum. Pum Pum's got that down to 2.5 seconds as they go into the carousel now below 2 seconds. Walter trying to pull away, both on fresh tires. So
I think Pum Pum's been reducing this gap. I think that he's really trying to catch up to Walter here. He's had him in his sights for quite a bit now.
Pum
I
Pum
think he's really
has been working on this gap for the entire lap. Yeah,
I think so.
They've closed it down. I believe it was like 5 or 6 seconds last time we checked, and now it's below 2. So
yeah,
let's stick with this for a little bit. It looks like Pum Pum should be able to continue to close on Walter here, as long as Walter doesn't get too much pressure on him and make a mistake or anything. Hopefully. Speak of mistake, looks like Walter might have gone a little bit wide there. Actually, I believe it is Sargent or SGT.
That's currently racing
behind the wheel currently. But yeah, did go a little wide on the last corner. However, was able to maintain it. But with those dirty tires struggling through these next couple corners, and Pum Pum is really able to close that gap now down to below a second.
Second there, literally able to catch up into the slipstream. I think that Pum Pum's going to set himself up to be able to take a good overtake on
Absolutely. And you know, Pum Pum's been riding the curbs. The BMW eats him up, whereas that Ferrari struggles quite a bit more with the curbs. And so that gap now down to half a second. Pum Pum doing their best they can to get as close as possible before they go into the Dottinger straight. Might be able to make a pass before then even. So let's see here. No, it doesn't look like. It looks like Pum Pum is waiting for the right time, waiting for the Dottinger straight, going down into the mini carousel here now. Don't want to make a mistake like last time where they spun.
If he does not catch himself close enough to Walter here coming out, though, this may spell bad for him.
Yeah, it depends on who's going to get the better exit going on to the Dottinger. It does look like Walter's going a little wide. Oh, no, Pum Pum goes wide. Pum Pum goes wide, going on the Dottinger and loses out. Walter is able, or SGT is able to capitalize and stay clean and pull away on the Dottinger. Now pulling that gap back above 2.5 seconds. what a fantastic job from
Walter
SGT to
easily could
not
have
get
pulled this thing
overpressured. And
Yeah,
Pum
with
Pum
that
pushing just a
pressure.
little bit too much, trying to get that better exit on the Dodger. Does end up hurting themselves, and it looks like Chicane now finally coming to the pits off that stint on
Finally
hards.
coming for that
Imagine
pits.
he's going to be coming into softs. We'll see if he comes out in front of Walter and Pum
I'd
Pum.
like to see if he takes the extra fuel either. He's going to be basically empty tank with softs.
Looks like
but
he's taking a little bit extra fuel,
41,
not
just
too much
enough to
though.
finish.
So just enough to get himself across
To
the
the
finish
end, yeah.
line. And let's see where he comes out. So he does come out on softs, and he is coming out right in front of, right behind Walter
Wow,
actually.
looks
And
like
so
Walter was able to maintain the
does
pace.
does come out in front of Pum Pum due to Pum Pum having that error going on to the Dodger. However, Walter does make it by Chicane just in time. Now with Chicane on fresh tires, it was fresh softs he came out on. He's probably going to have a little bit faster pace than Walter here. So going through the GP circuit, it is starting to kind of darken up on us with clouds. So that track is probably getting a little bit cooler, probably a little bit slicker for some of
Definitely a
those
little
that are on the
cooler.
harder tires. And
Or
Chicane
newer,
now
yeah.
with fresh soft tires, able to make a move, no problem on Walter.
Ooh, it looks like a little contact there.
Little
Walter
contact, little
tried
bump
to-
and go. Nothing wrong there.
It looked like they're all good.
And yeah, Chicane's probably going to start pulling away from Walter now, with Walter being on
Able to take that lead.
third or fourth more tire lap now, and Chicane on fresh softs. Yeah, really starting to pull that gap. And Pum Pum about 6 seconds back now. Does have a 1.5 second penalty, so that
Hit
is going to
that
hurt them.
penalty, Yeah, he must have just picked that up for cutting. Yeah, that's
Wal-
a rough
Walter's
penalty. to serve.
got a little bit of a break there now for themselves, or SGT, I should say.
Yeah, most
Dutch Performance
definitely.
Racing. And then Sauce, he's doing well. Got a gap to
What's
Apoc
what's
still.
up with
man.
second and third place? Are they still fighting? Zach and Shade are still real close. 5 seconds apart.
Zach and Shade, 5.5 second now. So Zach's
They are
gonna
actually
pull the
Zach
cross,
is pulling on it,
pulled away from Shade. Try to close that gap to Matt as much as he can, or keep it as close as he can, I should say.
If we
Currently at
expect
about
Matt to
35
do one more
seconds.
pit, I mean, this could be huge for Zach to.
Really
Get
curious
back
if
up
Matt
there.
is going to need to pit again. He might need to. I'm not sure how much tire
If
he's
Matt
got left
went
on
for the
these.
one stop here, this could be a really good strategy for him. That might have set him up in a really good standing, especially with his teammate coming in afterwards. This could be, really putting them in a good position.
Absolutely. Which one
What's up
stop
with
is a brave strategy. Just worn tires on the Nordschleife is
It's gonna be rough.
not something I'd want to deal with personally. I'd say that.
Yeah, it can be rough.
That gap
Um,
continues to grow to Shade. We've got
How's the
Ian,
rest?
Floco, Santos.
Oh, they're 6 seconds apart. That's not bad. Gav Zebra 7 seconds. I think
Yeah,
my
we've
Gav's
got
on
Walter and
one,
Chicane.
actually.
Chicane's continuing to pull away from Walter a little bit, almost
Yeah.
to 2 seconds now, and Pum Pum almost down to 10 seconds behind Walter now.
Yeah,
so
wow. It looks
really
like he got
struggling
shaken
for
up.
Pum Pum. I'm wondering if they got some dirty tires as well, as much as that 1.5 second penalty too. Probably playing with their head a little bit too.
Yeah.
So, and it looks like Fang's trying to close his gap to Apoc a little bit now to 13.5 seconds, growing a little bit more from Isaiah. Cobra's
think
going to have a
he's
lot
really
of work
just
to
trying to
do
stay consistent
in
here.
his
Fang is-
stints.
Yeah, Fang is really just gonna have to dial in and stay consistent. I think the thing for him is he just can't really spin out. I think that with the penalties that he has to serve and just everything
Absolutely.
going on with him, he's gonna have to really lock in here. But I think this
Absolutely.
first stint is actually gonna be position-wise one of his worst stints. I know that. I think there was an initial large penalty for having no teammate, and then now he'll just receive smaller penalties race to race or stint
Right,
to stint.
right, yeah. So the
So
initial
he may
penalty,
be able to make up that gap.
he had to pair his time with the slowest time for qualifying, basically. So that did put him third to last with qualifying. So he did start kind of towards the back, then having to serve those drive-through penalties for not having an AM driver with him. It is going to hurt him a little bit. I imagine he's probably going to try and knock those out in the first 2 stints.
That's what I was
He
gonna
only has
say,
to
if he
serve
can get
2,
them
and
done
then that way the stint 3 and 4 he can really
lock
push
in. Yeah, I think
and
that we're gonna see. You
make
know, it's
those
gonna be.
moves.
I think it'll be kind of wild actually to see this solo driver versus the pro and ams, because like I was saying earlier, we're going to see such a huge mix up between these different drivers. You know, being able to have, you know, somebody that's 20 seconds ahead on pace jump into the car and
Yeah.
seeing that, you know, span
Absolutely.
out over the course of 2 hours, that's going to be massive.
Absolutely. Yeah, so let's jump back up towards the top now. Let's see where we're looking. So that gap, Zach's keeping that gap
35.
at 35 seconds.
Keeping him honest.
Zach's doing a great job here at keeping pace with Matt as best as he can. Keep that gap to stay the same and still growing a little bit more on Shade. Really curious to see how these gaps are going to line up towards the end here. We got about 20 minutes to go.
Really throwing these guys for a loop. It looks like Shade's average lap times was in the 20s. I mean, that is definitely unusual for him. More tires or not, I think that the clouds are really cooling the temperature down of the track more than the guys are maybe expecting. We're seeing a little bit of sliding, some understeer into a lot of these corners. Like, I think it may be throwing them for a loop more than we think.
Yeah, I think the colder track with the worn tires is probably making it a little bit trickier than they were expecting.
Shade 9 seconds off pace right now. Like, that is wild.
It's a little surprising. He's usually got quite good pace. I do think it is probably a little bit of something with tires and the cooler track temperatures. And it does look like the track might be a little humid as well too.
Yeah, that
so
can be a
not sure
huge
if they're
factor.
dealing with any mist or humidity or anything like that, but it does look like the track is quite a bit cooler and those tires are struggling a little bit more for grip, but most of these guys seem to be holding all right. And I do believe Shade is probably on his last stint as far as tires go.
I believe so.
As long
I
as he
think
doesn't
at this point,
get
I'd be
any
very
damage or
surprised
anything
to
like
see
that.
anybody take a pit stop at this point. They must be
Yeah,
doing for a
if,
2-lap sprint at the end, but
I would say
we
if
have to
anyone's pitting
imagine,
this
you
lap,
know,
it's
the only
either
race
'cause
that
they
we're
need to
technically
or
running out is
damage.
going to be our final stint. I mean, you know, these drivers that you imagine they're going to be setting up for that 2-hour mark. It's not necessarily the end of their lap. So,
Right.
you know, a lot of these guys may be, you know, having their tires run out, you know, right at that 2 hours or maybe whatever it may be.
Right.
I feel
I
like
just
we're
got
watching a
word
lot of different
SGT
scenarios.
spun, and so we're checking back on Walter here. SGT, Dutch Performance. So it does look like they lost that gap to Chicane, now down to 11 seconds, and Pum Pum's gap is to 6.5 seconds. However,
info. Shade is on hards.
Pum Pum does still have 1.5 seconds to go, and so, or a 1.5 second penalty as they're going on to the Dodger here. So that is going to give SGT a little bit more breathing space.
Breathing room, yeah. Well, it's also good for. Oh wow, and he runs it
and
wide.
Pum
This
Pum
could be huge
almost
for
running
Sauce.
wide, getting a little bit dirtier tires. So they're
Sauce could
probably
really make it up here.
They're probably hurting pretty good with those tires, and see if Sauce can make any improvement here. See if he can make any gain as he goes onto the Dodger straight for
We'll
fair
have
dynamics.
to see as they start their next lap, you know, coming out of the Dodger.
Yeah, we're not going to see a gap change here just yet, I don't think. And we did get word somebody was on hards.
Shade's on hards for the slow pace. That's what it is. So he's
Okay,
definitely going
that
to be
makes sense
finishing
for
on
Shade.
those tires.
Yeah. Oh, and
Yeah,
Zach
you know-
now down to a 33.9 second gap. So
That's
closing
what I
that
was
gap
gonna
to
say,
Matt
man.
just a little bit.
For Matt
Zach,
to be popping these lap times that he's doing, like, I'm wondering if he's on the mediums or if he's on the softs. Like, he cannot be on the hards to pop an 814 like that. He might have just gone to another set of mediums.
he might be on hards. You never know. Matt is quite a talented driver.
He was the fastest, I think, of the time trials, was he not? Yeah.
He was, and by a fairly significant margin. Matt is a newer member to the club, but he is fast. He is very, very fast. But Zach proven he's fast too. And Zach put in the time and effort. I've seen him practicing almost daily for the last couple weeks at least, preparing for this. So I know he has really been putting the effort. I know he and Raiden and Clockworks Racing really do want to come out on top, at least get a podium, but they would love to take a win here. And I know Matt's doing everything he can to give his teammate a gap to work with. Currently with a 33.5 second gap. Zach currently has a 10.5.
I think he'll maintain this one to the end
Shade.
of the race. I think watching Shade and Zach is going to be a bigger testament, because I think Shade's really going to try to just, you know, capitalize with the tires that he has to really try to just finish this out strong to get himself in a good position starting.
Yeah, I think Shade's probably focused on just keeping it clean. They got probably about 2 laps to go, not quite for this stint. Santos, he's probably just trying to keep it clean as well.
If Shade can get Jay to start in a podium position for the next stint, that could be a really good start, especially just 11 seconds off pace.
And I know Jay's been putting in a lot of time as well.
He has, yes, definitely.
I've seen him on every night practicing, and so he's definitely been prepping for this and ready to show what he's got. And I'm really curious to see what kind of pace he has compared to his teammate Shade for Blue Ridge Motorsport. And same with Ian and Sully. Sully, I know, has been putting in a lot of practice as well too. So I'm really curious to see what kind of pace he'll put in. Ian's given himself a good position with 4th so far. We do still have about 15 minutes left in this stint, so a lot of things can still happen. The North Life, there's a reason it's called the Green Hell, and that's because anything can happen on it at any time.
Especially
new things surprise me every time. So but let's keep going through these gaps here. Floco's got a nice comfortable gap to Gabba with about 7 seconds. Gabba's got a nice comfortable gap to Zebra, 11 seconds. Zebra's still maintaining that gap to Chicane. It does look like it's now below 7 seconds. Chicane doing everything he can to get his teammate Nooney a good position as well. And Walter doing everything he can to recover after his spin. Maintaining
looks like he was able to
himself.
gain on Sauce, actually. Funny enough, we thought that maybe.
So Sauce was behind Pum Pum, but Pum Pum had that penalty. Pum Pum had that penalty, and so I think that hurt them. Sauce was able to make way on that, probably after Dottinger.
Did we miss that? Wow.
Oh, Pum Pum pit. So we did miss that. Okay, so Pum Pum pit.
Yeah.
They probably put
Must
some
have had
fresh
the
softs
damage.
on for the last 2. Maybe had a little bit of damage. That
so he
is
can
certainly
make a
what
comeback
let
here
Sauce
against
by.
Sauce here. We'll have to watch that.
Yeah, really curious to see how much time Pum Pum can make on Sauce. It's down to below 9 seconds now, so certainly
he's really making time.
Some pace. We'll come check on that again in a second here. Let's keep working our way through everybody. So Fang, he's still working his way back up to APOC, now below 13
Definitely
seconds.
on the hard
doing
tier
a
for
great
Fang.
job there.
He's going to be just trying to finish this stint out and just keep his time where he's at.
Absolutely. Oh, Isaiah a little bit off track, but keeps it clean.
On track.
Does a good job getting himself back on track without too much risk reward. Does pick up a half-second penalty, but that's okay. It's better than going off and crashing and picking up a lot of damage. So hopefully Isaiah can keep it clean here for Cobra and bring it home and let that next stint get back to work. Back up at the top, Matt still maintaining pretty good pace, but Zach did get that gap down to 33 seconds. Just below, and so
it looked like he chops away at it just a little bit. You know, honestly, Matt is really consistent here, and he's able to maintain that gap. That's going to be
and I think Matt, you know, he's really probably just trying to make these tires last at the end at this point with 12 minutes to go. I'd be surprised if he came into the pit again.
I cannot imagine. I feel like he's probably going to try to run these out.
It would be surprising if he didn't, I think. But Zach really pushing, really doing everything he can to close that gap as much as he can to Matt. Really put himself and his teammate in a good position for the overall. Where Shade, he's doing his best, it looks like, to keep clean to the end. Try not to go off track anymore, or try not to get any more damage and nurse those hards to the back.
Having a rough time on these hards.
He might actually be looking to go into the pit here just for some softs to finish out. As he
to run it
goes
wide like that too.
As he goes onto the Dodger. I think those tires really are getting the best of him at this point. It doesn't look like he has really any damage anywhere else.
I'd
so
be surprised to
I
see
do
him
think
run
it's the
those out.
tires giving him the most difficulty here, and so
He might try to just take it easy with just 10 minutes left. He might try to nurse them for one more lap.
yeah, we'll see. We'll find out. And Ian coming on the Dodger straight now, just pitted last lap, so
Are we going to see Matt go for the
for
pit?
the previous lap.
He's quickly coming over the line right now.
Nope.
Oh, wow,
Matt
he
did not go for the pit, so he is staying out on those tires.
Staying out. Wow.
And Zach is continuing to close on him. Really curious to see how close this gap will be by the end of this lap, with
Yeah,
Matt being
because
on the
Matt
more worn
dropped-
tires.
He
And
dropped 5 seconds on that last lap. Matt did. That was a considerable drop of pace. I think that Zach could make a lot of time up here.
yeah, well, and now Zach's tires are going to start to be wearing on him a little bit too, so he may not be able to carry as much pace this next lap. However, I know he's still probably going to be pushing to close that gap as much as he can by the end of this stint, which we do have 10 minutes left of this stint, so keep an eye out for the end of the stint. When the 2 hours is up, we will be finishing the stint, not waiting to cross the line or anything like that. It will be up right at the 2 hours, and then we will get stint 2 prepped and ready to go. I should have that up hopefully by 10 a.m. Central Time, my time, and have that stint 2 starting at that time. That's about 40 minutes from now. Give us about half hour between stints to figure things out, make sure we have everything lined up as we need to. Again, those tuning in with us, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Those that are new with us to the Racing Club, please feel free to scan the QR code in the bottom left and join us on Discord. We do have races all week long. And if you're interested in another endurance event like this, we do plan on having more endurance events like this one. We also will usually have some smaller endurance events throughout the year as well that are more solo, just 2-hour races. But we've been testing these team events out, been really enjoying them. Everyone else seems to really enjoy it as well. The team aspect gives a little bit more of a competitiveness in a way. Team playership, you're able to have kind of an engineer in a way, and so a lot of people like that aspect. Gives a little bit more of a real life feeling. We're hoping maybe in GT8 Gran Turismo will allow us to do driver swaps. Maybe one day that'll come, but for now we've figured out a way how to do it. This is the best way we've figured out so far. It's working out. And
I think it's a great system, honestly. I'm excited to see how this all pans out because we've done quite a few of these kind of like doubled up events. We've tried different multi-classes and stuff in the past. And if you guys are just watching for the first time, like he said, if you do not know about this and you want a good, clean place to race, racing clubs know better. We're always trying to switch things up too, to trying to make it new and fresh and fun for everybody. This is technically, we're going on 1 year for the TRC, and it's only going to get better as we come through this endurance race. We have so much lined up for the club. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Racing Club, we're a year old. Just over a year old. Just hit it last month. End of April was a year for the Racing Club when it first started. And, this event here is a big one to kind of help us celebrate that. And just, really show what the club's turned into and what it's become. And, never would have thought a year ago that we'd be over 1,000 members now. And
yeah, it's wild.
It's awesome. And hoping that will, get more and more people to get involved and join our races, join our cup races and everything like that. It's been a lot of fun. This last year's been such a great time. And so, yeah, let's get back to the race here. Looks like Floco's closing in on Santos. That gap was at 6 seconds. Now it's down below 5, so it does look like Floco put on some fresh tires the previous lap.
Their gap is super wide, and he's just making so much time on Santos. Floco is just dialed in right now. It looks like he's taking this last stint seriously and really trying to make sure that he gets pushed ahead.
Yeah, I think he's on the soft tires for this final stint, because he did pit the previous lap, and so that is probably what's helping him with this pace here, close in on Santos. Really curious to see if he's going to be able to get past Santos by the time this stint's over. Now with just 6 minutes to go and a 4-second gap. But should be able to get to at least the Dottinger by the end of the stint. And that might be enough for him to get past Santos. At least be quite close.
Yeah, he's really tearing it down now. I don't know what's up with Santos. If you want to visit up with him and see if he's got maybe some wrecked tires.
Santos, I think it's just tires.
Yeah, he is really
it's been a little bit since he's pitted, and I think he's on hards as well. And so he's on a harder compound, more worn. Floco's on a fresher tire and softer compound. So kind of has both those things going for him.
Yeah, I think he's really. I mean, you can even see the gap to Gav. I think Gav is on those worn tires as well. He's really.
Yeah, and Gav's on a harder worn tire as well. Let's keep moving down the line. It looks like something happened to Pum Pum. Pum Pum's gap to Sauce is now only 6 seconds, but
6 seconds. Yeah.
Let's move back up to Chicane. And Zebra. Zebra and Chicane,
wow,
3.5 second
right
gap
now.
there. But Floco really starting to close in on Santos, only 2 seconds
He's
now.
coming up on him so quickly right now. I'm wondering if Santos has some kind of damage or something, because he's making up his
I think
gap.
it's just the tire difference at this point.
Yeah, this is wild. Well, I mean, we're also seeing some really cloudy conditions like we were talking about. With the bad tires, that could be really spelling bad.
Yeah,
for
it
this
looks a
driver.
little foggy, a little misty even too, and so that could be causing a little bit of dampness on the track, causing those tires to be, just a little more slick, not quite as grippy as they may want them to be. But hey, you got to do what you got to do, and you got to.
Dude, that's it. Floco is making it up here, just dialing it in towards Santos, making up so much time. He's a second up on his personal best right now.
Gotta
really
use your strategy.
Yeah, it looks like he is really just taking this in and trying to capitalize. Maybe before Dottinger, I can imagine he's trying to put himself there before the straight, so that he
going through the first carousel here. We've got about 3.5 minutes left. They'll probably be getting onto the Dottinger right about that time. Santos trying to keep that gap as much as he can.
Yeah, I think they'll have
check back on
enough
this
time to race over the front of the line.
Just a little bit, but let's let's stick here for a second, and then as the time comes close to an end, we will we'll cycle through and get everybody's gap to the leader.
Back of the pack seems pretty close right now. 13-14. Are they
1 second. We're less than a second here with Floco and Santos. So Santos going to try and defend this, or is he going to let Floco by, knowing he's on the softer tire compound and fresher tires? Really curious to see how Santos handles this and how Floco handles this, or if Floco's just going to be patient and wait for the Dottinger and try and get a run on him there. Really curious, but we are running low on time for this stint.
Wow.
Just 2.5
really
minutes
right up
to
to
go.
the line here.
It is going to come down to the wire between Floco and Santos. They're going to be almost starting at the same time for stint 2.
He's able to stay right there in his slipstream.
Kayak and SFASR are not going to have very far apart from each other starting on stint 2.
Yeah,
really curious to see how this is going to finish, as we're coming down to only 2 minutes left.
It looks like about half a second is the gap he's going to need to maintain coming on to Dottinger here to get the slipstream he needs to get the overtake done.
Yeah, well,
really, this could
I'm really curious to see if he'll be able to get
the
better exit out onto the Dottinger. Having the fresher tires, he should be able to, as long as he doesn't stay too close going into it. But it does look like here he does get the run, but oh no, Santos defends just enough, and Floco bumps him, is not able to get by.
Able to maintain it.
And Santos able to stay out in front, and with that
slipstream,
it looks like Santos might be able to stay in front, although Floco is closing in now pretty quick with a minute and a half to go. Floco is moving in very fast now down the Dottinger with the slipstream. That Mercedes does have great top end,
Oh yeah, he's
And
totally
with the
overtaking
with
him
the
here
softer
with the
tire,
final
he's
minute
definitely taking him
entering.
down here. Santos staying close, giving him extra space with the worn tires for the braking zone. Not a problem at all. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Floco. Is he going to be able to
Unbelievable
maintain
here.
into turn one? He goes for the defensive inside.
This gap is wild. These guys are fighting it out to the last second here
Last
in their
second.
first stint.
Absolutely. My goodness. Ooh, and the switchback. It does look
Oh,
like there's a
fantastic
slight bump there, but they
front.
do wait. So as they come down to the wire here, 30 seconds. Oh, and Santos does give another bump to Floco. They do wait. So I
Yeah,
think we're going
they're
to
both gonna be-
basically call them the same time. Let's get through the order here now as we're finishing up on the 2-hour mark for our stint. About 15 seconds to go. Gap to the leader for Zach is going to be 26 seconds. Gap for Shade is going to be 46 seconds. Gap for Ian, 1:07 seconds. Floco, 1:56 seconds. Santos, 1:57 seconds. Gava, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Shirkane, 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Zebra, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Walter, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Pum Pum, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Sauce, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. APOC, 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Fang, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. And Isaiah, 4 minutes and 36 seconds. So that is all of our times to the leader. Again, all right, those are all cycled through, and we will be finishing this stint right here, right now.
Unbelievable. I'm about to go jump in myself. Thanks for having me here.
Thanks for being here, Shuck. Appreciate you joining. And we'll see you again.
Luck on the next few stints. Keep the voice together, brother. Get someone else in here.
Appreciate it. We'll get somebody else in here shortly. Thanks again, Shuck. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close the lobby. All right, everybody, those that can hear me. All right, and those that are with us on the stream, please bear with me while we're getting this next lobby set up for the for stint 2. We'll get somebody else here to chat with me in a little bit while we're on break as well. That way, you know, kind of keep everybody entertained a little bit. Yeah, bear with me. I'm just going to stay on mute for a second here while we get things squared away a little bit. But then shortly, I'll get somebody else in here to chat with. And yeah, all should be good there. I need to double check, make sure I... All right, thanks for sticking with us, everyone that's tuning in. We do have a little bit of a break here before we get into stint 2, but we'll get that going here shortly. I'm going to bring in Pum Pum from stint 1 to chat with us here. Hey, Pum Pum, how you doing? Pum Pum, can you hear me? Oh, hang on. I gotta switch the priorities here. Properties. Here we go. Okay. All right. Now we should be able to hear Pum Pum. How you doing, Pum Pum?
Yeah, right. I can hear you.
Perfect. I can hear you now too. I had to get you onto the stream to be able to hear you. Yeah. So how'd stint 1 go for you? I saw there was a couple little incidents there, but you were fantastic about being a very courteous driver and waiting for your or not teammate, competitor after a slight bump. So that is very very awesome of you and what we expect in the club. And so thank you for doing that, Pum Pum. And yeah, just tell us a little bit how'd that stint go for you? How'd you feel? I know, like I said, there was a couple little bumps and spins, but nothing too crazy. It looked like you still held pace pretty good. So yeah, just give us a little bit from your perspective.
I mean, it was good overall in terms of I know that I've got the pace to hang with a lot of the guys. The problem is obviously because of the incidents, like we're quite far back, so it's just about not losing time across the next 3 stints, really. But yeah, the incidents themselves, there was a couple with I believe Sangoma where
with
I
Sauce.
think that was yeah,
you and Sauce were having quite the battles. It was very entertaining to watch. I'll give you that. But yeah, you guys did have a couple bumps back and forth.
I think I remember the first one was definitely down to netcode rather than anything, because my teammate went back and watched it, and it basically, we both braked. I braked a bit more, and
Yeah.
then his car kind of pulled backwards into mine,
Yeah.
but he hadn't braked anymore. So that one was down to netcode, and I think there was a couple others where it was down to that. And then about halfway through my stint, basically so I don't have like the best setup or anything. I've kind of just got my stuff whacked on my desk and the
Right.
my pedals on the floor, and they kind of were starting to shift about. So that's when I started spinning and everything, because it was all in different positions.
Yeah.
So, but you know, it happens, and I mean, this is the first kind of event that I've been part of.
Yeah,
So,
well,
you know,
we're happy to have you as
most
well. I know
help.
you've joined a little bit for some of the cup races we do, and so yeah, happy you were able to join us for this endurance, and you've definitely shown you've got some pace, and so yeah, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, I will have to see how it goes through
Yeah.
the next 2 stints. I've
It-
got my
it-
teammate taking over.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, when there's those net code issues too with some of the bumps and stuff like that. Not much you can do about it, but you did the right thing, and I know you've got Mick as your teammate. I know she's been putting in the work to try and find that pace as well and learn Nordschleife as best they can to
Yeah,
keep that pace
and
and keep it clean at least throughout it. So hopefully hopefully they can hold on to it for you, and maybe get a space or two. You never know. Really curious to see who's going to be driving in stint 2. I think it's going to make quite the story depending on who's in the lobby.
yeah, and I think there'll be
Comparative.
a lot of discussions about. I think stint 2. I imagine everyone's going to swap over, but I reckon for stint 3, I think that's where it's going to get a bit jumbled up, and some people might stay on between 2 and 3. I reckon.
Yeah, I think
There'll
so
be
too.
that kind of discussion depending on what happens. But yeah, with my teammate Mick, most of the practice is just being about consistency and just keeping it on the road, which unfortunately didn't happen for me. But the point about these long races is just keep it on the black stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, keep it on track, and just keep it clean, keep it consistent, stay on track, and that's going to get you further along than trying to push too hard and end up sliding off a little bit, losing 10 seconds here and there. Whereas if you can just keep it on track, even if your pace isn't quite as fast, it's going to keep you clean. It's going to keep your tires cleaner. It's going to, in the long run, just be better for you overall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I hope this next stint goes better for us as a team, and then obviously towards the end of it, we'll kind of have an idea of who will be driving for stint 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I know with the weather and this next stint coming up, it is going to be a little bit cooler weather, a little bit cloudier, possible chance of some sprinkling, some rain. It is supposed to be just light drizzle, so shouldn't get too heavy or anything, but still will make a difference on track. And depending on where they're at with the tires, or depending on where they're at with tires, when that rain comes, when that drizzle comes, depending on where they're on track as well, it can make a difference. So if they're not prepared for that, then they might be in a little bit of world of hurt. But hopefully they'll be ready for it and be all right.
Yeah, you have to imagine that a lot of people will be keeping their eyes on the weather radar.
Oh,
Because
100%.
The last thing you want is to be caught out by any sort of rain. And like you say, even a little bit can spice things up. And the curbs here, as soon as they get a little bit wet, they're lethal.
Right.
You touch the curb and you spin so much.
Oh yeah, it's
certain corners.
the curbs and the grass, when they get a little damp here, it's very dangerous. It becomes almost like an ice rink.
Especially
it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I think after the carousel, that is the most tricky bit of the track to get if it's damp.
If
Everywhere else is kind of straightforward. It's just braking zones, and you can avoid the curbs. Whereas
if
in
it
that
drizzles
section,
at the carousel, people are going to be in some hurt.
yeah.
Carousel's the last place you want it to be drizzling or wet. I'll say that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hopefully, there's no big incidents though.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Yeah, and thankfully the first stint we didn't have too many incidents. That was fantastic.
Oh yeah, it was very clean, and I noticed that there were other people that were also doing the right thing and waiting if there was incidents. So I
Yep.
think all round, I think people understand what the expectations are, and generally it seemed that everyone has good respect for everyone else.
Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully so. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here and not always the best at it. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Stint 2 plays out as we get further into Stint 2. It'll probably start to get darker and darker. I believe it's supposed to get it closer to nighttime in Stint 2. Yeah, should be a good stint. Really excited to see how everyone fares and handles the changing weather with it getting a little damp at times and just cooler, misty, kind of foggy. Should be really interesting to see how it all plays out. Well, Pum, I appreciate you joining me in here for a little bit. You're welcome to stay for a little while if you'd like. Keep chatting. See if I can get somebody else pulling in here if they want to.
Yeah, being great to be here.
Didn't start. Well, sounds good. Thank you, Pum. Helos, the stint will start at the top of the hour. Hello, Gabba. Okay, let's see. So, as everyone's gathering into the lobby for Stint 2, looks like we've only got 12 in here so far, so we need to get the rest of everybody entered in here, and then we'll be able to get the grid set. I do have the times in front of me. So, for those that are tuning in, bear with me. I'm going to get the spectate mode on here for you so you guys can kind of just watch as these drivers for Stint 2 warm up a little bit. I'm going to take a quick break, grab something to drink, and then we'll be back and we'll get this going. Yeah, enjoy watching Team Invincible do some warm-up practice laps, and we'll be back shortly. All right, everybody, I'm back. Let's see here. I'm going to hop into the other voice chat real quick. We're going to get a roll call going, get everybody situated. And so just give me one moment here. Okay.
Eggman.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Delivery that Matex has done for me has disappeared off my account. I don't know if it has anything to do with his account being closed, but I don't have access to it anymore.
Okay. Did you ask
I mean,
him about it?
I've messaged him, but he hasn't replied. Like.
Okay. Give me a moment.
I don't. I wouldn't know how to go about looking for it either.
Well, are you friends with him on GT?
Yeah, I've messaged him, but
if you go to
he's
Showcase
off.
and go to his profile and look under.
Hang on, slow down. Walk me through it, please, mate.
Yeah. Go to Showcase.
And
then if you're following him, go to
Showcase.
Following.
Following. Yeah.
And then you should be able to click on liveries, filter it that way more.
Styles.
It might be styles or something like that. And you might be able to find it there. If not, do you have something close enough at least?
Yeah, I've got something close. It's got a stripe down the middle.
That's fine. We do need you to get you in the lobby as soon as possible so I can set grid.
Okay, yeah, sorry, man. I was just looking for his
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. We're trying to get in contact with him too to get in contact with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, as long as you have something close enough, then we'll work with that and we can figure it out for the later stints. But
yeah, I'm a bit gutted because I had that brain tumor charity
yeah, I remember you saying that.
Oh well, shit happens. Okay, I'm just entering lobby now. So. I know one of his accounts was closed, was blocked either till today or till tomorrow, so maybe that's why I can't find it.
Oh, I wonder if it was in one of that accounts or he was
was
rocking a livery earlier, so if he has that one shared. But like I said, let's just worry about getting into the lobby for now, and as long as you have something close, and we can worry about that.
It's just loading up now, mate.
Between.
Yeah, I need the code.
It is X9F4EY. Thought we were friends, Trev. Just make sure you have it on
Yeah.
set region to all.
It is, yeah. X9.
F4 E
F4
Y.
E Y. Yeah, that's weird. I am your friend, but it wouldn't.
I think because it's on private, so you have to put the code in no matter what.
Oh, okay, mate. Cool. In there now.
All right. And then, yeah, once you're entered in, I'll set the grid. All right. I'm going to go ahead and set the grid, and then we're going to take roll, and then I'll be the one that releases you. So listen for me to tell you when to go. Alright guys, I'm just setting the grid almost there. Alright, I've got the grid set. Let's go ahead and take roll, and we'll get started. Trevor.
Yes, mate.
Raiden.
Raiden's here.
Okay. Jay.
Go ahead and take roll.
Is Jay good? Okay. Ian.
Yep. Ian's ready.
Max.
Yes. Jay is good.
Okay, thank you.
We're doing a check now.
Is Max ready? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And Floco.
Medics.
Or JP, I mean. Sorry.
We're ready.
Shuck. Is Shuck ready? Either Gava or Shuck say something. Noonie. Is Noonie ready?
Oh, I'm in the wrong car.
Trevor.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, lads.
Just change your car, please.
Really sorry. Bloody
It's
hell.
okay. Just change your car. You,
The mayor, JP knows what happened.
It's okay. Noonie. Is Noonie ready?
Yeah, Noonie's ready.
Is Chris ready?
Yomp yomp.
Is Walter ready?
Sorry.
Yes.
Is Nick ready?
Yeah, Mick's ready.
Is Mike ready?
Mike is ready. Mike is ready.
Is Galahad ready?
Galahad is good to go.
Is Fang ready?
I'm ready.
And is Cobra ready?
I'm ready.
All right. And it looks like
Can you
Trevor
give it,
got
like,
into the
3
correct vehicle.
1
Yeah,
minute.
sorry.
No,
I'm
Trevor,
getting
where'd you
technical
go?
issues.
You left the. Okay, we're waiting for Trevor.
Yeah,
I'm
apologies,
having
lads.
technical issues as well.
Okay.
I'm an idiot. Can I get the room ID again, please, mate?
Yeah, X9
X9
F4
F4
EY.
E Y. Oh, and I've got the right livery as well. God. It's,
So the livery you couldn't find earlier is because it was the wrong
it's
car?
actually on the car.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, good. Glad that's settled then. Once you get checked in, I'm going to switch you back up, and then we'll get going. I'm going to look. Sorry to put you all the way back to the top for me. Perfect. All right. Good luck, everyone. Again, wait for me to give you the go-ahead to go. Trevor, you'll be the only one that will go when the lights go off. Everybody else, wait for my say.
Cool.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
Is Egg still in here?
I am, yes.
You started us on mixed compounds because we're having technical difficulties.
My apologies.
I can't get into a party with him currently.
Are we
So
starting?
We're starting, yes. Raiden, I'll give you the go-ahead.
I can't communicate with my teammate.
Why does
So
everyone
I
start?
can't tell him to
5,
go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Raiden, go. Noonie, what are you doing?
Guys, I got kicked out of the lobby. I thought everyone just got kicked out of. So
What?
it's just me.
Who got kicked out of the lobby?
I
That's
did.
Space. You got kicked. You got
Okay.
kicked as it started.
All right. We'll restart. Everyone exit. Everyone exit. Everyone
That's the
exit.
same code, right?
Yeah, it's the same code.
I will
Okay.
come back and fix the technical issues.
Yep. Everyone exit
Thought
the
you
race,
closed the lobby.
please.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
What happened?
Everyone exit the race. Noonie, you weren't supposed to go when you did. You're supposed to wait until I give you the go-ahead. Nobody should go until I give them the go-ahead after the light goes off. But everyone should be exiting the race.
I've exited, mate.
We're waiting for Jay to exit the race.
I think Shade said he's having technical difficulties.
I apologize for everybody viewing the stream. We are having some technical difficulties. We will be back shortly. All right, and we are back. We're underway. And away we go. Let's check back up with the leader, see where they're at. Just one moment. DJ, good to see you. Thanks for hopping in here. All right, Trevor's up here. He's already getting onto the uphill section here, it looks like. And he does have a brain tumor research for cancer. One of his friends lost their son to brain tumor. So if you're interested in helping out with that, he would greatly appreciate it. There you go. Trevor out in the lead still, maintaining that. He still has a 12-second gap to Raiden. Raiden trying to close that gap as best as he could after he hops in behind his teammate. And Jay trying to keep that gap as close as possible to Raiden. As you guys can see, it is quite dark and kind of misty on the Nordschleife right now. Ian trying to bring that gap back to Jay as well. Max for Spacey. He's right there with JP. JP makes the move on Max for Spacey. Wow, I'm glad we caught that just in time. And Max for Spacey keeping it close. Let's see how this battle plays out between JP and Max for Spacey. That's Kayak Dragon Racing and SF ASR. Quite the battle here. Let's see how well Max can keep it close. All right, so Max is doing well to keep it within a second. JP's doing his best to try and pull away. Let's keep moving our way down the leaderboard here and see where everyone else is stacking up. So Shuck, he's trying to bring that gap to Verspacey down some, along with Noonie, trying to do his best to fight back. Chris also battling to close in those gaps. Walter, Mick, Mike closing in on Mick, just 5-second gap there. Galahad closing in on Mike, 10-second behind. Fang, 7 seconds off him, and Cobra, he's got a lot of work to do, but I believe in him. I know he's got the talent to do it. 47 seconds off Fang currently, 4.5 off the lead, but I know he's going to close that gap down as much as he can. Cobra is one of the fastest drivers we have in the club, and so happy to see him here doing this endurance race with us. I know he doesn't always get the chance to do endurances, so happy to have him here with us, and really looking forward to see how he can pull his way back into this fight for his team Invincible. Back up to the top here, it does look like Raiden has caught up to Trevor now within half a second, so all that work Matt did building that lead, Raiden has done the best he can to kind of diminish that as they're going on to the Dodner Straight of the first lap. Looks like Raiden got a pretty good exit, does have the slipstream of Trevor, should be able to make the pass here. And so we're already seeing moves happen after the first lap. That's, anything can happen at the Nurburgring, as we know. And it does look like Raiden is able to make that move on Trevor with the slipstream. Does get by. Now still pulling side by side. Does the Porsche have the pace on the Ferrari? We'll find out here. Is Trevor going to pull out and let Raiden through, or is Raiden going to back out and let Trevor through? A little bump in there, a little bumping. Hopefully they keep it clean here. I think Raiden's getting slowed up a little bit by Trevor through these S's here. Should be able to make his way past here. Trevor blocking him just a tad bit. But now Raiden making the run on Trevor. Does get by. Trevor does back off, let him through. And down into turn 1. Looks like Trevor is going to give Raiden plenty of space. Not push too hard on that. And Raiden does get by. Looks like we're starting to kind of get a little bit darker into the evening here. It might just be the extra cloud coverage. It is very cloudy right now. Raiden now kind of pulling up, gaining some space off of Trevor, going through the GP circuit. See how Jay's doing. Jay's just now come through turn 1. Those brakes red hot in the front. Not to be surprised after turn 1. He's got that gap to Trevor down to 21.5 seconds. Let's see if he can close that in even more on this next lap here. Ian got the gap to 18 seconds to Jay. Oh no, it looks like we had someone DC. Someone got disconnected. Very, very unfortunate. Looks like, do I have it right here? It looks like Team Yomp Yomp got disconnected. That is very, very unfortunate. That's going to cost them quite a bit of time in this race as they don't get to finish this stint, sadly. But they will still be able to do the other 2 stints. They're just going to have to start in the back with a little bit of a time penalty. But that's not to say they're out of this just yet. So it looks like Max for Spacey already going into the pits after lap 1. JP making his way onto the GP circuit here. Shuck making his way by Max for Spacey after the different pit strategy. Not sure why Max pitted already. Maybe just planned to do 1 stop on softs, or maybe got a little bit of damage with some of that battling with JP. Not really sure. Didn't get to see the end of that, but might have just been the strategy to do a quick lap on softs and then hop out onto the hards for most of the remainder. So Max for Spacey already back out of the pits, well ahead of Walter still. Walter, Mick, and Mike. Mike's getting ready to make a move on Mick down the Doddinger Straight, right in the slipstream. Does look like he got a good exit. Should be able to make a pass here on Mick, no problem. As long as Mick doesn't try and battle it too much. But we've got Lamborghini, one of the fastest top speed GT3 cars out there versus the BMW. Also one that has lots and lots of top speed. Mick doing a great job hopping right back into the slipstream of Mike. Trying to decide if she wants to try and battle it or just stay behind. It looks like she's choosing to stay behind and giving a little bit more space to Mike going through the S's. Doesn't want to run in the back of him. Mike does get through there cleanly, as well as Mick. And not too far behind Mick now is Galahad. Galahad's just now coming onto the pit straight as well. 3.5 seconds behind Mick, trying to close that gap up. Mike trying to pull some space from Mick, giving himself a little bit of breathing room. Right. And Mick does fall back a little bit from Mike. Mike does pull away from them. Galahad gets a good exit following Mick. Now only a second behind. Is Galahad going to be able to make a move here in the GP circuit, or is going to have to come down to the Nordschleife and be able to make a pass somewhere there in those tight sweeping corners? Okay, looks like we had we had Chris DC. That's very unfortunate. Was just trying to answer back some of the questions they were having in the chat. I apologize. It does look like we saw Galahad get past Mick during that time. I will get back to the commentating here, but hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. If you're new to the racing club, thank you, welcome. This is our biggest endurance event we've done yet. 8 hours, team event, 2-hour stints each. And, of course, at the Nurburgring. We do have races all throughout the week. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. We're also looking at getting some on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. Mondays, we have coming up Miata Mondays. So that is going to be with the Mazda MX-5 Roadster. It's an 8-week-long series that we're going to be running. Under BOP with sports softs tires on. A lot of fun. 30-minute sprint races. Wednesdays, we have our GR86 Cup going on currently. The final for that, I believe, is this week. Not sure what we have planned for Wednesdays after that. I know it is in the works. And then Fridays are our Friday Fun Day. We may be going to short series on Fridays for some stuff, but still keeping it fun, light, nothing too serious or anything. And then Saturdays, typically when we hold our endurances like this one, or when we have our championship series as well. And our championship, we have season 6 going to be starting here within the next month. And that is going to be running 8 weeks as long, or 8 races, I should say. We do typically take a break about halfway through to either do an endurance or some sort of special event. So if you're interested in that, please join us. You can scan the QR code on the bottom left of the screen. That'll take you to our Discord. Feel free to join us there. And join in on the fun, clean racing. That's the whole point of our club, is try to keep it clean. Keep it fun that way. I know a lot of people get tired of racing in sport mode due to some of the dirty drivers. And so our goal with this club is clean racing, clean, fun, fast, competitive racing. And that's what we're seeing here today as well. Let's move our way back up through the order, see where everyone else is sitting. So it looks like Cobra is cruising right along. He's already cut over half a minute out of the lead that the leader had on him in just 15 minutes. So well done by him. Really curious to see how much more he can climb back throughout this stint. Raiden really pulling a gap now for himself. 26-second gap to Jay in second. Jay was able to get by Trevor no problem. It looks like about 8-second gap now to Trevor. Trevor's going to be dealing with Ian probably within the next lap and a half, I'd have to guess, with that 10-second gap there. JP, he's doing everything he can to climb back to Ian and pull as far away from Shuck as possible. Shuck with about a 12-second gap ahead of him, 10-second behind. Starting to get dark on these guys as dusk comes. Noonie currently with the fastest sector there, purple sector. 10 seconds off of Shuck. Oh, it looks like Trevor's going into the pits, so it looks like some of those guys will pass him up just based off that pit. Wondering if he's going for tires or if he got some damage. Keeping down the line, Max, Walter, Mike trying to pull away from Galahad. Galahad's got about 2 seconds behind him. Mike's trying to close that gap to Walter as well, now below 16 seconds. Uh-oh, there's a yellow flag up ahead. What happened? Walter went off a little bit. That's going to make that gap climb down a lot faster. Back to green flags now. Everyone's back on the road. That gap is now under 7 seconds due to that slight slip up from Walter. Galahad still maintaining his pace behind, 2.2 seconds. Fang doing his best to stick with them as well, only 4 seconds off Galahad. Mick still keeping herself in the fight, 13 seconds off of Fang. Cobra only 23 seconds off of Mick now. He has his time to the leader down under 4 minutes. Doing a great job there now. With Raiden at the lead, it might be a little bit tougher to climb some of that time back, but I think he's still capable. Back towards the top, Raiden, yeah, they've got their headlights on. That track's starting to get slick. It's getting cold out there. These guys are in for a long night during this second stint. And those that are going to be driving the third stint will have quite the long night ahead of them as well. Ian maintaining that pace. 17-second gap to Jay, 17-second gap to Trevor behind after Trevor came out of the pits. That gap for JP now to Trevor's 30 seconds. See if JP can climb back, bring some of that time back, and fight Kayak Dragon's way up towards the podium. I know Shuck's trying to do the same thing for Fire and Ice. Trying to see where we have gaps here. So it looks like Galahad now is within 2 seconds of Mike. Mike's closing in on Walter a little bit more, down to 4.5 seconds. I'm going to stick here with Mike so we can kind of see the gap between him, Galahad, and Walter as that closes in. Really wondering who's going to catch who first. Is Galahad going to be able to catch Mike first? Is Mike going to catch Walter first? Or, you know, Fang's closing in behind as well, only 3 seconds off Galahad. This is turning in to be quite the battle here for 9th. Got four racers here in the fight for it. Walter's doing his best to keep that gap ahead, but Mike and Galahad are doing their best to close it. And Mike, with a best sector in the GP circuit, bringing that gap now down under 3 seconds to Walter. And Galahad staying right there, 1.5 seconds. Fang still just 3 seconds back at Galahad. And, you know, Walter, he's gonna have a lot to work with here as they're getting ready to go on to the Nordschleife. He's gonna be having Mike and Galahad coming up behind him. Is he gonna get passed by both at once? Is he gonna be able to maintain his spot in front? Or is only Mike gonna get by, as that gap between Mike and Galahad starting to grow, now to 2 seconds. Mike's now got a smaller gap to Walter than he does to Galahad, so I do think Mike is gonna make the move on Walter before Galahad's able to make a move. This should hopefully help Walter not lose 2 positions at once. And Galahad, he's still keeping that pace to Fang, still 3 seconds to Fang behind, but Mike really closing in. Oh, and Max for Spacey. Nope, sorry, I got confused there. Walter went off, had a little bit of a spin, and Mike and Galahad were able to make their way by before Walter got back on track. Walter now still trying to keep in the fight there, putting that pressure on Galahad as they're going into these S's here onto the Nordschleife. Fang trying to close in quickly behind with only 2 seconds. Galahad trying to keep up with Mike, trying to get Walter off his bumper, but Walter's trying to stick within that slipstream, not to lose him, not to lose that extra spot. Doesn't look like he got too much damage, just probably got some dirty tires when he spun off, took a little bit to get back on. And Walter's doing his best to keep up with Galahad here, really making a good push for it. Let's hop into the Walter's view here behind Galahad. That's now starting to drop to a second. Fang just behind, 1.5 seconds to Walter. Yeah, and it's starting to get dark now on the Nordschleife. Those clouds are covering. And Mike's starting to pull a little bit from Galahad, 2.5 seconds. Galahad's starting to pull a little bit from Walter, 1.5 seconds. And now Fang is trying to close in on Walter, just under a second. Let's see what Fang can do here on the Nordschleife with this tight, winding track, where he can find the space to overtake Walter, or if he just plays it smart, stays behind him for now, and then as the Duttinger Straight comes, tries to get a better exit and make a run on him there. But looks like he might have an opportunity here as Walter is struggling a little bit. Oh no, Fang goes a little bit off track as well. And that allows Walter to pull a little bit more gap from him. Fang having to catch himself, make sure he doesn't go for a spin and a wild ride. What a wonderful battle here. Again, this is after we've already had a 2-hour stint. We're already 24 minutes into this stint, and we're already having quite a bit of moves being made. Cobra with the fastest lap so far of an 8:11.662. He's trying to make his way up. 3 minutes, 51 seconds off the lead now, only 7.5 off of Mick, so he'll be battling with Mick here, I imagine, in the next probably half lap, max a lap. Fang still sticking right there with Walter, doing his best to stay on track, not going off too wide, but that track is cold and it is dark. These guys are struggling. Walter slides a little bit again. That allows Fang to get even closer right on the bumper. Walter thankfully saving it, not losing it completely. Still pushing on track. And like I said earlier, it's hard to make a pass here, and you can see that Fang is doing everything he can to try and make a pass, and he does so right here. Does get past Walter, makes the move. Walter went a little bit wide, had to slow down a little extra, and Fang was able to make that move and get by. Walter trying to stick his nose on the inside, showing that he's there, making sure Fang's aware he's still right there on him, flashing those lights. Hopefully he doesn't flash those lights too much. I know that can get annoying, and looks like Fang is starting to pull a little bit of pace onto him, see if Fang can make a gap, give himself some breathing room to Walter. Hopefully Walter just tries to stay clean, stay behind him, doesn't push himself too hard, and end up going wide off track somewhere. But Fang doing a great job keeping it clean, making that pass clean, and making his way up into the carousel here shortly. And Galahad now really tight on Mike, closed in quite a bit, half a second. So this should be quite a battle here between Galahad and Mike as they exit the carousel. Still looking back, Fang now got a little over a second on Walter. Cobra is now within a second of Mick, so it looks like Cobra will most likely be passing Mick here just before the carousel or just after. We'll see if Mick lets him by. Mick does let him by. Not necessarily on purpose. Think she maybe broke a little hard and got a little wide there on exit. That does allow Cobra to sneak on by before the carousel and get through. And Galahad still right on Mike, half second. Mike doing his best to pull back ahead, trying to get a little over a second gap, but currently still under. Galahad doing everything he can to keep him close, stay on that bumper. That way he can maybe get a good exit out onto Dodger Straight and make a run for it. But we will see. It's going to be a tough, tricky race for these guys in the night. The Audi versus the Ferrari, or the Lamborghini here. Both seem to be very well balanced against each other. Not just the cars, but the drivers as well. Mike and Galahad both seem to have very similar pace. We'll check on Trevor here in just one moment. Let's see. Looks like Mike's holding Galahad for now. We'll come back to them as they come into the Dottinger. Max for Spacey, he's now coming down at the end of the Dottinger. Nooney going into turn one. Shuck, JP. JP's closing in on Trevor. 1.5 second gap now there in the GP circuit. Trevor falling back off the pace just a little bit. 45 seconds off Ian. He did make a pit stop already though. So pit strategy does come into play quite a bit here. It is a long lap. But JP now trying to get that down under a second. I do want to check in real quick with Galahad and Mike. Oh, and we missed it. Galahad did make the pass on Mike. It looks like they did that right as they were going into the Doddinger. So Mike might have had a little bit of a mistake or a slip, or Galahad just got the better run onto the Doddinger Straight. Now back up to JP and Trevor. JP really closing in on Trevor, trying to make a move here as they go into the chicane before the Nordschleife. And it looks like JP having the inside. He is going to have the advantage. Trevor is going to back out. Does not want anything with it. Does not want the damage. And so JP gives him a little flash, gives him a little thank you. Appreciate that. And JP does move on past Trevor. Trevor now is going to have Shuck to deal with in 5.5 second gap now. Shuck doing everything he can to close in. He always talks about Nordschleife or Nurburgring in general being one of his favorite tracks. And, you know, he's proven that with this pace. He's considered the pro driver on a team that has both very good drivers. Gava and Shuck, both very talented drivers, both very, very quick. Shuck being the more familiar one with the Nordschleife, does have a little bit more pace here. Really showing what he's made of, and closing that gap down to Trevor now to 3.5 seconds. Should be able to make a decent run here on these next few sections. But let's keep moving down the order, see where we're at. Galahad gets that gap to max for Spacey now under a minute. Galahad moving away from Mike, second and a half. Almost 2 second gap now for Galahad. Mike and Fang now between 1.5 seconds. Fang trying to do everything he can to get as close to Mike and maybe make that move and pass him. It looks like we missed Walter probably having another mistake or maybe even going into the pit. It does look like he went into the pit, had a pit stop, and Fang and Cobra were able to get by him there. Or Cobra was able to get by him there. I'm not sure if Fang was already ahead of him or not. But Cobra, look at this. Cobra's now got only a 21-second gap to Fang. Only 3 minutes and 43 seconds to the leader. Again, that was 4.5 minutes at the start of this race. We're only a quarter of the way in. So he's making great pace, making great time. And Fang doing everything he can to keep up with Mike. That gap's still now getting closer to 2 seconds. Mike doing everything he can to keep away from Fang and keep up with Galahad. Galahad maintaining that gap ahead of Mike as well, about 2 seconds as well. Spacey doing what he can to catch up where he can. Looks like Shuck and Noonie got past Trevor as well, but it looks like Trevor went into the pit, so that's probably what happened there. And then, let's see, yeah, Noonie trying to close in on Shuck. But right now, we've got pretty decent gaps all around. Mick trying to stick up there with Walter. Walter trying to recover himself after getting out of the pit with the fresh tires. Cobra doing everything he can to gain as much time as possible. Now, only 18.5 seconds to Fang. Fang closing the gap to Mike. Just over a second now. Was almost 2 seconds. And Galahad pulling a little bit further away from Mike now, 2.5 seconds. So, looks like Mike's pace maybe fell off a little bit while Galahad's still maintaining and Fang's maintaining. Fang now under a second to Mike. Let's see if he can make a move here somewhere on the Nordschleife or if he's going to have to wait. It's really difficult to make moves, really difficult to pass. It's such a tight circuit with all, who knows how many corners, I forget how many, so many, but constantly winding back and forth. Maybe 2 wide is possible in some spots, you know, but maybe 3 wide max, I don't know. Anyways, these guys have the biggest challenge ahead of them, especially now that it's getting dark. It's getting hard to see. You can see what they see. You can barely see just what's in their headlights. Everything around is just black. It's so dark out there. And Fang doing everything he can to put pressure on Mike, seeing if he can make Mike make a mistake, allow himself to get by. But no, instead, he almost dives and goes in the back of Mike, has to brake a little bit extra, allows Mike to get a little bit of breathing room, but still keeping it very close, very tight on the back of Mike's bumper. Fang's looking like he's waiting for just the right opportunity to make his move. Doesn't want to make anything too quick. But if he waits too long, he's going to be having Cobra breathing down his bumper. So he's going to want to do something before too long if he wants to get past Mike and not have Cobra right on him as well. In the meantime, Galahad's starting to pull even further of a gap to Mike, now up to 4 seconds. And Fang's sticking right there with Mike, so I think the pressure's maybe getting to Mike a little bit. Either that or his tires are starting to wear on him some. Not sure where he's at on tire life. Don't think he's pitted just yet, so it's going to be an interesting fight here between Mike and Fang as they're coming into one of the more technical sections of the track. Getting ready to go through the carousel here. See if either of them can keep it clean, or both of them keep it clean, or if one of them makes a mistake and the other gets by. Tricky part. Looks like Mike's trying to stay on the inside, really defend as well as he can. They do both make it clean through the carousel. Gava crashed. Shuck had a crash? Is that what I'm saying? Crashed. I'm not sure what crashed means. Or if that's in regard to how Trevor was doing. Not sure. Looks like Trevor is now behind Max for Spacey. Max for Spacey, 20 seconds to Shuck now. So it does look like maybe Shuck had an incident. I believe he was further up the order before this. Not entirely sure. My mind's blanking on me just a little bit here. Let's get back to Mike and Fang. Fang's still within a half second of Mike. And all well, these two are battling. Cobra's closing that gap even closer, now under 13 seconds. Oh, and Mick makes their way past Walter. So Walter must be dealing with some damage. Really losing pace on this lap here. Came out of the pit, and then I think they might have spun. Oh, now off track again, too. So they're really struggling to make their way through in the night. We'll come back to them, check on them, see how they're doing in just a little bit here. Looks like the rest of these gaps are pretty fair. And it looks like Shuck is trying to climb his way back up to Noonie. I'm curious if he's going to go in the pit here, depending on how bad the crash was or not, if he's going to need to pit. And it looks like he does go into the pit. So Shuck taking that pit stop, probably repairing some damage. Might as well take some fresh tires while they're at it. In the meantime, Galahad's continuing to make his gap a little bit bigger on Mike. Mike and Fang coming into the Dodger straight. Let's see if Fang can get a better exit on Mike and make a run for it. However, Mike is in the Lamborghini. That thing is fast on a straight line. But Fang does stay in the slipstream there, and he does get a good run. He is starting to pull in a little closer to Mike. He might be able to make a move here on the Dodger straight. Looks like he is pulling in just quick enough. Mike's not going to fight it. He's not going to challenge it. He said, you know what? This has been good. I probably need to pit anyways. Who knows? I don't know. Trevor now in the pit as well. That might give Galahad a chance to pass him here, depending on what all Trevor needs to get done in the pit. But Fang does make his way past Mike. Let's see if what Mike does to stay with him, or if one of them pits or both pits. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like both of them are staying out of the pit then. So Mike just wants to keep this fight really close with Fang. Keep it under a second. See if they can maintain this throughout this lap, or maybe even make another move here in the GP circuit. Going into turn one, doesn't have quite enough, isn't quite close enough to make any moves there. Fang able to stay out in front. Mike almost slipping up, getting out on the GP circuit. Thankfully catches it. Doesn't lose too much space to Fang there, about 0.7 of a second. Meanwhile, Cobra behind them, now within 10 seconds of Mike, closing in quick. He is doing everything he can to battle back. He's already taken over a minute off his gap to the leader coming into the stint. So he's doing a fantastic job battling his way back and fighting back towards being in contention. Really excited to see what he can do. Meanwhile, Mike losing a little bit of time to Fang. Fang really keeping it clean. Really enjoying this track and the AMG that he's in. Galahad, in the meantime, is closing in on Trevor after Trevor comes out of the pits. Under a second here. And getting ready to go into the Nordschleife. Let's see if Galahad's able to make a move here on Trevor to get by, or if Trevor's going to defend and hold him behind him. I know Galahad's going to do everything he can to get by as quick as possible. Doesn't want to be holed up any longer than he needs to. At the same time, there's not many places to pass. If anything, he's probably just waiting for Trevor to make a mistake so he can get by quickly, or wait for a nice, good opening. There's a couple coming up here for him as they get on to this next semi-straight. As long as he can get a good run out of it, should be able to stay in Trevor's slipstream and make a move by. Oh, and Trevor slips up a little bit, but is able to save it and catch it. However, with that slight mistake, that does give Galahad the better run into the straight. Now going on the inside, sticking his nose there. Don't know if he's going to go for it. Does back out a little bit, lets Trevor stay ahead. Would be a very sketchy place to try and make a move and make a pass. So good on Galahad for backing out of that, not damaging both their cars and causing them to both go off track and into the guardrails. In the meantime, Galahad does still maintain within a second of Trevor, looking for another opportunity to try and make a pass. Might be one coming up here soon. Fang, while this is all happening, closing in more on Galahad, down to 3.5 seconds, where that was over 4 seconds when Fang and Mike were battling. And Fang's got about 2 seconds now on Mike. Cobra's got that gap to Mike now down to 5.5 seconds. And Galahad now does just make the move past Trevor. We just missed that. I apologize. And Trevor goes a little bit off track there. Able to hold on. Fang just behind him, now closing in like a shark and who smells blood in the water, trying to chase him down and get past that. That way he can catch back up to Galahad and maybe even make a move there. Trevor closing the door, sticking on the inside, really not allowing Fang to get by. Really doing everything he can to defend against Fang. I know this is going to be a frustrating one for Fang. He just wants to get by. Oh, and there he goes now. Fang makes his way by Trevor, and it looks like Mike makes his way by as well. And now Trevor's got Garnet Cobra coming up on him with less than 2 seconds to go. Cobra is flying around this track, everybody. He's got less than 3.5 minutes left to the gap to the leader. He's flashing Trevor. He said, "Let me by. Come on, I'm faster than you. You know it." And everybody knows it. Cobra now by Trevor, now trying to close in on Mike. Mike now trying to close in on Fang, thanks to the backup by Trevor. Fang got caught up a little bit longer than he would have liked, and that allowed Mike to get back onto his bumper. And then they both are about to have Cobra on them, which I don't know about you, but if you've ever had Cobra sitting behind you and you see his lights, it's a little bit scary because you know he's got some pace. However, Mike and Fang doing the best they can to keep out in front of Cobra, not let him get too close. It is about just over 2 second gap to Cobra now. Let's work our way back up a little bit, see where Shuck's at. He is trying to work his way back to Max for Spacey. For Spacey trying to close in on Noonie. JP's got a pretty good gap between himself in the front and the rear. He looks like he's trying to just keep it clean, make as much pace as possible, stick to their pit strategy, and yeah, try and just put in as many good clean laps as possible in the meantime, trying to close the gap to Jay. Jay's doing a great job maintaining, now going into the pits. I'm sure Ian will probably pit here soon, depending on what tires he's on. He may even jump in this one. Raiden sticking out there, keeping a pretty healthy gap for himself. Can't imagine he's got too many more laps to go before he decides to pit. Or actually, he just pitted this, looks like last lap, so this is probably his out lap. I'm not really sure how the laps look on the side. Sometimes they make more sense than others. Right now, they're not making a whole lot of sense to me. Anyways, Ian gets past Jay while Jay's in the pits. JP now a little bit further of a gap to himself in front. Still maintaining that same gap behind. Everyone's got a pretty good amount of space between them. Shuck's closing in on Max for Spacey, 9.5 seconds now. Galahad, 4.5 seconds to Fang behind. Fang's got 2.5 seconds to Mike. Oh, and Cobra just makes the move on Mike. We catch that just in time. Right as Cobra caught up to Mike and makes that move, Mike loses that spot to Cobra. And it looks like Mike maybe had a little bit of an issue earlier on and lost a little bit of time back off of Fang. Fang's got a 3.5 second gap to Cobra, whereas Mike was within a second of Fang prior to that. So not sure what happened there. Maybe Mike went just a little bit off track and a little bit of a slip up, but Cobra was able to capitalize on that, and now trying to close in on Fang. Again, Cobra just doing everything he can to battle back as much time as he can, and he is doing a fantastic job. We're about a third of the way through this race, and he's got, I'd say, about a quarter of it done so far. So within another stint, he may be able to pull himself another gap enough ahead. I'm not sure, but it's definitely looking like a good race for Cobra. He's definitely got the pace to push it, although I think his tires are starting to feel it a little bit as he goes a little wide there as he's getting ready to go on the Dodger straight. Doesn't get quite as clean of a run out onto it as Fang did, so Fang is pulling a little bit of time on the Dodger. Galahad pulling a little bit away from Fang as well. I imagine we're going to see a lot more pit stops here shortly within the next lap or two, being this is lap 5, getting ready to go into lap 6. Let's take a look back here where everyone else is at. Walter struggling a little bit in the back. I'm wondering if he's having trouble with tires or if he's having trouble with damage, maybe spun a little bit. The dark's messing with his eyes, not sure, but he's hanging in there. He's getting it done where he can. Up at the top, we got Raiden making a nice gap for himself, 41-second gap to second place now, so doing a great job there for himself. Ian doing everything he can to maintain second place after Jay's pit stop. Jay doing everything he can to close that gap back up and maybe retake second before Ian has to pit to be outright second place. In the meantime, still has a pretty good gap to JP. JP's gap to Noonie is closing a little bit. Noonie's got that down to a 15-second gap. Max for Spacey is losing a little bit more time to Shuck. Shuck's got that gap to 7 seconds. Behind Shuck, we have Mike Lowry. So it looks like Galahad went into the pits along with Fang and Cobra. And Trevor back into the pits as well. So Mike stayed out while the others went into the pits. I imagine Mike will probably be pitting this next lap. Galahad, Fang, and Cobra, they've all are fairly close to each other. Fang and Cobra are going to be battling here within, I'd say, sometime this lap, maybe half lap. I'm not sure. Fang does have some good pace as well, so we'll see if Cobra's able to catch him and overtake him, or if Fang's able to hold Cobra back. They both have fresh tires right now, so really curious to see who's able to manage the cold tires as they warm up with this cold night as the night goes on. Ow. But it does look like Cobra's closing that gap a little bit more, now under a second. Fang's doing everything he can to maintain it. Doesn't want to defend too much, wants to really just race his race and get through it. Going into the chicane here as they're getting ready to go into the Nordschleife. Cobra's flashing his lights, letting Fang know he's there. Fang's like, yeah, I'm aware, I gotcha. Half-second gap there. Cobra's like, please, please let me by. Flashing those lights, but Fang, he's doing everything he can to maintain that position himself. He really wants to hang on to it. He's in this fight all by himself. He doesn't have any teammates to compete with him, so it really does come down to him. It's him versus the track, him versus everyone else, and Fang trying to hang on to 10th there. Cobra doing everything he can, stick his nose in every corner where he can. Might be able to do it going onto this next straight, this next corner. Who can get the better exit? Does look like Cobra gets the inside part there. Cobra does make the pass on Fang. Fang allows him to get by. Doesn't fight him too hard. Knows it's not worth it, not worth the damage. He can stick behind Cobra now and try and follow Cobra's lines. He knows Cobra's fast. He knows Cobra's got pace, and see if he can stick with Cobra and maybe gain something himself. So let's see how Fang can stick with Cobra here and see how quickly Cobra can close in on Galahad. Let's work our way back up through here. Galahad's starting to work his way up towards Mike, as Mike hasn't pitted yet, so still working on worn tires here. I imagine Mike will be pitting this lap or the next with those tires going. They don't last forever. Shuck, in the meantime, closing in even more on Verspacey, down under 4 seconds there. Nooney trying to get closer and closer to JP, 17.5-second gap. JP trying to maintain that gap. And Jay doing everything he can to catch Ian. Only 2.5 seconds now between Jay and Ian. Ian's got worn tires. Jay's got fresh tires. Who's going to be faster? If I had to guess, I'd say Jay's probably got the faster tires at the moment. But Ian's doing everything he can to maintain that pace, and he's doing a great job at it as they're coming towards the last quarter of the lap. Raiden still doing a great job keeping himself out there, maintaining a pretty solid gap, 40-second plus. Jay trying to get that gap to Ian below 2 seconds. Chuck now under 3 seconds to Max Verspacey. Galahad's got Cobra behind him, 4 seconds to go now. So Cobra's closed that gap down 1.5 seconds already. Gained 1.5 seconds on Fang, now starting to pull away a little bit there. Back to Galahad and Cobra, 3.5 second gap. Cobra's really doing everything he can to close in on Galahad as they're coming up here, getting ready to go onto the uphill portion. Is Cobra going to be able to get a better run out of this and close that gap even more before they get into the carousel? Cobra is doing a great job here at fighting back that time with his pace. Galahad doing everything he can to maintain that gap. Cobra doing everything he can to close it even more, and it's they're pretty even here. Although Galahad did have a little slip there, Cobra kept it a little bit cleaner. Gap's now below 2 seconds. Now about 1.5 seconds going into the carousel here. Really curious to see where Cobra's going to make his move on Galahad, where he's going to catch him. It does look like we see Ian going into the pits now, so Jay's going to get past him on that. I know he was probably wanting to pass him prior to the pit stop, just to show that, you know, outright second place, whether pit or not. But with that pit, he easily takes second place. He's going to have a pretty good gap behind himself. JP, he's trying to do everything he can, get down the Dunder Straight as fast as he can so he can close that gap to Ian and climb further away from Nooney. Shuck does get past Max Verspacey. We missed that, so Max Verspacey might have gone off somewhere because that gap is now 7 seconds in Shuck's favor ahead. So I do believe Verspacey probably had a little mishap and went off a little bit there. And Galahad now has Cobra right on his bumper, 0.5 second behind him as they're going through these final bits of the Nordschleife before the Dottinger. Very, very technical section here. And Galahad's doing everything he can to defend, trying to keep the inside corners, but Cobra's got the fresh tires, got the pace, able to make the move on Galahad, and now Galahad's just trying to keep it close, trying to stay as close as he can behind Cobra. Kind of same thing as Fang was trying to do, but Cobra is fast. There's a reason. Kid's good. Getting ready to come into the mini carousel here down the Dottinger. Is Galahad going to be able to stay close enough to be within the slipstream of Cobra going into the Dottinger? That's what we'll be waiting to see. Or if Cobra will get a better exit and just pull away, which does look like Cobra is pulling away now. Galahad is not going to be able to stay within his slipstream. And yeah, Cobra's walking on him now trying to close that gap to Mike. Mike, meanwhile, I imagine we'll be pitting soon. Not sure if it'll be this lap or next. Verspacey just pitted, or no, did he? I'm not sure what's going on with Max Verspacey here now. Thought he had just pitted. Nooney and Shuck now ahead of him now. Oh, we lost somebody else. Who else did we lose here? Trying to see who else we lost. That's not good. Okay, we've got Raiden, Jay, Ian, JP, Shuck, Noonie, Max, Cobra, Mike, Galahad, Fang, Trevor, Mick. Who am I missing? Walter? Did Walter drop? Looks like we lost Walter. Okay. It looks like we lost Walter. Mick's trying to close in on Trevor. 2.5 second gap there. Okay. Looks like our closest battle now is probably going to be between Max for spacing Noonie or Fang, Galahad, and Cobra. Stint was already messed up for Walter, but also disconnected. So unfortunate there for Dutch Performance Team. They are still good to join the last 2 stints. They just will be they'll be a pretty good ways off the pack. All right. And so it looks like all our gaps are pretty fair right now. Galahad and Fang probably the closest two together to each other. We'll leave it on this for a little bit, and then we'll check back in with the others going throughout in just a little bit. I'm going to take a quick break for myself, though, so I'll be right back. Thanks for enjoying the stream. All right, I'm back, everybody. Sorry about that. We are going to get Gavin here with us as well, commentate some, the other side of Fire and Ice. Gavo, welcome. Hang on here. Let me get the properties going good here. There we go. Okay.
Thanks for inviting me on.
Yeah, of course. Glad to have you. If you do have video, I can pop that up as well, but if not, we can just keep it with just the chat here.
No, I'm watching on the big screen at home from my teammate's perspective.
Perfect. Well, yeah, thanks for hopping in here with me.
Yeah, no problem.
So it does look like Fang got by Galahad there
Yeah,
while I was away.
Galahad went off in the corner before the Dottinger.
Oh, that's a tough one. Try to carry the speed through, and if your tires are worn or dirty, it's going to be a rough one to get through.
Yeah, it's been eventful so far.
It has. It's been quite the eventful endurance so far. Really enjoying it.
Yeah, Trevor just feels so bad for the guy.
Oh yeah.
It's down in 16s, well 13s now with some DCs, but still.
Yeah, he's doing the best he can to keep that pace. You know, I know Matt was trying to make as much of a gap as possible as he could.
Yeah,
he's going to have a lot to battle back when he gets back in the car. Yeah, Trevor's doing everything he can, and the gap in the front now with Raiden and Jay. After Raiden's pit stop, now only 7.5 seconds. So we'll see if Jay can close that gap more, or if Raiden's able to keep pulling through.
I know Raiden's plan for this. He's gonna try. That's his only pit stop of the night. He's just gonna go to the end from there. He's gonna try to get the one stop medium to medium. That'll be interesting to see if that works.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I'm curious to see how all the different pit strategies will play out.
Yeah. I know we ran into some issues with Trevor. Kind of just slow car on a windy, twisty section. We made some contact.
Yeah,
Wasn't
yeah.
good.
A little contact here and there. Yeah, you know, there's sometimes a little bit unavoidable. And it does look like Raiden's kind of pulling a gap a little bit more to Jay now, which Jay is on the more worn tires. It's been a little bit longer since he's pitted, I believe.
3 laps now? 3 or 4 laps now?
I believe so, yeah. And so I imagine Jay will probably be pitting soon. Not sure what tires he's on. Ian also keeping that gap pretty close to Jay, 15 seconds. Not too
he's
bad.
On the fresher tires.
He is. He has been closing that gap throughout his whole stint, I believe.
Yep. Extending that first stint is going to do wonders for him in the later half of his lead stint.
Absolutely. And JP, he's trying to stay up there as well, still in fourth, 30 seconds off of Ian. Not too bad, but he is closing that gap down just a little bit, or kind of maintaining it at least. And not sure where the pit differences are there. 'Cause that will play into that as well. I imagine that's partially why we have some of these gaps that we do. Also, just from the start of this stint, with the gaps we had from stint 1. Noonie still trying to stay close with Chuck, only 11 seconds off there. He is in the Viper. That is not an easy car to drive,
no.
But it is quick.
Trust me, I got stuck behind it in stint 1.
Oh yeah, yes you did.
I can't pass on the straight. I was able to just dive up and inside on the corner and make it stick and go.
Yeah.
You need to. That Viper is monstrous in a straight.
Very, very. And man, I'm impressed by Cobra's talents this race. He has knocked his gap from the leader almost in half at the halfway mark. That's very impressive. Yeah. So really glad to see that for Cobra. I know he was a little bit concerned with how much gap he'll be able to crawl back or not, but he's doing a fantastic job there. Fang doing a great job for himself as well, and Galahad trying to keep close to Fang as best as possible. Cycle our way back through here. Raiden is pulling away from Jay just a bit more. Now onto the Dodger. Ian's right there. 12 seconds to Jay. So Jay's kind of maintaining that gap to Ian a little bit.
Yeah, Ian will be interesting since he's once again on, I think, a lap fresher tires than Jay, lap or two. And then from what I've been seeing, or what I've been feeling like from teammates and stuff, pretty much everyone's just running mediums all day on night. It's just they last long enough that you don't need to go softs, and hards are just undrivable at night.
Now, it looks like Jay's going in the pits now. We'll see if Ian follows or if Ian stays out.
That
Now,
can't be a plan.
Looks like
That
Ian
can't
is
be
staying out. So, not sure if that was a planned pit for Jay or not.
Feels like it can't be. That's doing 2 pit stops in an hour.
Yeah,
that means
I'm not sure. Unless he's going on to hards now to finish out the stint.
We'll see in 1 second.
Yeah, it looks like it was some damage needing to be repaired just a little bit. It wasn't too bad a damage, though.
That still
so
it was like a 5. That felt
still,
like a 4-second hold.
Still holds a little bit of weight there.
But yeah, back out on mediums.
Yeah, back out on mediums. So probably to fix the damage there and just kind of fuel up a little bit more.
Yeah, probably one more pit stop from that.
Yeah, and now JP, he sees that less than a 10-second gap now to Jay, so he's going to do everything he can to try and close that even more.
Yep.
He's on about 4 lap worn tires as well, though, so we'll see how he hangs on to those. With it being
at night,
being colder and at night, they should last a bit longer. Looks like Shuck dipped into the pit behind. He was getting low on fuel, so I imagine that's partially why he's going in. Also get some fresh tires.
And fuel stop.
That gets Noonie by. Noonie looked like he pitted last lap or a couple laps ago. Not sure there. Max for Spacey trying to make his way through. Cobra trying to close in still. Fang and Galahad still have their gap. Yeah, so far, gaps are maintaining pretty well. Looks like Max for Spacey jumped into the pits behind Shuck as well. That's probably going to let Cobra by, depending on Cobra's pit strategy.
Yeah, Cobra is
Looks
flying.
like he's staying
that
out.
man is terrifying.
He is on a mission. He is flying.
Yep.
Yeah, and it looks like Cobra got past Max for Spacey, no problem, while Max was in the pits. It was pretty close. Now Cobra's going to do his best to close in on Shuck.
Yep. These should be, any pit stops happening at this point should be the last of the race.
Shuck just pitted, so he should have some fresh tires and a little bit more fuel, though. But those fresh tires should help him stay ahead of Cobra, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't
currently
see
has
the
about
point of
20-second
fueling.
gap. I don't know that Cobra is going to close that much on Shuck. Shuck does have some pretty good pace around here.
Even still, Cobra's been about 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker than just about anyone in the field.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Cobra's been absolutely flying.
I think Cobra needs to make another pit stop. I don't think he makes it to the end on this set of tires.
No, I imagine he has another pit stop.
Yeah, I don't think he closed 50 seconds in 50 minutes.
No, probably not. Probably
But
not.
every pit stop happening now should be the last of the stint for people. This should be fuel and go to the end. Unless, of course, you make a mistake.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Galahad now trying to close in on Max for Spacey, and Galahad with the best sector.
Yeah. Max Verstappen, or whatever his name is.
Spacey? Yep.
Spacey. That's close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's had his on and offs. We were fighting with him earlier on in this stint, and he put up a good fight. He has pace, but just lacks some consistency on some corners. But yeah, as I feel like a lot of people here have that 1 lap pace, but just lack consistency, which that is always critical in these endurance races.
100%.
So that's why Raiden and Zach are both pretty consistent drivers, and they have pace. I feel like
Very much so.
they've led from pretty much the start of the race till now, only giving up a little to Mad in the second stint and a little bit into the second stint.
Yeah,
Besides that,
and
they have control.
I've seen them on practicing a lot.
Trust me, I know
all week,
Raiden's
too.
work ethic. I won Le Mans with him. I know what he's been doing.
Oh yeah, I'm very well aware of Raiden's talents.
Yeah.
He is very quick, very quick.
Yes. So I think that's a team to watch out for as we get close distance. I don't.
Definitely.
Drivers,
Going
I don't know,
into the final stint, that will be a team to watch.
Yeah. I don't know who's better out of the teams. That's honestly really good for them. They're both really quick drivers.
Yeah. You
especially
and Chuck are quick too. You guys have just had a few little mistakes.
That's how. That's what decides endurance racing. One little mistake and you have damage, and that's 30 seconds down the drain.
And that's the thing too with even with Clockworks Racing, they've been doing great this whole race so far. Anything can happen at any moment. So
yep.
You never know.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
especially at
JP trying to close in on Jay, still down to 10.5 seconds, but a lot can happen still in this race. Still a lot of time left. Still almost 5 hours. So we're not even halfway through yet, and yeah, we've seen a lot going on already, but I think we're still going to see a lot more, and it's exciting. This battle for 8th we have between Fang, Max for Spacey, and Galahad is shaping up pretty good. It's been good. They've been within a few seconds of each other basically this entire stint. And so really curious to see how that plays out the rest of the stint. I think they're on different pit strategies, a couple of them at least. So we'll see how that plays out. Not sure if anybody else will still be pitting this lap except for maybe Cobra or this stint. I imagine Cobra will. I think it's been a little bit since he pitted. I don't know if he'll be able to make it all the way to the end.
Ian. I think maybe Ian one more time would be my guess.
And yeah, maybe Ian.
Nudie maybe. Nudie's also will be pushing it to the close.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how these pit strategies come out.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone that pitted on lap 5, I think, still has one more pit stop in them.
That would make sense, yeah. Just before the halfway mark.
Yeah, since we've been estimating about 14 laps per stint is kind of what we've been aiming for. So
yeah,
do 5, 5, 4, pretty much.
Yeah, and Chuck's doing a good job keeping that pace with Cobra. Keeping that gap. He's 15.5 seconds still, so he's doing a good job keeping Cobra behind him. I know Cobra's probably doing everything he can to try and close that gap. But like I said, Chuck's got good pace on this track. He likes this one. Oh no, something happened. Chuck went off. Chuck spun.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted to see.
Oh no. Right as I was hyping him up, Chuck spins, and that allows Cobra to get even closer. Now within 5 seconds. Thankfully, Chuck gets it back on the road fairly quickly. However, I imagine he's probably got some damage after that one. It's a little bit too dark to see right now, but I imagine he's probably going to be limping this one back to the pits, get that damage fixed. Going to be a little bummed about that since he just came out of the pits this lap. So that's a tough one for Chuck there. I think the cold night got a little bit more ahead of him, and I'm sure he knew Cobra was chasing behind, but yeah, he's doing great. Cobra trying to hunt him down. 2 seconds. Cobra really closing on Chuck quick. I do think Chuck does have some damage here. Still keeping Cobra behind him right now. About to go into the mini carousel here. Getting ready to go down on the Dodger straight. I imagine, it looks like Cobra might get by him here. Shuck had a little slide out of the mini carousel. Yeah, and just like that, Cobra gets by. Shuck trying to stay behind him, stay within that slipstream, see if he can hold on to that at least down the Dodger. But I do imagine Shuck will be coming in the pits here.
Not what you want to see.
No, it's not what you want to see, especially not at this point in the race, and
No,
you know, just pitting last lap. That really hurts. But you know, Shuck doesn't give up. He's not a quitter. He's gonna get this pit done, get back out, and you know, try and at least get back to 7th, or just try and stay top 10 still at least. Fang, Verspacey, and Galahad are still pretty close. Not too far behind, depending on how much damage he has. It looks like he's going pretty slow down the Dodger, so I think he might have
we couldn't get into 6th gear. We got
a
stuck,
good amount of
stuck.
damage. And this pit might last him a little longer than he wants it to. We'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, Cobra continues on through.
I can tell you it's 6 seconds of damage.
6 seconds of damage, okay. Not terrible, not great. Jay maintaining that gap to JP, still at 10.5 seconds. Shuck getting out of the pit now. Looks like Fang was able to get past him. Max Verspacey might get past him. It's going to be tight going into turn 1. Looks like Max Verspacey does get by. And now Galahad will be coming right onto the back end out of turn 1. But Shuck comes out of the pits right behind Max Verspacey. Max Verspacey sees that. He tries to get on it really quick. Meanwhile, Fang, he's thankful for some fresh air, trying to pull out ahead.
Tire warm-up.
Oh no, Shuck off again. Forgot about the cold tires. And Galahad and Verspacey by no problem. That is going to hurt Shuck really bad. I know he's going to be upset about that one, but with him and Gabba, I know you two can battle back. You guys are good.
I'm hoping for a top. I'm hoping for a top half at this point.
Try and make a good pit strategy for the last 2 stints and make something come back.
Good strategy only works if you don't crash it.
This is true. This is true. And a couple crashes there that really hurts. That really hurts.
So I think our goal as a team is top half at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a valid goal.
Yeah, I mean, endurance racing never gets easier.
No, it does not. You know, the only thing you can hope something happens to somebody else, but at the same time, you don't really want anything to happen to somebody else. But
I know
at certain points, it's to where right. It's to a certain degree, it's like that's your only chance now is if somebody else, you know, has a big error or makes a couple mistakes like that too. That's endurance racing. It's tough.
Same thing in real life.
Absolutely, we saw a lot of that. I don't know if you watched the Nurburgring 24. I did.
I watched some of it,
and
it's
there was a lot of carnage.
It was. I'm surprised the Dacia made it to the end.
I was happy to see that. You know,
Me too.
I missed a couple hours, but
it made it.
It fought back. It made its way back. That made me happy.
Yep.
And yeah, happy to see these guys keep going. Not giving up, keep fighting, keep battling. Nooney's got a half-second penalty, but he's got plenty of space in front and behind him.
Penalty line here, though, is awful.
Say again? Oh, the penalty line? Yeah, it's not right at the Dottinger, and it's not right at the start of it. Even if it was, it still sucked.
It's not far in.
But yeah, it's pretty rough. It slows you down a lot more than you like. So you want to have as much speed as possible going on the Dottinger. And that slowing you down, yeah, it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. 8-hour endurance races. The 8 hours is always a weird distance. Like, you want to be pushing all the time, like a sprint race, but it's not as long as a 12 or 24 where you feel like you have time to be patient.
Right. Yeah,
brutal.
you don't have as much time to be patient with 8 hours, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think the main thing is just don't make mistakes. I feel like that's any endurance, any racing really, in general. If you can get through it without too many mistakes, too many errors, slips, crashes, anything like that, you should place pretty decent, you know, unless your pace is just garbage. But at least you're still safe, you're still clean.
Yeah, you didn't cost $1 million in damage.
Exactly, and pace will come, you know. And the thing is, even if your pace isn't as good, but somebody's pace is faster, but they keep crashing, or if they have to pit 2 times more,
yeah,
they're not really overall faster. So,
nope. Smart racing is
balances
what it's
out.
called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some of our races like that in the championships. Some guys are faster, but they wear their tires quicker, have to pit a couple more times, and others are able to baby their tires and make them last a little bit longer and use that to their advantage.
That also comes down to card choice. I feel like some of
to a
the,
degree,
especially
to a degree, it does. Yeah.
There's faster Group 3s that burn tires more. I'm like, it's a question of what do you prioritize.
Yep. I personally, I like a more balanced car.
I like front end pointy.
One that's going to be good. Not the best everywhere or anywhere, but isn't the worst anywhere either. And you could always find pace on some tracks. I mean, yeah, some tracks will suit certain cars better than others, but I do think they're all fairly balanced.
Yeah, besides like the really old ones, like the old GT and McLaren F1.
So I would like to see more GT3s added into the game.
Don't we all?
Newer ones, obviously, you know, we all would.
Yeah,
but it does look like with the next update, I just saw something that's pretty exciting. It does look like we're getting some new prototypes, some GT1s. So that's exciting. Some more of the modern ones there.
IMSA or just?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But it should be good.
I was trying to think, maybe Ferrari. I could see Ferraris.
I believe it's a Ferrari, a Porsche. Somebody posted in here. Yeah, the 963, the Porsche. I'm gonna look it up real quick right here. Okay, yes, we got the 963, the 499, the BMW WRT V8 hybrid, and the Peugeot 9x8 hypercar.
Yeah, I really wish they had the Cadillac, but I will move on.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them add the Cadillac, and maybe it's in the works. You never know.
We don't have any Cadillacs in the game in general.
Yeah, so that's the part where I think it might not happen unless they added it to GM. But I don't know. You never know.
Like,
you never know.
Imagine taking an Escalade.
I'm sure some people would like a CX-5, you know, or CX-V.
Yeah, CT5V Blackwing.
Yeah, something like that.
I would even take an Escalade V.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people would enjoy Escalades.
Yeah.
Or Cadillacs in general, I should say.
Yeah.
So it looks like JP went into the pits one last time. I'm wondering if this was his final pit. It looks like he came back out on medium. Surprised he didn't go for softs for the last half hour of this stint.
Yeah, it's a thing. He's kind of in the weird spot where it would be close to 5 laps, depending on where timing line hits. It's just like it's.
Yeah, the softs don't last too long, but now he's got to remember he's on fresh tires.
Yep, but cold tires.
Yeah.
But also, he has gaps in front and behind. There's no need to play it risky with softs and potentially die. It's not final stint. I would say go softs, go for broke.
Yeah.
For now, you have.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Looks like Cobra is going in for his last and final pit.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see where he comes out. If he comes out in front or behind Fang and Galahad.
I think behind Fang.
Yeah, I think it might. It's going to be close. Depends on how much fuel he puts in. He might be putting in too much. I'm not sure.
54%. That feels about right.
Yeah, that should be good. And coming out, it is going to be really close. I think he is going to stay ahead just enough, and Galahad drops into the pits behind, so he definitely doesn't get ahead of Galahad, and he does get out just in front of Fang with 4-second gap. That's no problem for him. Yeah, very nicely done. Shuck does get a space there. Well, a couple spaces. Got past Max for Spacey, and then got past Galahad due to Galahad pitting. So Shuck put a clean lap together after the little slip up in the GP circuit.
Yep. Going hunt down Fang is the plan.
Say again.
Go and hunt down Fang.
Oh yeah, yeah, and he's trying to. He's got about 13.5-second gap. Fang's got some good pace too. He's doing his best to keep himself alive, keep himself going as best as possible.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Cobra's trying to run away from Fang and track Noonie back down. Noonie's now trying to track JP down after JP's pit. Now under 9-second gap there.
Does Noonie have to pit again is the question.
It looks like he might. I'm not sure the last time he pitted, and he's been on his tires for, it's like a pretty good bit now.
He went for about an hour in the first, and he might just try to one-stop
Yeah,
it.
he might. He might. I'm not sure what Chicane did the first time. I know Chicane went pretty far on it as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, got him. Went far and then ended up in front of me because I didn't pit stops. I'm surprised Noonie didn't get damaged. We had a spin and we were sideways across the track.
Looks like Shuck spun again, and Max for Spacey got back by. Shuck's having trouble with the GP circuit, it appears.
The thing is, that wasn't even a slow GP. It's about 10 seconds slow for GP, what it looks like.
Yeah, he spun. He was over a second ahead of Max for Spacey. Now he's 5 seconds down, so.
Yeah, he's trying to push too much. It's what it's. You get the nerves of I messed up, I need to make up time, and then you make more mistakes.
Yeah,
it happens.
I've been there. I've done it.
Me too.
It's tough. Yeah. He just needs to try and keep it clean, keep it on track, keep it on the tarmac.
We still have 4 hours of racing, 4.5 hours. Like we have time to make up some. We have time.
Lots of racing to go. Lots of racing to go. Now, in the meantime, I wonder if Galahad saw that. I don't know if he's in VR or not. If he's not, I imagine he saw the gap drop quite a bit. Probably sees that and might be trying to push himself as well. Might keep himself not too far behind Galahad, only 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah. I'm honestly very happy and surprised with the car variety for this race. Feels good.
Good.
Since we have
you
all
guys
3
are in
of them
the
on
Ferrari, right?
Ferrari. We chose it because straight line speed and also fuel economy. It's so good on fuel compared to the other ones.
Nice.
But yeah, so the Ferrari, we have a Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsches. The M6 is a monster. It's so wide.
Yeah, it's a big girl.
The GTR is also not
Jay's
a small car.
in here.
Yep.
Hop on Jay's onboard here as he goes through the carousel.
The carousel is terrifying.
You guys can see how dark it is for them, and in this stint, it is very, very dark.
Yeah. The carousel is terrifying, and especially at night. Like, it's so easy to dip a wheel on the inside, and all of a sudden you're facing backwards.
Yeah, I saw someone do that earlier, and
I did that a lot
saved
of
by
practice.
Jay there. Got a little too much curb on the exit.
Okay, well, Shuck is on the back of for Spacey right now. And
Shuck on the back for Spacey, less than a second.
Very smart on this circuit.
Oh, and Verspacey goes wide into the grass. This should allow Shuck to get by, and it does. Shuck gets by cleanly through Verspacey. Very nice. Keep it clean now the rest of the way, Shuck. That's all you got to do. Bring it home. Max Verspacey now dropping back a little bit. Those dirty tires probably picked up a little bit of damage going into the side rail. And Shuck now doing what he can to pull back as close to Fang as possible, not build too much gap off the leader. Meanwhile, Verspacey's got a pretty good amount of gap to Galahad still. Was able to recover fairly quick.
Yeah. What scares me with the front engine carts, it's so easy to get engine damage.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Reason why I like the mid engines, you have a lot more forgiving if you hit a wall head on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Gava, I'm gonna bring APOC in as well if you're good with that. You're welcome to stay still if you'd like, or you're welcome to hop out. Either way.
I'll stay for a little bit longer.
Sounds good. Yeah, just waiting for him to hop over, and we'll pull him in as well.
Are we gonna get the random nighttime endurance race commentary? When does that start?
What do you mean?
Always at like Mons or Daytona at like midnight, the commentators go on wild rants for.
Oh, we've kind of been going on some rants a little bit, but
it's
as the gaps grow, I'm sure we will.
Yeah, Le Mans one from 23 was like, I remember it saying, if you can't have cake, the only appropriate substitute is heroin. So, nighttime endurance racing, they lose it too.
Hey Puck, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Happy to have you on.
It's been good fun.
Say again?
It's been good fun.
Good. It was quite the stint you had yourself.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit of damage, but we fared okay, I think. So
yeah, not too bad. It looked like it wasn't too much damage, so nothing too bad.
No, that was alright. Still got some good laps in and clocked some good time, so I was pretty happy.
Absolutely.
Who's your teammate, APOC?
Galahad.
Ah, Galahad. Been watching him all night.
The Punterinos.
The Punterinos.
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of Galahad and Verspacey and Chuck and Fang.
Yeah, Chuck, yeah.
Of course, watching Cobra tear through the track.
Yeah, he's
been
busy.
busy.
He's so fast, man.
He's probably
so
making over
fast.
2 minutes on this stint.
Yeah, he's made up 2 minutes and 6 seconds on this stint so far.
So
that is incredible.
And that's on Raiden. Raiden's
not slow.
Raiden's not slow either.
No,
Noonie going to the pits.
Raiden and Gerald doing pretty
should
well.
have plenty of time behind him with Cobra. Might slow him up a little bit, but should
Cobra
be
will
good
smell
here.
blood. This gap should be, what, 15 seconds? Looks like they're repairing some damage. But yeah, Cobra will smell
Galahad's
blood.
come out pretty back. Does Max have damage? Do you guys know?
I do not know. We're not watching the car info just because we don't want people to be able to get
Oh, of course, sorry.
that
yeah,
advantage.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say.
Stuff looks like he's got a bit of a gap on him
Hard
now.
to say. Yeah, it looks like Galahad's starting to kind of close in on him. So we'll watch that for now.
Yeah, see how it goes. But thank you for the stream so far, Eggman. It's been really good. The coverage has been great.
Thank
Been
you. I
watching on the
appreciate
side,
that.
It's been good.
Let's bring Zach R into the stream now as well. Hey, Zach, welcome to the stream.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you guys feel free chat amongst yourselves as you're watching, or if you guys have anything you want to talk about, discuss, talk about how your stints went, or anything like that.
Yeah, Fang did as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Me and Raiden have
Fang
gone for
and
a
Max
very
went in
boring
the pit. Kind of surprising with only 24 minutes left.
I mean, they can go softs now and just hammer lap times then.
This is true.
Yeah,
but
fix the damage if
is it
there's
worth
damage.
the
and
amount
then
of
go slow.
time lost in the pit?
I'm surprised that Ian hasn't pitted yet, because I was thinking he would have pitted the last lap onto softs.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought,
yeah.
I don't know if
We
he can
thought
make it
maybe
to
so
the-
too, but yeah, it looks like Fang maybe just went in and out real quick. That didn't take very long at all.
I mean, my guess is damage, so you just need fixed damage and new tires and call it
Yeah.
a day.
And then Mike's still pushing. Max for Spacey, he had a little bit longer of a pit, looks like. Raiden still has 28-second advantage to Ian. Ian's
the
got
last lap?
17 to Jay.
Just has to bring it home.
8:23 was his last lap.
Not bad. Yeah.
Let's see.
My
I'm looking
stint
at our
was
last laps right
rough,
now.
to say the least.
Nooning. All right, let's bring Pum Pum back into this as well. Enjoying you guys coming in and chatting with me. It helps a lot. Please talk more.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hey,
welcome back.
Sassy.
How's everyone enjoying Stint 2 then?
It's been dark.
It's been a lot of action.
Yeah.
It's been very dark, yeah. Indeed.
It's been very boring for me and Raiden.
Yeah, lucky
Out in front,
you.
I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, you guys are killing it. You guys are having a great race.
Well, maybe what you should do is you should slow down and bring yourself towards.
Do you know what happened in Stint 1?
Yeah.
I feel like we can't like clockwork win 2 in a row of these.
Well, I mean, I very nearly lost it in Stint 1.
I
saw.
On lap
I
3.
saw.
I was
I
there. I
played on lap 3.
Oh, Walter wants
made
to
a
join
mistake,
in this
and I
chat
didn't
party as
change
well.
my tires. So I had to go. I basically gave myself a drive-through penalty, but then I have to
Yeah.
go around again and do it again.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
saw
too
that.
bad,
I was
though.
questioning what was happening up there. And then you passed me, and then you were. I never saw you again.
All right, I'm going to bring Walter in as well.
Yeah, Walter got kicked actually, so that'd be interesting to speak to him.
Hey,
Yeah.
Walter, welcome. Sorry you had to DC during the stint.
It went from bad to worse with this one.
That's all right.
STG STG did great in the first stint, and then we fucked it.
Hey, that's okay. You did what you could.
Yeah.
There's a couple of DCs, so it's not all over.
Nope,
Yeah.
not all over. Not all
Who
over.
DC?
Chris DC'd during the first
Yeah.
lap.
Yeah, but the only other, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So how will that work on the next stint? Will they start next to each other at the same time?
I'll have to discuss that with the other
The person
admins.
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with how long they were in it. So I think Walter would start first, and then B Chris would start after. But obviously the admins can work that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll be behind Mick and
Mick.
Trevor. So you're looking at almost a full lap down. Yeah.
Oh, good lord.
It's a little bit rough.
No, I'm looking Trevor going actually.
Yeah, it looks like Raiden's actually coming up on Trevor right now. Yep, Raiden just made a pass on Trevor. So Trevor is a lap down. Yeah, and Raiden just got past him there.
And he's
Alright, let's
mixed
kinda
this up
cycle
from
through here
Trevor.
A full lap.
And then Ian and Jay. Jay's got that gap down to just over 2 seconds. Let's see if Jay can close in on Ian more. I know he's got a little bit fresher tires than Ian. Curious to see if Ian will pit one more time or not. Guess we'll find out here shortly as they're coming up on the Dodger here.
Yeah, this stint's been very calm. Been too calm.
Not too calm.
Well, I've mainly been focused on Mick, so.
That's fair.
But you know, she's
How is Mick going? She doing alright?
Yeah. To be fair, actually, her confidence has shot up. Like, I was
Jay
coaching
makes
her
a pass on Ian down the Dodger.
I think maybe after seeing my struggle, she thought, "Oh, I can drive this thing." And
Oh, be kind to yourself, Walter.
oh no, I'm not gonna be good on myself because I fucked it up like real.
No, just be kind. Just be
Come on,
kind.
man.
That's okay.
It's all good.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
It
Wow,
happens.
that-
It
I
happens.
had it.
Even Kevin Esther had a crash, man. I mean, come on.
Oh no, I had 6 crashes in 3 laps.
That's okay.
I'm still not even halfway through yet, so a lot can change.
That's okay. That's okay.
Not when you put that much pressure on yourself.
All right,
as
there
well.
we go. Now Ian's going into the pit. One final pit. I imagine he's putting softs on here and just topping that fuel off.
There's a bit of a battle going on between Shuck, Galahad, and Fang as well.
Ooh, there is. I see that. Fang, Galahad. Looks like Galahad's making the move on Fang there.
No, Fang's trying to make a move on Galahad.
Oh, I thought Fang was ahead of Galahad.
No, he pitted and came out just behind him.
Oh, gotcha.
And then Shuck wrecked just before, so now Galahad's right on the back of Shuck as well.
See. So Fang's trying to make a move on Galahad. Galahad's trying to make a move on Shuck.
Yes.
Shuck's trying to pull away, which he's doing so a little bit because I think Galahad's a little bit too busy with Fang.
Yeah, 2 hours in and these guys are separated by about 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's incredible. And we've got 16 seconds left, or 16 minutes left of this stint still, so almost 2 laps left of this stint. Yeah, and Fang's really doing everything he can to pressure Galahad. This mini carousel can sometimes be difficult on the exit. Galahad a little wobbly through it, not too bad, maintains it. Fang maintaining behind. They both close in on Shuck just a little bit. Are they going to get a better exit? Looks like Shuck maybe had a little bit of a slide. Does get a good exit still through out onto Dodinger. However, Fang right on Galahad's bumper. This could be 3 wide on the Dodinger. 3 wide on the Dodinger. Galahad pulls out in front. Shuck loses 2 positions in 1 straight. And Fang drops back behind Galahad, tries to get more of that slipstream so he can slingshot back in front of Galahad. And Galahad doing everything he can to keep him next to him, but unfortunately that slipstream was strong enough for Fang to pull through. However, Galahad does still stay in front of Shuck and pops back into the slip as they go through the final corners here, back onto the pit straight. Galahad might be able to make a move back on Fang with the better exit, and behind them is Shuck, just watching it all play out, seeing, will either of these two make a mistake? Will they battle each other too hard? Maybe I can get by. Play it careful. Turn 1, everything is clean. Stays clean. Very bunched up, these three, after almost 4 hours of racing, and still this close. This is incredible. Fang, Galahad, and Shuck all giving us a show. And Fang really putting it to Galahad, really giving him the best he can, but does go a little wide there, slows him down a little bit. That allows Galahad a little bit of breathing room. Fang really looking for the better exit line on these corners, trying to get that good exit to run on Galahad. However, Galahad's doing the same thing to run away. A little deep into the gravel there just before the Nordschleife. Or, sorry, not the Nordschleife yet, but he does go a little too deep and does pick up a half-second penalty and dirty tires and slows himself down a little bit. Now Fang trying to make a move on the outside, not able to do so. Battling here is slowing them down, allowing Shuck to stay within a second of them both. And now, as they go through this final chicane from the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife, Galahad still maintains ahead of Fang. But Fang's looking at every opportunity he can to try and squeeze his way in. With only 13 minutes left to go, doing what he can to pick up that 7th position, which if they do get far enough around, they will get far enough around. Once they get back to the Dodinger straight, if they do get back there clean and the position still stay the same, Galahad will most likely lose 2 spots to Fang and Shuck as long as they keep it clean behind him and keep it close. But what a battle we have going with these three for 7th place. Shuck, Fang, and Galahad all within a 1.5 seconds of each other. Only 12 minutes left of the race to go, or of this stint to go. 3.5+ hours in, and still this tight of racing, clean racing. And looks like Galahad picked up a 1/2 second that's what we knew he had. He had a 1/2 second. Fang didn't. I'm over talking myself. Really good battles going here. curious to see if Fang is going to try and make a move somewhere on the Nordschleife. There's not a lot of places to do it, and their battles are pretty even, or I'd say their pace is pretty even, and with getting the dirty tires there for Fang, that's not going to help him out. Allows Galahad to pull a little bit away. As long as Fang can stay within about a second of Galahad as they go on. Oh no, Galahad goes wide and goes into the barriers. That is going to be a tough one for Galahad. That's not only going to cause him to dirty tires, slow down, lose many places, but that's also, oh man, that's also going to cause some damage and make it really tough to get back around to the pits. He's going to be limping his way back around. Meanwhile, Fang sees that as an opportunity of fresh air, pulls away, gets some gap from Shuck, and continues moving on. Really, really tough to see that for Galahad. Oh, and JP closing close on Ian, half second. This is for podium position to end the stint out with just 10.5 minutes left to go. JP really putting the pressure on Ian. I think Ian's got fresher tires, but JP is really, really pushing himself here to pressure Ian in these final moments of the stint. Really curious to see if he'll be able to get a run on Ian down the straight. If he just stays behind him during this, stays close enough, can stay in that slipstream, he might be able to, if he can't make a pass prior to then. Really, really good battles all throughout. I'm very impressed that we have as many drivers as we do, as close to each other as we do. This is incredible. Racing Club. If you're not a part of the Racing Club already, scan that QR code on the bottom left. Sign up. Join us on Discord. We've got races all week long. We do endurances regularly throughout the year. And we have a championship series coming up soon. It's going to be an 8-race series with a short break in the middle. And those will be in GT3 cars and hour-long races. Lots of fun. Lots of competition. So if you're interested in that, sign up, join us, and yeah. If you're enjoying what you're watching, good, clean racing, come on over.
I got info for you, Eggman, about Shuck.
Yes.
Brake issue. His physical brake system started failing.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
It happened yesterday. We fixed it.
So mechanical failure. Mechanical failure for Shuck. That's why he was having issues.
That was when he went off immediately coming out of pit lane. Was his brake just didn't work.
Surprising with 8.5 minutes to go, Jay's back into the pits. Wondering if he had some damage or changing the tires.
I don't think he did enough fuel. Yeah, he didn't have enough fuel.
Okay, had to do a little bit more fuel and put some fresh softs on, maybe?
I would assume so. If you don't put new tires on, put softs on.
Yeah, fresh softs, absolutely. And should come out with plenty of space in front of Ian still. Ian is coming down the main pit straight now. JP still on his bumper, half second behind him. Let's see if he can make a move somewhere on this lap. Otherwise, he's going to run out of time.
Yeah.
However, staying close will be great for the start of the next stint. And maybe can make some moves early on in the next stint. But really curious to see how the rest of this stint plays out. About a lap left to go. Cobra is almost up to Noonie now. Less than 5 seconds. Only minute 56 to the leader. So he has cut out quite the deficit. Doing a fantastic job. And his teammate, put up a great run in the first stint. And Cobra's done a fantastic job to battle his way back to within 2 minutes of the lead. That's That's better than a lot of the other teams here. I mean, he's up into 6th place already. And there's many teams that are 2+ minutes back of the lead going into stint 3. Oh, and Galahad looks like he's limping, and he's got that penalty to serve. I imagine he's coming in the pit this lap to fix some damage.
I don't know if he will. You have 7 minutes left of driving. I feel like you just suck it up for 7 minutes.
He's losing a lot of pace to the guys behind him already, though.
But is it so you're going to lose 30 seconds in a pit stop, or are you going to lose more than that in the next 8 minutes?
He might.
True.
He might.
Interesting thing from the lead group. Ian's done driving for the day. He did first and second stint.
This is true.
And he's the amateur, correct, for that team?
I believe so. Yes, he is. And yeah, so Sully will be in next. I will say they're pretty evenly balanced, the two of them.
But still, in theory, you have the faster driver for the final 4 hours of pushing.
Yeah, in theory. Yeah, and Ian's done a fantastic job in these first 2 stints. Really, really incredible job. His pace is he's done the best he can to just minimize mistakes and keep as consistent pace as possible. I mean, you look at his lap times; they're all 8:20s within 5 seconds of each other. Besides his pit laps. JP doing the same thing, really pushing, being consistent, and he's been fantastic as well to be within a second of Ian in 4th place. Pit strategies have worked out well for these two, and for Jay as well, other than having to do that last final pit stop. I think kind of hurt him a little bit, but Raiden, nice solid lead, 1:05. Just gonna go down here through the list. JP still trying to close in on Ian. Ian trying to build that gap a little bit more. Cobra now within 2.5 seconds of Noonie. See if he catches him before the end of this stint with 5 minutes to go. All right, well, Gavin, Zach, I appreciate y'all joining me for part of this stint and chatting along.
Thank you. It's been a very good race so far.
Yes, very, very good for you and Raiden. You guys are killing it. Clockworks Racing is looking like the team to beat right now. So, Zach, good on you and your teammate. Great first stint for you, and fantastic second stint for Raiden as well.
Yeah, thank you, Agnew.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see you next time.
I'll see.
All right. Oh. All right, with just about 3 minutes left to go, cycle back through and see if there's anybody making any moves. Oh, JP is trying to make a move on Ian here in the Nordschleife. Not able to do so just there. Getting ready to come up on the carousel with that pressure. Is that going to cause Ian to make a mistake, or is JP going to try and push too much and make a mistake? We'll find out. Final moments of stint 2. Man, JP's giving it everything he got to try and get past Ian on the Nordschleife here, but there's not many places to pass, and their pace is very comparable. This has been an excellent battle. Ian doing everything he can to hold JP behind him. JP trying to stick his nose in everywhere he can, and almost getting away with it a couple times. 2 minutes to go. They might make it to the Dodger, and we'll see who takes the lead going into it at the end of stint 1 or stint 2. It looks like Cobra got past Noonie just now as well. Let's get back up to this with JP and Ian as they are closing out this final part of stint 2. Ian makes a little mistake there, allows JP to get even closer on his bumper. Well, they're doing everything they can to stay out in front. 1 minute to go. Can Ian hold on? Or is JP going to make a pass? Comes down to these next 2 corners. Oh, JP, slight mistake out of the mini carousel. Allows Ian to pull away. Now, will JP be able to get a better exit than Ian onto the Dodger? I don't think he will. I think Ian is going to maintain 3rd place going into stint 3 for Sandbagger Racing. So with just 20 seconds left to go in this stint, let's go down the order and see how everyone's doing from the leader. We have Jay with 1 minute and 4 seconds to the leader. Ian, 1 minute and 16 seconds to the leader. JP, 1 minute 17 to the leader. Cobra, 1 minute 44 to the leader. Noonie, 1 minute 48. Fang, 2 minutes 52 seconds. Shuck, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Galahad, 3 minutes 23 seconds. Max Verspacey, 3 minutes 25 seconds. Mike Lowry, 3 minutes 49 seconds. Mick, 6 minutes 56 seconds. And Trevor, 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Thank you, everyone that's tuned in so far. That was the end of stint 2. We will now be taking a short break before the start of stint 3. We're hoping to get stint 3 started on the half-hour mark. So that'll be in 21 minutes from now. Might be a little bit delayed, but that's what we're going to go for. So I appreciate y'all sticking around and watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, comment, share it with your friends, family, whoever. If you're new to the racing club, if you're not a part of us, feel free to scan that QR code on the bottom left. That'll bring you to our Discord. Feel free to join. We have races going all week long. Lobbies up all the time. Friendly, happy, clean racing. A lot of guys that are willing to help if you're needing to get improvement, things like that. Just a great community to be a part of. So if that's something that sounds good to you, please join us in our Discord, and we look forward to having you. We are going to take a short break here, though, so I will be off the mic for just a little bit. Hello. How's everyone doing? Good. Great stint too, guys. Fantastic. All right, welcome back. For those that joined our stream while we were gone, we are moving on to stint 3 and getting ready to get that going here in the next couple minutes. We are the Racing Club. This is our 8-hour endurance at the Nurburgring. It's our biggest endurance yet. QR code on the bottom left of this stream will take you to our Discord. We have a championship coming soon, just like you're seeing in the chat down there. But we've got a lot of people that would be more than happy to help you get faster and learn more racecraft. We're all about racing clean. We also have races all week long, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Those are a little less serious. Still, Monday and Wednesday are mini-series. Mondays is going to be Miata Mondays for 8 weeks. This Wednesday is the final race for our GR86. And Fridays are our fun days. Friday fun days. So those are always a good time. With that being said, let's go ahead and take roll and get stint 3 underway. Zach R. J. Sully. Okay, we can wait. Is that Santos? Can you guys just wait till I say your name? Oh, Jay. Okay, I did. Okay, let's continue with this. Santos. Is Santos ready? Cobra. Sorry. Shirkane. Is Fang ready? Gava. APOC. Sorry, yeah, I heard you. Floco. Is Floco ready? Max? Is Max or Floco in here? Max is in here. He's muted. Thank you. Sauce? Is Sauce ready? Mike, you're muted. All right, I know Pum Pum's ready. Okay. Is Matt ready? Is Walter ready? Or whoever's racing this one. Is Chris ready? Okay, just waiting for Sully. Let me know when you're back, Sully. Yeah, no, you're good. Alrighty. Good luck, everyone. Remember to wait for my go. I will let you all go as it goes, or as the time comes. Raiden, you are good to go when the lights go out. Or Zach, sorry, are good to go when the lights go out. Good luck, everyone. Whew. There goes Zach. No? Oh, there he goes. Okay. All right. Jay, I'll get your. No, you're fine. It was 5 seconds. You're fine. And that's on you guys, because I said you can go when the lights go off. Sorry, not sorry. All right, Jay, be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Sully, be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. JP or Santos, go. Chicane, be ready to go shortly after Cobra. Cobra, get ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Chicane, go. Fang, you've got about a minute. Who keeps joining and unjoining? What the heck? Alright, Fang, be ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Fire and Ice, be ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. APOC, be ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Max for Spacey, go. Or Floco, sorry. Thank you. Mike. Or Sauce, be ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Mick, you've got a little wait. Or Pum Pum. And you others have a little wait. If you don't mind lining up on the right, because there will be people coming through a lap before some of you go. So if you guys can line up behind Pum Pum, Matt, Walter, Chris. Thank you, guys. All right, and right out in the first lap, we've got Santos chasing down Sully. They had just a second apart from their start after stint 2. Sully doing everything he can to run away from Santos. Pum, you still have about minute 10. All right, Pum, be ready to go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, now Matt, Walter, and Chris, you guys have a few minutes. All right. Oh, looks like something might have happened with Santos somewhere. Dropped back a little bit off of Sully. Floco's still staying within about a second and a half of APOC. Pretty close. All right, you have a minute left, Matt. It looks like we've got a pretty good battle going here with APOC and Floco. Floco's trying to stay as close on APOC as he can. All right, Matt, get ready here shortly. All right, Matt, get ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Walter and Chris, you guys are good in 3, 2, 1, go. Careful with the flat or with the cars coming down the straight. All right, looks like we have Santos already into the pit lane. So probably was a slight spin, dealing with a something there. Maybe not too much damage, but got some fresh tires on. So he comes out not too far behind Chicane. Should be able to battle Chicane pretty well. Meanwhile, Floco's still trying to catch APOC. About a second and a half there still. All right, again, those that are tuning into the stream, I appreciate you tuning in. This is our 8-hour endurance at Nurburgring, our longest endurance event we've done yet with the racing club. We just celebrated a year a month ago as a club on Discord. If you're interested in joining us, you can scan the QR code on the bottom left. We have races all week long. We do endurances regularly throughout the year. And then also, we have a championship series that'll be coming up here shortly. And that will be a Group 3 series, 8 race long series. That'll probably be happening in about the next month, starting up. But yeah, glad you guys are here. Hope you're enjoying what you're watching. We're all about trying to race clean and have fun and, yeah, make it as real as possible as we can. And I do have confirmation from Kayak Dragon's engineer that they did have a crash. So that is what happened and why they ended up having to pit after that first lap. So Santos now back out. Getting onto the Nordschleife here. Trying to see if he can hunt down Chicane in the Ring Devil's Viper. Cobra, in the meantime, he's doing his best to hunt down Sully and get where he can. Sully, meanwhile, hunting down Jay. Jay's really been impressing me this race. Keeping it clean for the most part for Blue Ridge Motorsport. Taking on both the night stints, very impressive. Santos still keeping it within about 2 seconds of Chicane, doing his best to close that gap. Could be a tire difference, not sure. Meanwhile, APOC and Floco still very close, 1 second. Let's see Floco's view as he tries to hunt down APOC. Will Floco be able to get a run here? I'm not sure. It's not the safest place to try and pass on the Nordschleife. It's actually considered one of the most dangerous. So I don't think Floco's going to be going for a move here, but maybe he can get close enough to maybe make a move shortly after. He is now within a half second, so he's definitely got some slipstream. And as long as he can get a good run out of one of these corners, slightly better than APOC, he should be able to make a run on him and get a pass. But the Nordschleife is tight, and it does require a pretty specific line to maximize speed around most of these corners. And so it's not easy to pass on. That's all. That's what I'm getting at. Best option pass is usually on the GP circuit, the main straight, or the Dodger straight, of course. Looks like Matt DC'd. That is unfortunate. So it looks like we lost out on the Bastardos. They are unfortunately not going to be able to finish the race with us today. So that leaves us with 14 contenders. But that's okay. We're still rocking strong. APOC and Floco battling here. Let's go ahead and looks like Floco's just keeping his spot behind APOC, not trying to push too much or anything. Maybe waiting to see if APOC makes a mistake and capitalize. Let's see what other action we have going on around here. Looks like Fang is just got onto the Nordschleife. Not too bad. Tan Pum Pum coming out of the pit lane. Looks like Chris got past Walter early on. Zach out in front. He's got plenty of breathing room. Minute 6. Jay really being pressured by Sully. He can see those lights in his mirrors for sure. Less than a second. Sully's got that slipstream possible going down into these final sections before the Dodger. We'll Sully be able to capitalize and get past Jay, stay in the slip? Let's see. Mini carousel can cause people to slip up a little bit. They both get through there cleanly. Is Sully going to be able to stay close enough and get a better run onto the Dodger straight to make a pass on Jay? It's going to be tricky because Jay is in the BMW, which is one of the faster GT3s with top speed. And it does look Jay actually got the better exit there. Sully went a little wide going into it. Unfortunately, was not able to stay within Jay's slipstream and is kind of staying back a little bit. He might be getting a little bit of slip. It's hard to tell. But I don't think it's going to be enough by the end of the straight. We'll see if he does anything before turn 1. But let's keep moving down the line, see where everyone else is stacking up. Santos now within a second on Chicane. It looks like we had a yellow flag. Who's this? Walter. Getting Walter. Passing Walter there. That's okay. And so a little bit of lap traffic caused Chicane to slow up just a little bit. Allowed Santos to make a run on him into the Dodger straight. However, that Viper is fast in a straight line. Chicane able to stay out in front. Will he be able to maintain it? Let's check back up with Sully and Jay, see if Sully was able to... Oh, he does. Just as we get there, is battling with Jay. They're side by side. Jay on the outside. Sully gets the inside. Sully able to go through. Nicely done. Jay trying just his best just to stay behind. Keep it close. He knows he's got Cobra coming shortly behind him. And Chicane and Santos coming into turn 1. Santos less than half a second to go. Breaks as late as possible. Chicane on the inside to defend. Able to defend. However, goes a little wide. And Santos is able to get side by side with him. Falls back behind. This is an exciting race. Stint 3. Oh, Chicane a little wide, but he is able to defend well enough that Santos wasn't able to get by. Where will Santos be able to make a move on Chicane? This is some great racing. Looks like Chicane's going to try and stay up on the inside on most of these corners. Santos has given him everything he's got, showing him his nose in every which way direction. Chicane wide again. Santos not able to get around. Now goes around on the outside. Chicane still on the inside, both side by side. However, Santos has the advantage for going into the chicane right before the Nordschleife. Ooh, it is dark. However, Chicane has that top speed power of the Viper. They go side by side through the chicane. Chicane decides to back out, let Santos have it. Santos gets by just before making his way onto the Nordschleife. What a battle that was. That was fantastic. Chicane and Santos, I salute you two. Thank you for that great entertainment. Walter, you're doing fantastic, man. It's an endurance race for a reason. They're tough. Let's keep going down on the line, see how everybody else is doing. APOC and Floco. Floco's still within a second of APOC, so he's not letting APOC breathe for a minute. APOC, I know, is feeling him breathe down his bumper. And Floco, it seems like he just wants to eat exhaust fumes for lunch. Making the chase, staying as close as possible, staying right there on the bumper. Less than a second behind. Will he be able to make a move somewhere, whether it be the Nordschleife, in the GP? Will he get close enough in one of these moments? We'll find out. Still plenty of time left in this stint. Not even a quarter of the way through it yet. Also, it's going to come down to pit strategy. Who's going to have the better strategy with their tires and fuel? Who is going to have that advantage? Because it does make a difference. Also, keeping it clean and not having to deal with any damage. Having to damage fix times really slow you down in the pit and can cause somebody to gain or lose quite a bit of time on you. Let's head back over to Floco and APOC. APOC does get a little bit of breathing room from Floco. Not a lot, but does get some. Let's head back up and see how Cobra is doing, making his way back up towards the top. Now within a second and a half of Jay, so Cobra's flying right up there, making the best of most of his stints. Only a minute 10 off the lead now. He's really been just chomping away at that gap to the leader, and it's impressive. The way he drives and can handle the car, the amount he pushes it, very, very impressive, very fast. Let's see where he makes a move on Jay, if he's patient about it or if he finds somewhere to do it here on the Nordschleife. I think he might be patient though and wait, or try and just flash Jay out of the way. We'll see what happens. Don't know if Jay's just gonna give that easy, but it looks like maybe he is. Just let Cobra by. No point in battling him. He knows he's the faster driver. Just let him go. And on goes Cobra. Jay now, I'm sure he's gonna do his best just to stay on Cobra's bumper. Maybe even pick up a few extra tenths here or there, following behind. So far, doing well to keep next to Cobra, not let him get too far out of his sights. Oh, meanwhile, Floco's closing in a little more on APOC. This is a tricky section here. See if they both can keep it clean. They do. Nicely done. Love seeing those flames spit out the back of that AMG. It's just beautiful. So chat, how we doing? How we enjoying the stream so far? Pump into the pits. Chris doing his best to fight his way back. Chris trying to climb back. Zach now still maintaining that lead of a minute and about 5 seconds over Sully. Sully doing everything he can to keep Cobra behind him. I'm sure he knows he's got Cobra coming up quick. Now down to 2 seconds as they're going down the Dodger Straight. All right. Let's see how Cobra closes in on Sully. Cobra is absolutely flying, Ian. I agree. Thank you, Shuck. Time for another monster. This one's a smaller one, though. Ultra Wild Passion, if you're wondering, Walter. Oh, and it looks like Floco did get past APOC. We missed that. Wonder if something happened to APOC, because he did fall a little bit back, maybe about 5 seconds. Missed what happened there. However, Floco did get by and is now in the 8th position, trying to fight his way back up to Gava. Meanwhile, Chris starting to gain some pace back, closing in on Tan Pum Pum just a little bit. Let's see what Cobra does with Sully here as they are getting onto the Nordschleife. Where will Cobra make his move? Will Sully allow it? We'll find out. Again, thank you to everyone that's viewing, that's tuning in. If you're new to the Racing Club, this is our longest endurance event we've ever held. 8 hours at the Nurburgring and 4 2-hour stints. We're doing a team style, so 2 drivers per team, 2 stints per driver. And we also have other endurance races that are usually just 2-hour long, and those are just solo. Sometimes if we have enough, we do different tiers. But lately, we've been trying the team endurances, and then it's been a lot of fun. We also have races all throughout the week. Coming up this Monday, we have Miata Mondays. That's in the Mazda MX-5 Roadster. On Sports Soft Tires, we're doing 8 weeks of that. It's going to be a good time under BOP, so everyone has the same exact vehicle. Wednesdays, this Wednesday is our final 86. Oh, and Cobra gets by Sully through that very technical section, and Sully decides to not, fight it too much, knowing that it can cause extra damage. So just let him on, not let him by, but don't fight it by. And it looks like Sully goes a little wide behind Cobra through that next section. But able to maintain on track, not pick up too much damage, probably just a little bit of dirty tires, and going to do what he can to stay as close to Cobra as possible. Meanwhile, now Cobra is going to be trying to hunt down Zach. Zach's job now is going to be keep the distance as far as possible to Cobra. So far, he's doing a pretty good job. Minute 2 seconds still, so still over a minute gap. We'll be seeing how that will be going over the next few laps, if Cobra will be able to dip into that a little more, or if Zach will be able to hold him off and keep that lead strong. Alright, looks like most of our gaps are starting to spread out a little bit, which isn't too surprising being into stint 3. After 4 hours, the different paces, depending on who's in the car at the time, AM driver, pro driver, those gaps can definitely spread out quite a bit. However, it's impressive seeing that a lot of them are still within just a few seconds of each other. Cobra did make a second on Zach so far in the last few minutes. Really curious to see if he's going to be able to make enough to really make up for the deficit he was in after stint 1. Sully doing his best to maintain behind Cobra and not lose too much pace. Jay maintaining his pace well. Just about 9 seconds off of Sully. Not too bad. Santos 28, almost 29 seconds behind Jay. I know he's pushing a little bit to try and get back up into that podium contention. Very well could come down to pit strategy. With Santos having to pit after lap 1 after a little incident. That may hurt them a little bit. However, he's in 5th, still fighting strong. Let's see if he can close the gap to Jay. Chicane, meanwhile, is trying to fight his way up to Santos as best as he can. And Gava's doing his best, just keep himself clean, keep him on track. Fire and Ice have had a little bit of slip-ups in both stints so far, but nothing too detrimental. As long as they can keep it together, keep it on track, and keep it clean, they should be able to finish pretty strong here in the 8-hour endurance with 3.5 hours still to go. Meanwhile, Floco's doing his best to pull Gava back into him. He does have that gap down to under 10 seconds and pulling a little bit more away from APOC. Really wondering if APOC took some damage when Floco initially got by him, because it seemed like they were right there and then a 5-second gap out of nowhere. So really unfortunate to see that for APOC. Sauce doing what he can to keep it clean and build their way back up as much as possible. Feng as well. He's the real endurance one here. This is his 3rd straight stint. He's got one more still after, as he is one of the lone wolves in this race. Did not have a teammate, but he's a competitive driver, and I know he loves driving this track. And he's going to cut away time wherever he can. Do the best he can. Chris doing the best he can to make time on Pum Pum. He is starting to close in a little bit. And Floco's got that gap to Gava now to 8.5 seconds, so he is making some time on Gava here. Really curious to see how much time he'll make on Gava over the rest of this lap, and really curious to see what pit strategies each of these teams are going for this stint. And Chris is continuing to close that gap to Pum Pum, now in just a minute 12 seconds. Really making some effort. Only has Zach R to unlap himself for a tan Pum Pum. Meanwhile, Chris is behind Jay. He's going to have to unlap himself from quite a few if he really wants to make a run on Pum Pum. Don't know if Jay's going to let him by easily, knowing that it's not necessarily a battle for position. Not sure how much Chris is going to try and fight it or not, or battle it. Hopefully that... Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. That's the last thing we wanted to happen. And it looks like Chris accidentally caused Jay to spin. That is unfortunate, as Jay was up towards the top, and Chris, being one of the back markers, already being down one lap. Chris slowed down for a little bit, saw that he went off a little bit more, and decided to continue on. That will be addressed after I am sure of it. Very, very unfortunate for Jay. Hopefully Jay was able to recover well enough and hopefully not pick up too much damage from that, and be able to carry through this lap and still have some pace. He is definitely going to lose some time in this lap, unfortunately, due to that. And we'll have to review at the end to see who was at fault entirely. It's hard to see in the dark, but it did look like Chris and Jay were maybe a little too tight on each other. And yeah, unfortunately, it caused Jay to spin. So that will definitely be looked at afterwards. Really curious to see how much damage that caused Jay. It's quite unfortunate. Meanwhile, Cobra's starting to close that gap even more to Zach, down to 54 seconds. With plenty of time left in this stint, he may be able to catch him and possibly overtake him. Really curious to see how much time Cobra can bite back during this stint. Meanwhile, Zach doing his best to just keep it clean, stay out in front, and not have to deal with too much traffic or anything. Floco after the pits is 12 seconds behind APOC. So APOC has not pitted yet, but Floco has. So Floco's probably on pressure tires. APOC's tires are probably getting quite worn. I'm sure he'll be coming in before too long. And unfortunately with Jay's spin, that is going to allow Santos to climb his way back up quite a bit closer to Jay, now at 8.5 seconds. He is pushing those tires hard around that corner, though. And Santos now getting that gap down to about 8 seconds. Very impressive, the performance he's putting in today on the ring. Other than that minor slip up in lap 1, he's holding it together quite well, and proving that he's been putting the practice in and learning this track to have the pace to compete in the top 5, possibly on the podium. Still plenty of time left in this race. Tires can't degrade without your consent. Very true, Mick. Santos with that gap down to almost 7 seconds. So I'm going to guess that Jay probably does have some damage after that incident with Chris. I would imagine he's probably going to come into the pit after this lap, or at the end of this lap. Gotta sit up for a little bit or something. It's too long to be sitting in this chair. Santos closing that gap even more, down to 6 seconds, just over. On board here with Jay. Come back to him in just a moment here. Let's check in with Cobra, see how he's doing. Down to 45 seconds to the leader. So pushing as much as he can to get that time back. Meanwhile, Zach doing everything he can to stay clean. Keep as much time between he and Cobra as possible. Now here comes Jay going through the mini carousel. This will be the telltale sign if he's got damage as they come down the Doddinger. If he's able to get all the way up to speed or not. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to. Does get a good exit. Making a good run on it. However, it does sound like he might be struggling a little bit for power, but he's gaining time on Santos. Maybe not. Santos didn't appear to get a as good of an exit onto the Doddinger as Jay did, but we do have Cobra and Sully coming to the pits already. Well, Zach is still out. I say already, it's been 5 laps. Zach stays out for now. See how Jay comes. He's going into the pit and he keeps going. He keeps going. So he doesn't have damage, just a little spin. He's recovered. And back on it. Now with Cobra's pit, his gap to the leader does go back up to plus 109. But once Zach pits, that will most likely come down quite a bit. Now Cobra getting his way by Chris, no problem. Jay now 5 seconds off Sully. Sully fresh out of the pits. And Santos, meanwhile, 5.5 seconds off Jay. Floco's now within 2 seconds of APOC. Looks like Floco's really starting to find his groove and his pace. Really driving smooth and clean, working his way back up to APOC after his pit stop. As they come on the Doddinger, is he going to be able to make a good exit and get close enough to pull in that slipstream and possibly make a move here? Looks like APOC got a good exit as well. Floco's making a little bit of a run on APOC, but it's not going to be quite enough. Might come down to who brakes later in turn 1 unless APOC dips off here into the pit. And he does just that. Floco gets a free pass on by as APOC now into the pits for the first time. Let's check on down with Sauce and Fang and everybody else towards the back, see how they're doing. Looks like those gaps are staying pretty maintained. Chris started to, dealing with some of the traffic up at the front, losing a little bit of time on Pum Pum, but still staying within that same time frame. Zach out in front now, still with the 1 minute 4 second gap after Cobra's pit stop. However, Zach has not pitted yet, so that gap will come down, and it looks like Zach's last lap was a little bit slower than his previous ones, and Cobra's have been a little bit faster. So we'll see how this goes and see how much time Cobra can pull back in. Sully now bringing his gap up to 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds to Jay. And Santos trying to reel Jay in still, down under 4 seconds now. We'll stick with this for a little bit here. Watch as Santos tries to hunt down Jay and see if he's able to do so. Put the pressure on Jay. Hopefully Jay's able to keep it clean and keep his pace nice and strong as well. Both these guys have been making just great runs in these stints so far. Really impressing me with how clean they're keeping everything and the pace they have. It's quite incredible. Really shows how much practice and time they've put into this race. They've been planning for this race for about 2 months now and practicing like crazy, and it shows. They're doing a fantastic job here. The fact that we have as many people as close as they are with 5 hours into a race, and there's still battles. It's awesome. A little bit mind-boggling. Pretty crazy. Santos getting that gap down to 2.5 seconds to Jay now. Jay doing a good job of keeping his pace up and not letting Santos get too close and not making any mistakes. However, with Santos pushing, hopefully he doesn't make a mistake and keeps it clean. Doing that so far and just slowly reeling Jay in. We'll see once he gets a little bit closer if that pressure will build up on Jay or himself, and hope they can keep it clean. Let's check up at the top and see what the gap's looking like. Cobra now has that gap below a minute, and Zach again still has yet to pit. So really curious to see what that gap's going to drop down to once Zach comes into the pits. However, Zach has been doing a fantastic job keeping it clean, so not having to deal with any damage or anything like that. Shouldn't have to have any repairs done. That pit stop really shouldn't take too long. Tires and some fuel. But I imagine Cobra will bite out a pretty good chunk of that once he's in the pit. Sully doing his best to not let Cobra get too far away, but still pull away from Jay. Meanwhile, Santos now within a second of Jay. Glad we got back to this when we did. This is looking to be quite the battle here between Santos and Jay. Jay doing his best to stay out in front of Santos. And there we go. Zach is now into the pits. Santos now and Jay going into the mini carousel. Who's going to get the better exit going down to the Dottinger? It's really going to make the difference here for Santos. If he can get a good exit behind Jay and make a pull on Jay down the Dottinger, stick within his slipstream, he might be able to make a pass here. However, Jay has been getting that corner just right almost every single lap, and really is making a good run here. Might be enough to keep Santos behind him. Santos is starting to pull in a little bit with the slipstream. Not sure if it's going to be enough though. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. They try to go too wide through here. I'm curious if Jay will back out and let Santos through, or if he's going to keep trying to push his way in. It does look like Jay backs out and lets Santos through. Doesn't want to deal with the possibility of damage and says, you know what, he went for it, I'll let him have it, whatever. And now they both dive into the pit stop. Meanwhile, Zach, after his pit stop, Cobra's only 25 seconds back now. I'm sure that's got to have Zach sweating just a little bit, knowing that Cobra has made that much pace back in just the last 2.5 hours or so. Almost halfway through stint number 3 here. About 3 hours left to go of this race. And Cobra's giving it everything he's got to give his teammate a chance for a podium. Meanwhile, Sully's doing everything he can to stick in there as well for his team. I believe he will be doing the last stint as well. Chirkane now into the pit. Oh, it looks like we lost Walter as well. Not sure if they DC'd again or what. I know they were having a little bit of a rough race, but we're still happy they showed up. Still happy they're here. If they DC'd and still want back in next stint, we'll let them in. But we've got 13 left on track still. 13 teams, all battling it out. Zach R doing his best to keep Clockworks Racing out in front. Cobra doing his best to bring Invincible Motorsports back up to the top and get himself out in the lead and try and run away with it a little bit. Meanwhile, Sully's doing his best to keep themselves in contention. If he keeps it clean, he should be able to do just that. He's brought his gap to the leader down to 39 seconds. Santos making a little bit of leeway on Jay. Now he's got some fresh air, some breathing room. Meanwhile, Floco's trying to reel in Gava here. Not sure if Gava had a little mistake somewhere. As last time we checked, I believe it was about 18 seconds, so they lost 4 seconds just a short time. So might have been a little slip somewhere here or there, or Floco got the better run down the Dottinger. It is a long straight, so it can make a difference depending on how quickly you get out of that corner. Whew. Walter, that sounds pretty darn warm. Sorry to hear that. Sad you guys are DNF. But thanks for showing up, and hope you guys continue to show up next time, and maybe not have the computer and everything overheat. or the room, but lovely having you, Walter, and SGT. Dutch Performance Team, give it up for them, guys. They showed up. They gave it their best. Made it 2.5 stints. Meanwhile, Floco's trying to close in on Gava, down to 12.5 second gap. APOC keeping his team in the fight. Along with Sauce. Try not to stay too far away from APOC and keep Fang far enough behind him. Fang now going in the pit stop. That's going to help Sauce out some. Not have to worry about that as much. V-Chris starting to lose a little bit more pace off Pum Pum. 2.5 penalty as well. I know DC in last stint was very unfortunate for them and not what they wanted. Definitely set them back quite a bit as they were in a decent position before that. But it's unfortunately the part of the rules we created and the endurance race. And with it being endurance, things like that can happen. And it's unfortunate. But they're not giving up. They're still in it. They're still pushing. They're still fighting. Zach's gap to Cobra now down to 17.5 seconds. Cobra continuing to chew away at that gap. And he's doing so in quite an impressive manner. I don't think Zach's really making any mistakes or anything either. That just shows the pace of Cobra. He is a very talented driver. And it does look like, different pit strategies may have different payouts for some of these teams, depending on how they choose to pit, how it can line them up. Soli's got a pretty favorable gap for the podium, also continuing to close that gap to the leader. Alongside Cobra, not quite as fast as Cobra is, but still knocking away a little bit. He's got the gap down to 37 seconds. Meanwhile, Floco's got his gap to Gava down to 10 seconds, continuing to close that gap. Meanwhile, Gava's doing his best to keep it clean, not wanting to go off track anymore, have any more slip-ups. And just take it as far as they can, and doing very well at that. Still in 7th place, doing a great job, keeping Floco behind him still. Floco doing everything he can to crawl back some of that time. APOC keeping it clean as well. Doing his best not to lose any extra time. Same with Sauce, Fang, as well as Pum Pum and Chris, all doing well, never giving up. Zach's lead now down to 14 seconds to Cobra. We'll take a look at Cobra's stream for a little bit here. Watch him. Cobra continuing to whittle away at that lead that Zach has, down to 13 seconds. What an impressive feat Cobra's done in this first half of stint 3. Jay's doing a great job keeping it on track. Thank you, JP. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the love and support, guys. It is a long day. It's definitely the most I have streamed for and commentated for by a long shot. Hopefully my voice holds up still. Doing okay right now so far. But we still got another 3 hours to go, so doing my best. Hopefully I'll be able to get some more guys in chat here with me and help commentate some. But in the meantime, you guys just got to keep hearing my voice and seeing me. Hope you don't mind too much. Trying to give you as much coverage as I can of all of our lovely teams that have been enduring this endurance so far. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. If you want to see someone specifically, let me know. I can try and jump to them, see where they're at. Otherwise, yeah, let's get back to where those gaps are closest, and there's some battles brewing. Floco now down to 6-second gap to Gava. And Cobra 12 seconds now to Zach in the lead. Continuing so impressively to just knock that time lower and lower. Seems like it's almost a second or two a lap. Back to Floco and Gava. Floco now below 5 seconds chasing Gava. Coming down the dot in there. Not sure if he's going to make any extra time on this, so let's move along to where there's a little more action. Fang coming around the carousel. I'm sure he is starting to feel this endurance. He is, again, running solo, so he's been at it for 5 hours now in the seat behind the wheel. And he's got another 3 hours to go, so I commend him for this. And if he can make it to the end, man, huge props to him. I don't think I could ever race for that long in one sitting. It would be tough. But here he is, crushing it, absolutely killing it. Chris trying to make his way a little bit closer to Pum Pum. Cobra now 10.5 to Zach. Doing a fantastic job closing in there. Oh, and Floco got past Gava. Not sure what happened there. It looked like maybe Gava pitted? Yeah, Gava pitted. That's what it was. We didn't miss anything exciting, guys. Whew. Alright, so Gava went into the pits. Floco got by no problem. Now Gava's on his out lap, trying to hunt Floco back down. Meanwhile, Floco's now got some fresh air out in front of him. Let's take a look at this gap up at the lead. Now under 10 seconds. We'll stick on board with Cobra for a little while here. He's doing a fantastic job. He has really been making quite the effort in last stint in this one. These last few hours. It is very impressive what he has done. And he's still setting purple sectors. Who can stop this guy? Anybody know? I'm not sure. It's like he's doing quality laps in the middle of an endurance. He is a new breed of alien. I agree. Gap now under 9 seconds. So he's moving quite a bit faster than a second a lap, or 2 seconds a lap even. It's maybe a little closer to 4 or 5 seconds a lap. This is impressive stuff. Almost a second a minute, it seems like. This is wild. All right, so we've got about 8.5 seconds gap still for Cobra to catch up to Zach. Let's move our way down again, check on everybody else, see how they're doing. Sully's still going strong. Zach keeping his gap to Sully about the same, around that 36-second mark. Santos doing well as well, keeping strong, keeping it clean. Jay doing a great job. Chicane giving it all he's got, driving one of the most challenging cars, the Viper. And yeah, he and Nooney, they're wild for that one, but hey, more power to you. Floco doing a fantastic job for his team, keeping them in the mix, doing everything he can. Gava doing the same, trying to keep it clean for his teammate. His teammate was having some technical difficulties earlier, and hopefully they're able to get that fixed for the final stint. APOC just 10 seconds off Gava. It's brought that down a little bit from what it was. Sauce still holding strong. Fang holding strong as well. Pum Pum never giving up. And Chris never giving up either. This is lovely stuff, guys. Keep it up. Cobra has now got that gap down to 7 seconds. Let's watch a little cinematic views for a little bit. We miss you too, Muhammad. Can't wait to have you back, brother. All right. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. I need to stand up and stretch my legs. Because, yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I'll try and be back if this gap gets any closer. All right, just got a little bit of a break there. Stretch my legs just a little bit. Hopefully I didn't miss too much. Looks like Cobra is got that gap down to under 6 seconds now. Zach's doing a pretty good job of trying to maintain that gap as best as he can. I imagine they're probably starting to get pretty worn tires, but Cobra's still doing fastest laps. His last lap was the fastest lap of the race so far, or of the stint at least. Right. Everyone else still staying clean, doing a good job. Let's watch Cobra a little bit more here. See how much closer he can get to Zach before either of them pit again. Gap now below 5 seconds. Cobra is flying. My goodness. It looks like Floco might be going into the pits. Or just came out of the pits. Was in the pits. So he goes in the pits, comes back out behind Gava. Does have APOC right on his tail. So we've got a battle brewing right here between APOC and Floco. Floco's got the fresh tires, however, they are cold, so they aren't warm yet. He's going to have to be careful with that. Meanwhile, APOC's been on his tires for a little while now. A couple laps, so they're nice and warm. Hopefully not too worn yet. So APOC might have the better tires here. Oh no, goes a little wide into the gravel. That slows him down quite a bit. That allows Floco to pull away just a tad bit. Kind of get out of slipstream range, and then we'll see if APOC can pull him back in with Floco's cold tires still. But Floco's been showing he's got some good pace today, and doing everything he can to keep his team up in the mix. SFASR Racing, they started in 8th. They're still sitting in 8th currently, so haven't lost any, haven't gained any, but they're doing fantastic. They are keeping their pace strong. They're not making too many mistakes or errors or anything. As I say that, of course, commentary's curse. Great catch, Floco. My goodness. Whew. Don't want to curse anybody like that. Keep it up, guys. Keep doing good. Great saves all around. Love seeing it. Let's head back up. Oh no, Chicane. Chicane might have had a small little spin, maybe? Not sure what happened there. Not sure what I missed. Unless that was just a slow section of the track. But let's get back up to Cobra and see where he's at with Zach. Now down to 2.2 seconds. So I know Zach's probably starting to see the headlights in his rearview mirror now. And he's got to imagine, I got to imagine he knows it's Cobra. And so he knows Cobra's been hunting him down. Went from over a minute to now less than 2 seconds, or just down to about 2 seconds. Still have quite a bit of time left in this stint, and I believe both will probably still have to pit again as well. But Cobra has absolutely been flying. Less than 2 seconds now to Zach. Is he going to be able to get close enough in time for the Dottinger and get past him there? We'll find out. But at the same time, he may go into the pits here as well. Not sure what the strategy is for these teams. Thanks for everybody that's tuning in as well. If you're new here with the Racing Club, we are a Gran Turismo 7 Discord server club. We've been around just over a year now. We host races every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in 2 different time slots. We have a European time slot that starts at 6 p.m. BST, and we have a America's time slot that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time zone. And so if those times sound good to you or work for you, and you're interested in joining us for races, whether it be a mini series or just fun races, or eventually when we get back to our championship series, as that's coming in the next month or so. However, coming up, we do have Monday, Miata Mondays is starting this Monday, a new round of that. We're doing 8 rounds. Wednesday, we are finishing up the GR86 Cup. This Wednesday will be the final round for that, I believe. That has been a fantastic series so far. Looking forward to what we'll have next on Wednesdays. We're not sure exactly what that is yet, but it is being planned currently. Friday, we do have a Friday Fun Day every Friday. So if you just want some fun lobbies that aren't too stressful, you don't have to worry about anything or points or whatever, still keep it clean, because that's what the club's all about, is clean racing and keeping it clean. Come and join us. And Cobra making a move on Zach down the main straight after the Dodger. Was able to get close enough now into turn 1. They're going side by side. And Zach maintaining. Nope. Cobra does get by. Just enough. And Zach sticking right on his bumper still. Not letting him pull away. Sorry about the jump on cameras. I was trying to get to this one and I accidentally went too far past it. Let's see if Zach can stick with Cobra now. During this lap here, as Cobra was pulling in on Zach. Anyways, like I was saying, Friday Fun Days, lots of fun. Sometimes we do a few different cars at a few different tracks, or one car at a few different tracks, or just one silly race. I don't know. Lots of different stuff on Fridays. Saturdays, we reserve for endurance races and championship races, and occasional special events races. Last year, we had an event where we had our members get the chance to race against Adriana Carrazza at Spa. And, man, that was a fantastic race. Wonderful performance by Carrazza, and it just shows what a pro-level sim racer can do compared to amateurs like us. But hey, we're here to have fun, and we're about clean racing and a good time. But the championship series we have coming up, it's going to be an eight race series with a break in between after the first 4 and the last 4. Not a long break, just enough to maybe have another endurance or a special event of some sort. And then we'll be having another endurance, like I was saying. That one will probably be one of our more normal endurances, probably just a 2-hour, every man for themselves, no team type thing. But we're still ironing out the details for that. We do typically do those endurances more, but we've been testing these team ones, and they've been a success so far. So may continue going in this direction. But again, thanks for tuning in, and if you're not already a part, scan that QR code and join us. And Cobra now just starting to build his gap a little bit more. Really curious what the pit strategy is going to be between Cobra and Zach. Who's going to need to pit first or second or more or longer, all that stuff. See how close Zach can stick with Cobra. Still got 40 minutes left in this stint, so lots of time left for lots of things to happen. Meanwhile, Chicane's trying to close the gap that he's got to Jay. He's got it down to about 13.5 seconds. Jay's doing his best to stay clean, not having any more errors, and just keep this car on track and keep it in a good position for Blue Ridge Motorsport, for Shade to come in for the final stint and maybe crawl back, maybe have a chance at podium. So he is staying very close. Chicane as well. He and Nooney are having quite the race themselves, keeping themselves in the mix as well. Gavin not too far off the back. He and Floco and APOC are all very close to each other as well. Really curious to see how they'll finish out this stint and how close they'll be. I know with different pit strategies, they've all kind of leapfrogged each other here and there throughout the race. Sauce doing everything he's got to stay in the mix. Really pulling that time back to Floco as best he can. Fang hanging in there as well. He's had a long day already, and he's got still another 2.5 hours to go. Tan Pum Pum keeping it clean, keeping it smooth, keeping the car on track, hopefully. Seems that way. Chris starting to close that time down to Pum Pum a little bit, but got another penalty here. So unfortunately, that is going to slow him down going into Doddinger. I wonder if he's just missing track a little bit here and there. It is dark. It does look like it's starting to get a little bit lighter out, but currently still dark and hard to see in some of these areas quite exactly where the track limit is now. The headlights, they do show pretty well, but it's dark out there on the Nordschleife. Cobra now with fresh air, clean air, just driving how he does. Clean, smooth, fast, making it look easy. Zach doing everything he can to not let Cobra just completely pull away. Still has him at 4 seconds currently. Chicane's starting to close in on Jay a little bit more, down to 11.5 seconds. Wonder if Jay's really working to maintain the tires, or depending on what tire compound he's on, maybe the difference in pace. Meanwhile, Chicane's showing us how talented he is, making it look easy to drive this Viper on such a challenging track as Nordschleife, Nurburgring. It's impressive how well everyone's doing today in this race. Most teams are keeping it clean for the most part, not having too many spins or incidents, and it's a challenging track to do just that. Noonie, I don't know that we can do a handicap like that, but anyways, it'll be all right. DJ, good to see you again. Remember, guys, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, family, anybody you think would enjoy watching this. Happy to have you here. Alright, so it looks like Cobra's jumping into the pits here. Zach stays out, so Zach gets the overtake on Cobra through the pit strategy. Let's see where Sully comes into. Is Sully going to be coming into the pits as well, or is he staying out? Looks like he's jumping into the pits as well. So let's hop back to Zach, see how much space he can make from Cobra before he's got to pit again. Got about 20 or 35 minutes left of this stint. Chicane now with the gap to Jay, just under 10 seconds. Chicane really fighting here, really trying to push and make that move to get into the top 5 at the end by the end of this stint. I'm wondering if Jay's going to have to pit again or not. I'm not sure. Fang's starting to close in on Sauce now, 7.5 seconds to go. And Cobra's already pulling that gap to Zach back down to 17.5 seconds just in the first half of this lap, or first quarter of this lap, I should say. So Cobra's really doing what he can to push and get himself out in front as best he can for Team Invincible Motorsport. Whereas Zach, he's doing the best to keep Clockworks out in front. Sully's trying to keep his team up there in the mix as well, doing a great job at it. Sandbagger Racing. Santos also making quite the push for Kayak Dragons, keeping himself not too far off of Sully. They still have a very good chance at podium here. As long as they can keep it clean the rest of the race, they should have a pretty solid chance. Meanwhile, Jay, he's still doing good. Still trying to keep Chicane back there. It's still about 8.5 seconds. Really curious to see what Shade will be able to do for the final stint for Blue Ridge Motorsport. Meanwhile, Chicane has been pushing like hell for the Ring Devils. I know Nooney will be happy to get back in that seat after and run a few more laps and see if he can't close it even closer to Jay and Blue Ridge Motorsport. This is stint 3. Stint 3. Meanwhile, Gava's doing everything he can to keep Floco about 20 seconds behind him, and he's doing a great job at that. That has been a back and forth all day between the pits, and really coming down to pit strategy for Team Fire and Ice and SF ASR Racing. Both doing fantastic jobs today. Oh, Fang now coming in on Sauce. Now only at a second, less than a second now. Let's see what Fang can do coming into the pit straight. Is one of them going to have to pit? Are they both continuing on? It does look like Sauce is dipping into the pits. That allows Fang to go on by, and Fang will get some clean air as he tries to chase down APOC now. Meanwhile, Tan Pum Pum and Chris still pushing as best they can. Chris doing everything he can to not get any more penalties. Coming up on some of the front runners with Santos in front of him now. And Cobra's now got that gap to Zach down to 12 seconds. Still on that first lap. So he's knocked that lap in half in about 2/3 of the lap. That's quite impressive. Alright, so for Santos, he's got Chris behind him. That's not a, it's not for position. That's just the lap traffic. So, curious to see if Chris tries to get by, or if Santos lets him by, or Chris keeps it safe. Looks like Chris went a little wide there, wasn't sure what to do. Really hoping another incident doesn't happen like what did with Jay earlier. That was very unfortunate. Cobra continuing to push and chase down Zach. Now has it down to 10.5 seconds. And I do think Zach might have to pit again. With still 28 minutes left of this stint. Kane giving it everything he's got to close in on Jay, but Jay's keeping his pace quite well, keeping Chicane at about 15 seconds. That gap hasn't changed too much over this lap. Meanwhile, Santos, he's doing what he can to stay around that 21 second mark to Sully. Cobra coming down the Dodger now. He's gaining a little bit of time on Zach. Really curious to see if Zach's going to come into the pits here or next lap. But I do imagine he has at least one more pit stop this stint. I could be mistaken, though. I don't know what their strategy is. Cobra now at 8.5 seconds, so we're gonna keep watching this for a little bit. We'll check in on the others here shortly and jump back up to this. But Cobra has been putting on quite the performance today. Really showing his talent in each of these stints. He has been climbing and pushing. It has been very impressive to watch. So it looks like Santos did get caught up with Chris a little bit. Some lap traffic there. Nothing too bad, hopefully. Hoping this is a planned pit for Santos. Looks like it might be. Getting low on fuel. Meanwhile, Jay's actually growing his gap to Chicane some. I know Shade's loving to see that. Blue Ridge Motorsport, keeping them in the mix. Up there in 5th still. And Floco falling a little bit off Gava's pace now. Gap about 25 seconds. Let's see what Floco has left in him for the last 25 minutes. Hey, Bach doing well. Been keeping it clean the last hour or so. Of course, as I say that, he misses the carousel. I'm gonna just stop saying people are doing well. Every time I feel like they've made a mistake right after. So, no more of that. Fang's doing a good job, just trying to keep it clean, keeping himself in the mix as well. I know he did have to serve a drive-through penalty, and I believe he has one more. I'm not sure if he served it this lap or this stint or not, or if he still has one more to do. That was unfortunate that he has to deal with that with not having a partner in this, but that is due to because he is one of the faster drivers, and his pace is probably faster than his pace with somebody else that's slower his pace. So hope you guys can understand that logic and see that. But with that being said, he has been doing a fantastic job. Still has 2 hours and 24 minutes left to go, but he has been doing a great job here and just really showing that he has everything that he needs to push and make it this long and drive this long. It's quite talented. It's a long time behind a wheel in one car on one track. All sorts of different daytime. The darkness is a different world out there on the Nordschleife. Let's head back up towards the top and see where Cobra's at with Zach. Looks like it's down to a 3-second gap now. Cobra doing everything he can to pull Zach in and end this stint in the lead. And he's doing quite a good job at it. And Zach's doing everything he can to maintain and hold on. But Cobra has battled back from last stint and this stint. I believe it was about 4 minutes or so of a lead difference. 4.5 minutes. I think it was 4:36, something like that. So between two stints, he has made up that much time. And this stint alone, he's made up well over a minute on the leader. And Zach has been pushing very hard and putting together some very good times as well. So hasn't been an easy feat for Cobra by any means. Not an easy feat for any of these guys. This is a long race on a long track. And it is enduring. There's a reason they call it an endurance race. And it's all about lasting and making it to the end, making it to the finish. And so proud of everyone that's made it this far already. And looking forward to the final stint. We'll probably get that going about a half hour after this one ends. Just to give each other time, or give people time to rest, stretch a little bit, grab a snack if they need to. I myself want to do something like that as well. Also for us to calculate the time differences to get the next stint's start splits. So thanks for bearing with me for this long. I appreciate everyone that's tuned in for this long already. I know it's been a long time with me on stream, and I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And this battle right here for first, Cobra and Zach. Cobra's dipping his nose in where he can, trying to show Zach that he's there. Zach trying to do his best to keep in it. Doesn't want to force anything. Cobra getting a little squirrely there off the curb. Zach decides, you know what, I'm going to let him just through and not stay too wide through here, as that would be quite dangerous. And so Cobra makes it by. Zach now following in chase, trying not to let him get too far away as we're coming up on the final 20 minutes of this stint. Really wants to keep Cobra as close as possible to keep his teammate at the best chance and opportunity to take home a first place. But a lot of teams still in the mix here for the podium, doing a fantastic job. That was a ridiculous overtake from Cobra, I agree, Ian. Wow. But he did it. He made it work. I think it took part on Zach kind of being aware of Cobra being there and not battling it out, and really just, you know, playing it smart and doing the smart thing, knowing that there's still a lot of race left. There's still over 2 hours left of racing, so a lot more can happen still. And I believe this is Cobra's second stint of his 2 stints. And so he's doing everything he can to make that time now. Zach, he's doing a great job at keeping himself as close as he can and keeping Sully as far back as he can. Santos still getting to play with the lap traffic a little bit. Jay's got a nice healthy gap in front and behind. No need to worry from Santos or Chicane. Gava's got a decent gap as well. He's grown his gap to Floco up to 28 seconds, almost 29. So that's a great job by Fire and Ice. I know Shuck's going to be happy about that, hopping in for the final stint. I have a little bit more of a gap to Floco. Oh, and Zach now going into the pits. This might be a good opportunity for Sully, depending on how long this pit stop's going to take for Zach. He is going to need some more fuel, but I do imagine he's probably going to go out on softs, and that way he can capitalize on his pace. But yeah, he is definitely going to need to put some more fuel in there. That is going to allow Sully to get quite a bit closer. Floco's gap now almost 30 seconds to Gava. APOC 51 seconds behind there. Fang and Sauce only about 12 seconds apart. Tan Pum Pum and Chris, they're sitting in the back, still about where they were. Cobra now 31 seconds ahead of Zach after Zach's pit stop, and that brings Sully within 10 seconds of Zach now. However, Zach is on cold tires, and it is definitely still cold out there this morning for them as the sun is rising. There's still quite a bit of clouds, and it's still going to be quite a cold temperatures on track. And Sully's doing everything he can to close that gap as quickly as he could, knowing Zach's still trying to warm those tires up. Has the gap down to 9.2, so fantastic job and driving by Sully for Sandbagger Racing. I believe he's got the second stint as well. Ian did a fantastic job from the first two stints, getting them in a great position for a chance at podium. Santos still keeping himself up there in the mix as well for Kayak Dragon. They're not too far off. And again, anything can happen. Still 2+ hours left in this race. Jay keeping it smooth, keeping it clean. Just keeping it on track. Keep it on the tarmac. That's all he's got to do. Chicane doing a great job as well. Gava really finishing off this stint strong, building that gap up to from 8th place and trying to close in a little bit more on 6th. Trying to get his teammates set up for a good spot in the final stint. Floco doing the same. He's just fallen off the pace a little bit the last 2 laps. Hopefully he can find something to pull him back in. Fang's giving himself a little bit more breathing room from Sauce now as he goes into the carousel. Ooh, and Tan Pum Pum with the half-second penalty. Must have gone off track a little bit there. And Sully's now bringing that gap to Zach, now down to 7.5. Let's go on board with Sully and check in with Sandbagger Racing for a few minutes as we're closing in on the last 15 minutes of this stint. Mick, I'm not sure if we can give you a 20-minute head start. That's quite a bit. Maybe a solo race of you and Cobra. Cobra gives you a 20-minute head start for an hour-long race around the Nordschleife. That could be interesting. But also, Mick, you keep practicing. You keep improving. You'll get there. You'll get there. I've seen you improve a lot over the last year, Mick. Sully giving it everything he's got right now to really close in on Zach. And looks like Floco had to pit again. Not sure if that's a tire strategy swap or some damage, something happened there. Maybe that's why he was falling off the pace of Gava these last laps, was maybe some damage, but didn't look like he was having damage repair. Just swapped the tires out from hards to soft, so could be that Gava's on medium tires and just has that much more pace on the mediums compared to the hards, or whichever tires Gava's on, not sure. But Floco now out on the soft tires. He's got to get these warmed up and try and gain as much time as he can these last 13.5 minutes to go. All our gaps are starting to get pretty solid here, except for Sully and Zach. Zach's doing the best he can. Stay out in front. Sully's doing everything he can to pull him in. Now down to 5.5 seconds. Will Sully be able to catch Zach by the end of the stint with only 12 minutes to go? Sully's really been having a great stint for himself and for Sandbagger Racing. His teammate set him up very nicely. Ian did a fantastic job in the first 2 stints. And Raiden did a fantastic job for Zach, setting him back up, keeping him still up out in front. Zach, after the first stint as well, was doing great. However, it's hard to compete against Cobra. He is an alien. And Zach gave it everything he got to try and keep Cobra behind him, but Cobra's just too strong. He took off. He said, I need as much gap as possible, and that's what he did. He sent it. Maybe some sketchy overtakes here and there, but nonetheless still clean. I think it's partially on fact of other drivers not wanting to cause anything either. Zach doing the best to keep Sully behind him. However, that gap's now down to 4 seconds. Sully continuing to give it everything he has to bring Zach back in and possibly get into second for the start of stint number 4. Really curious to see what Sully's going to be able to do, and Zach, and who's going to come out on top between the two of them at the end of the stint. It is going to be close. Continuing down the line, Santos, oh no, picked up a second penalty. But he's got plenty of space in front and behind him that he's not going to lose any positions with that or anything. Just might lose a little bit of the gap to the front. Jay, meanwhile, still keeping it clean. Still in 5th, still giving his teammate a great opportunity to have a chance at podium, possibly. Chicane also doing a great job pushing and keeping his team in the mix. The Ring Devils. Gav has done a great job with Fire and Ice to build themselves a little bit of a gap behind. Meanwhile, Floco, he's also got himself a little bit of a gap to APOC as well now. Doing a great job out there for SFASR Racing. And APOC, Team Puncherinos, they have been doing great. Galahad and APOC have been doing a fantastic job. They've had a couple little minor mistakes here and there, but they've held it together, and they're still going strong. And Fang, bless his soul, he's still going strong solo with still another 2 hours to go. Sauce holding it in there for Fair Dynamics. Pum Pum holding it together for What Are Mirrors. And Chris keeping it in there for Yomp Yomp. Unfortunate disconnect during stint 2, but never giving up and continuing to fight. It is unfortunate how far back they are after the disconnect, but it's an endurance race after all, and it's about enduring that full time, and they're doing just that. Back up to the front with Zach and Sully. Sully's now got that gap to 2.5 seconds. Zach trying to pull it back up. Meanwhile, Sully matching the pace very well. Still in the GP circuit. This is a good time to pass because it's a little bit wider than the Nordschleife, but not quite close enough to really be able to make a move. He's got to keep it clean. Almost going off there. Saves it nicely. Doesn't go into the gravel. But it does sound like his tires are maybe starting to struggle a little bit. The track is still very cold, even though we do see the sun starting to come up a little. Definitely getting brighter, a little easier to see, but the track's still cold. Those tires are still going to be a little slick. And yeah, Sully's done a great job this final stint, during this stint, to close back in on Zach and make that gap very close going into the final 8 minutes of this stint. Essentially the final lap of this stint. Will Zach be able to hold off Sully, or is Sully going to reel him back in? An egg rating from the liveries from 1 to 10 eggs. They're all 10s. I love all the liveries. They're fantastic. They're exactly what I was hoping for. You can tell right now, Sully's really giving it everything he's got to try and get ahead of Zach. He knows that last stint he's going to have against Raiden is going to be quite a battle as well. Yomp Yomp is a goated livery. No, or What Are Mirrors is also a fantastic livery. Zach and Sully. Zach keeping Sully still a 2.5 seconds. This can come down to one mistake or one just really good exit or something. I don't know. The fact that 2 and 3 are this close, almost 6 hours into the race, is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Is that bias by any means, Spacey? Y'all have great liveries, though, for real. Let's keep moving our way down the line, see how everyone else is doing. We'll jump back up to Sully and Zach here before too long. Don't want to miss if any action happens. Just seeing where everybody else is sitting. Make sure nobody else has gone off track or spun. Make sure they're all still sitting pretty clean. So let's get back up here with the action with Zach and Sully. It's not a bad view there. See Sully from behind. It does look like Zach's maintaining the pace now, keeping Sully right at that 1.6 to 1.9 second behind him. Really curious if Sully's going to be able to pull him in within the next 5 minutes. He's done more than that recently, but with 5 minutes to go, Zach's really giving it all he's got to keep Sully as far back as possible. And he's doing a great job at it. Sully's still doing what he can to try and close in, though. He's not giving up just yet. Plenty of time left. And then there's still a whole nother stint. 2 hours. Oh, falls out of the carousel a little bit. It's going to lose a little bit of time there. Probably about half a second or so. Give Zach a little bit more breathing room. All right, now that it's starting to get a little bit lighter, we can see the liveries a little bit better here. Nice classic Ferrari type livery for Sandbagger Racing. Zach R. and Clockworks Racing has a beautiful Porsche livery. The red and blue swirls, whatever you'd call them. I like it. I dig it. Cobra with the classic Invincible livery. Big Invincible fan. And he thinks he's invincible when he's behind the wheel, so he's also shown that he's basically invincible behind the wheel. He is fast. Now has his lead up to 46 seconds. Mind you, when he started this stint, he was over a minute behind the lead. And now he has almost a minute in the lead. That is impressive. V. Chris, he is rocking Team Yomp Yomp's livery. Fantastic zebra red stripes faded into the white and green with the beer. Absolutely gorgeous. Tan Pum Pum and What Are Mirrors have a very beautiful livery as well. Love the fade, love the bright green in the front, the nice accents. Very well done. Sauce and Farah Dynamics with the South African livery. Very nice for he and Mike. Fang, he saw this livery on an AMG during the 24-hour and really liked it and decided to make it for his AMG. Sorry, I said on an AMG, on an Aston Martin. Anyways, I think that's what he said. But either way, beautiful livery. APOC with the with the Punterinos. They've got somebody punting on the side there with kick rocks, kickers, and butt kicker. All about kick, 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 and punting. The Punterinos, but yet, no Punterinos. They're not going to punt anybody off. They just want to scare you, make you think they might with their aggressive livery. And now Floco with SFASR. Very clean livery as well. Love the red and silver with a little bit of gold accent. And a little bit of white on there as well. Very nice. Gava, Fire and Ice. They got the Phoenix and the Ice King. Chicane with the Ring Devils. Spooky. You see that coming behind you, I'd be scared. Jay and Blue Ridge, classic Jay Green. We know that's who it is with the shade, the fade of shade. Santos with Kayak Dragons. A throw to both the drivers' home countries, or what they consider home. And that's all of them, I think, right? Yeah, beautifully done. And coming up on the 2-hour mark of stint number 3, we've got 20 seconds left here. Team Invincible out in front. The Invincible one is Fire. I agree. I believe he's won a Livery of the Month for it. Anyways, Cobra's got a lead of 48 seconds to Zach. So Zach is behind 48 seconds from the leader. Sully is behind 48.5 seconds to the leader. Santos is 1:44 to the leader. Jay is 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Chicane is 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Gava's 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Floco, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. APOC, 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Fang, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Sauce, 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Tanned Pum Pum, 8 minutes and 50 seconds. And Chris, 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Thank you, everyone, for stint 3. That was a fantastic stint through the rest of the night and into the morning. But yes, very well done by Cobra. He battled and fought back so hard to make his way back up there. Fantastic job, you guys, for stint 3. We'll be back on with stint 4 here shortly. We're probably going to take about 20-30 minute break here. And then get back to stint number 4 and finish out this endurance race. 2 more hours to go, folks. I'm ready. I hope you are too. I'll be back shortly. Do this so I can see it.
Yeah, it's 15 after, mate, if you're there.
All right, I'm back.
There was a bunch
everybody.
of fluff with it. So anyway,
This is crazy.
Take a screenshot when you
All right.
are.
So just so you guys know, you guys will be on the stream for right now while we do roll and stuff, which we still got 9 minutes, so no rush. But just letting you guys know, when we take roll, you'll be on the stream, and then I'll hop out over to my streaming chat, and then we'll be good from there. Hello, sad boy. I agree, Mick. What Are Mirrors does have a very nice livery. I'll give you guys that. Blue Ridge Motorsports also has a very, very nice livery. Who keeps jumping in and out of chat? Whatever. Don't matter. Yeah, this livery done by Shade for Blue Ridge is very, very nice. I like it quite a bit. Galahad's and Apox is very fun. Dropkick Murphys, love it. All the punt kick stuff, memes, it's great. It's great. And then there's this beauty that Zebra put together. Very, very lovely. The classic Invincible. Can't go wrong there. And this beauty by Clockworks Racing. Very nice. Good question. Good question.
Ekman?
Yeah.
Could you please write the room ID in the chat?
I did. And then somebody else reposted it as well. It said GTEEST I'll type it again though.
Yeah, please. I think I got it, but if you can say again, please.
Yeah, I just typed it again. Start of the final stint.
All right.
Zach, we haven't started it yet. We're starting in 6 minutes. It appears I forgot to save it stint 4 on the title, though, so it still says stint 3. My apologies.
Has stint 4 started yet?
No. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Everyone come to turn 1 now.
Eggman, I'll be more than happy to chat with you over commentary, seeing that I'm not doing stint 4.
Possibly, yeah.
Sundays, JP.
Do you hear me, Eggy?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. 12 o'clock. Anybody tell me how Matt did?
He dropped out.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to finish it, being that far back,
Yeah.
and yeah, he was like, "I'm good."
Yeah,
So,
we've both had a shit week. Excuse my language.
yeah, well, especially with his hand injury, that would be tough. Yeah, so.
I belly flopped, and because I couldn't catch myself, I caused hairline fractures in my ball joint of the socket of my disabled arm. So
ouch.
I had a good go at stint 2, but it was just a bit too much.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's all good. Stuff happens. We understand.
Yeah, man. I'll join you, Eggman, for the commentary on stint 4 for 10 minutes or so. I mean,
okay, no worries.
Voice chat 3, is it?
Yeah. Once you hop in voice channel 3, I'll pull you over when I'm ready for you.
Excellent.
Checking something here.
I'm gonna do some studying, see who's up front and that, so I can have a decent bit of commentary.
Eggman, I will also join you once we're a little bit further into the.
Sounds great.
Oh. Eggman, what's the stream code so I can get into the actual race viewing?
Oh, I'll have to share my screen when I get in there, and you'll be able to see it once you're in that chat with me.
Mate. Yeah, sweet.
But in the meantime, you can just watch my stream on YouTube, though.
Okay.
Eggman, I just realised I'd muted you on Discord, so I've probably been talking over you at some point. So if I have done, sorry for that.
No, you haven't. You've been good. But the fact that
I've
you
been
muted
listening to you on
me,
the YouTube
ouch.
thing, and I muted
No,
the
you're
YouTube,
good.
and then I wondered why you weren't talking.
YouTube.
Because I muted you.
You're good, Ian. No worries, man.
But check your DMs, Ian.
Guys, I can see daylight.
Yeah, we made it through the night.
How about we don't race and we just sit here and watch the sunrise, you know? Just all of us together.
All right, guys. We need to get everybody in the room that's going to be showing up.
Eggman, what's your address on the YouTube before you start, mate?
Brother, it's
Hey,
been
Eggman.
posted in like 3 or 4 different chats. Yes.
Eggman, okay. Oh.
I think Mike is still in the bathroom.
Okay, we can wait for him.
Okay.
We
I
just
think
need
it's
him.
just gonna be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Just because like I'm blowing him up and I think he left it game.
That's okay. We'll wait for him. We're not gonna. I mean, he's done so far already. That would be so messed up to not wait for him.
Thank you.
I would feel terrible. It's Eggman_racing, but it's the E is a 3 and the A is a 4. If you go to the streaming channel in Discord, you should be able to just click on the link. Okay. I think I also posted it in chat and further up in the endurance chat as well. Although the endurance, yeah, the endurance chat is okay. I've reposted it YouTube in the endurance chat. All right, still waiting for everybody to join so I can set the grid though, because I can set what I have in here already. All right, so just waiting for Mike to get into the lobby. Start of the final stint. You have not missed anything yet. We're getting started here shortly. Just waiting on one final driver to get into the lobby. Sauce, he is on the way, yeah? Okay. Because he's only done one stint so far, right? Okay. So yeah, so he's yeah, he's in the chat but muted, but all right, I'm gonna give 2 more minutes and then we're just gonna start taking roll and hope that he gets in there by then. Who did we lose? Okay. He's putting the right code in. Okay. Sorry about the wait, everyone. We're just waiting on one more driver. He's currently trying to join the lobby. Not sure what's going on with the technical difficulties here. Sauce, can you please give me an update? Okay. I too am buggered, Nick. All right. Let's take roll, and while Mike is joining, we'll get him situated. Cobra. Is Cobra ready? Raiden. Is Raiden ready? Okay. Is Sully ready? It's okay. Is JP ready? Is Shade ready? Is Noonie ready? Shuck ready? Shuck ready? Okay, is Max for Spacey ready? Is Galahad ready? Is Galahad ready? Apoc, you're muted. Or Galahad if you're here. Is Fang ready? Is Mike ready? Is Pum Pum ready? And is Zebra ready? Okay, and is Apoc ready? Is Galahad ready? Sorry, Apoc. You're muted. I'm not sure if you can hear us. Looks like you might have your might have the chat muted too. Cool. Well, we're gonna assume he's ready, and we're gonna get this road on the show on the road. Wait for me to give you the go-ahead to go. Other than Cobra, as soon as lights go out, Cobra, you can go. Everyone else, wait for my to tell you to go. Good luck. All right, finally off for stint number 4. Cobra's going to lead the way out here. Raiden and Sully will be going almost at the same exact time. So Raiden and Sully be ready to go half a second after Raiden. So I'm basically going to tell him to go and then tell you to go when that time comes. All right, Raiden and Sully, get ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raiden, go. Sully, go. Okay. And JP, you will be about 30 more seconds-ish, 40 seconds-ish. But I'll give you the go when it's time. Okay, JP, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and Shade, you got about a minute. Okay, Shade, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Noonie, be ready here soon. Be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Shuck, you got about a minute. Right. Careful there, Shuck. 30 seconds. Okay, Shuck, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Max for Spacey, you're not too far behind. Max for Spacey, get ready. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Galahad, not too far behind. Okay, Galahad, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Fang, you're not far behind. All right, Fang, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Mike, you've got 1 minute. Just under. Okay, Mike, be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, Pum Pum, you've got a little bit of a wait. About 2 minutes. And Zebra, you'll have another minute after that almost. Just a reminder for Cobra, when he does his stop and go, and for anybody else that's doing a stop and go, do not select tires, do not select fuel, sit there for the time, and then hit don't select, or yeah, whatever. And then you're good to go. So make sure you don't do any tires or fuel. And that Cobra, for Cobra, that timer doesn't start till he comes to a stop. So when the clock hits, oh. Okay, he didn't wait. He just stopped and go. Didn't wait. Pum Pum, be ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, you're not supposed to press anything until after the 2 minutes, so he's gonna have to do another one. Okay. Zebra, I appreciate you scooting over to the side there. Zebra. Be ready to go before too long. And be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, good luck, everyone. I'm going to swap over to my commentary chat. And, yeah, best of luck to everyone. Keep it clean. All right. We are officially underway for our final stint. An hour and 50 minutes left for this long 8-hour endurance that we have around the ring here. Cobra's still out in front. He did a stop and go, but he was supposed to stop in 2 minutes and go, so he's going to have to make another one of those. It's an unfortunate mistake by him. However, with his speed and pace, I think he should more than be able to make it up. He is quite the talented driver. With all the time he made up over the last 2 stints, I think he might be able to have this in him. Raiden trying to pull away from Sully just a little bit, give himself some breathing room going into this final stint before they have to worry too much about any pit strategies. Also doing his best to keep Cobra from getting too far ahead. Cobra helped him a little bit with that from his initial stop and go without actually coming to a complete stop for the awaited time. Sully doing everything he can to not let Raiden get too far away, but keeping it clean without over pushing. JP doing a good job keeping it clean as well. About a minute behind Sully. Not too bad. A minute 11 ahead of Shade, so he's got some time. Shade has Noonie 15 seconds behind him. And then Shucks a minute behind that. Max for Spacey, 28 seconds behind that. Galahad 45 seconds after. Fang 17 and a half. Mike Lowry a minute. Tan Pum Pum 2+ minutes, and Zebra a minute plus. I imagine some of those gaps might close, some might grow over these next couple hours as we're finishing up this 8-hour race. Again, for those that have tuned in, come and gone, whatever, those that have made it this far the whole time with me, I appreciate you so much. It's been a great time. I think the breaks have helped. Hopefully, I know they've helped me. Hopefully, they've helped you guys as well. Yeah, thanks for coming out, showing up, and appreciate you liking, commenting, subscribing, and giving me your thoughts on everything so far, and enjoying this racing and watching some masterclass driving from Cobra here and all the other competitors today, keeping it clean on track and not too many incidents so far. It's been fantastic. All right, and before we get too far into this stint, I'm going to bring a couple guys that have done some earlier stints in with us. Gav is going to hop in for a little bit. Apoc's going to hop in for a little bit. And Trevor is going to hop in for a little bit. His team, unfortunately, did DNF. But they will be, you know, I know they'll come back stronger. They both had some unfortunate things happen. And, yeah, had to call out. But they at least got 2 stints done. Good on them, and yeah, they fought hard. But let's bring these guys over and have just some chat around the ring. All right, let me get you guys into the stream here. Welcome, Apoc, Gava, Trevor. Welcome. You guys should be able to see my stream there in the voice channel.
Yep, we can see it.
And that way it's a little bit more live for you. So, cool. Well, how you guys doing? How'd your stint go, Apoc?
Really good, actually. Really good.
Good.
I had a lot of clean laps, a lot of good laps. I did my fastest lap by about 3 seconds.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Hey, that's an improvement right there in itself.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's a win.
The fastest I've done lap was an 8:25 on medium,
nice.
And I did an 8:22.
Nice.
On that in that stint. So yeah, I'll stay.
Heck yeah.
It was a good stint.
That's incredible.
8:23. Then that was my pace, like 8:22s, 8:23s.
Yeah, Gava, you were having a great stint as well. Pulled a little bit of gap from Floco at the end there. That was nice.
Yep, he started hunting me in the.
Oh, he did. He did. Once he got on hards, though, he kind of dropped off the pace a little bit. Kind of hurt him a little bit there.
Yeah, he got onto softs later and started hunting me again.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. All right. Trevor, how'd your stint go earlier? I know you did stint 2 some. You had a little bit of trouble. I know you were saying you had...
It was horrendous, mate. It was horrendous. I was a minute down on my practice times, and then I had 3 clean laps.
Yeah.
And every other lap had to pop in to get fixed.
Yeah,
So
that makes it tough.
Eggman, have you?
Say
Any
again?
predictions? Any
Do I have
predictions?
predictions? Oh man, I don't know. With Cobra having a stop and go, that definitely changes things up a bit here. Gives Raiden and Sully a little bit more of a chance to maybe make something of it. Cobra is fast though. He made up a lot of time last race, almost 2 minutes made up per stint.
He blew past me, mate.
And
he blew past me in second stint.
Yeah, he made up more than about 2 minutes per stint, and
wow.
Yeah, we'll see what he can pull off here on this final stint. 2 teams did DNF, Dark. It is unfortunate. 2 teams did DNF. Let's go through the order real quick, just before Cobra gets down the Doddinger. So we got Raiden in second, 37 off Cobra. 12 seconds off him is Sully in third. JP 51 seconds off, so he is gaining some time back on Sully. Behind him is Shade, a minute 12. Behind him, Noonie with almost 13 seconds. A minute 3 off that is Shuck. 30 seconds behind him is Max for Spacey. Galahad's another 46 behind. Fang, 14.9. Mike Lowry, 1 minute. And Tan Pum Pum, 154. And Zebra doing his best to keep it, get back close to Pum Pum with a 108 time left. And Cobra going into the pits. Let's see if he gets these. This stop and go right this time.
Please.
I hope so for his sake.
Yeah, but it would be funny if he messed up again.
It would be, but I would feel bad for him.
Okay.
What was the gap to second place?
37 seconds.
37. So.
Yeah. I think Cobra will come out in 4th. If he waits the time properly. And I am going to stay on Cobra the whole time that he's in here. He's only got 35 seconds in so far.
If he's gaining 2 minutes for every stint, he's well in there with a chance.
I agree.
Yeah, it's also Cobra. I feel like Oak's more pace in there too. He hasn't showed us yet.
Yeah, he's definitely fast. Very, very fast.
Top 3 at least, isn't it?
Yeah, if he's not top 3, I don't know what's happened to Cobra.
A spin or something.
I know. Which is also unlike him.
It is. He doesn't make mistakes often, especially not on tracks that he likes and not in cars that he loves, which he does love the Porsche and he does love the Nurburgring, so I think he's going to be all right. I do foresee him being in the top 3 finish, possibly still on the top spot. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. Sassy's taking his penalty as well. Perfect. I'll hop over to Sassy after Cobra finishes theirs up and make sure Sassy stays the 2 minutes fully as well.
APOC said there was 4 or 5 people on a penalty.
No, I think there's just 2 that have to serve the stop and go.
Wouldn't it be 3?
Who's the third?
What's their name? The person doing it solo.
Fang.
Oh, Fang. Yes, you're correct. 3.
And
so Cobra's now past the 2 minutes. There we go. 2:10 there. So he definitely got his stop and go done. He did that properly. We're not gonna ding him anymore for that. Let's see where Pum Pum's at. They're almost done with their 2 minute. And boom, their 2 minutes is up. They can go. No tires, no fuel. Get them on out of here. And let's see where Raiden Sully So Sully's fallen off Raiden's pace a little bit. I'm guessing it's a different tire strategy going on here between those two. Same with JP and Sully. JP's made some time on Sully.
I think
JP loves that Nismo, doesn't he?
Oh, JP loves the GTR. It's by far his favorite car in the game, and by far the car he's probably used the most. And Nurburgring has become one of his favorite tracks as well. He has become quite fast around here, showing that he's got that 8:20 time already up there after just on the second lap. Really showing he's got some pace. Sully had an 8:26 on that second lap, whereas Raiden had an 8:16. So Raiden's currently holding on to that top fastest lap time, but we know we saw Cobra get 8:11s last stint, so I imagine he'll probably do something similar there. And just as I thought, came out in fourth, no problem there. Shade 38 seconds off of Cobra. Shade's got some pace too, so curious to see if Shade's going to battle his way back into a podium as well. And then Noonie, only 9.5 seconds off Shade. Noonie's also can be very quick too. And we do know that Viper's quick in a straight line, so we'll see what Noonie can do, see if he can climb his way back up as well.
Eggman, massive respect for the commentary, brother. 8 hours is a long time.
Yes, sir,
Love
it
you,
is.
bro.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trevor. Take care, brother. Get some rest. Take care of yourself. And bless your friend with his son and the brain trauma stuff. And if you want to say something about that real quick before you go, more than free to.
All yous out there watching, feel free to donate to the
Brain tumor cancer. Right?
I went blank then. Brain tumor charity. It's a silent killer. It'll just happen. You won't know it. Like he was a young lad. We hold a charity every year in his name called the Rokamoke. But so I ran the banner for his dad.
Yeah, make sure I showed it, and I said something about a little bit there on your stint. So yeah, hopefully some people saw that, and hopefully some people heard just now. I think it's very admirable of you to run that banner for him. I can only imagine the difficulty he had to go through dealing with that. So
yeah,
thank you for sharing, Trevor, and thank you for being here today. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
and we'll,
enjoy the race. I hope you didn't show one of my crashes, because it'd be really bloody embarrassing.
Not sure if we did, but enjoy the rest of it yourself as well, Trevor. We'll catch you next time, brother.
Yeah. Good luck, lads, everybody.
Yep. See ya.
Thank you. See ya.
All right. Gav, are you going to stick around with me for a little bit longer here and chat
I'll stick
some more?
around for full 2 hours if you have me.
Okay, shoot. I'll have you. Help save my voice a little if you want to.
Yeah.
Want to chat a little bit about some of this, or if
Chuck doesn't
you're
like talking while
more
racing, so.
familiar with some of the corners, you can call them out better than me. 'Cause I'm not good with the names of all these corners.
I know like 5.
Yeah, I know Dottinger and Carousel, and Mini Carousel.
Yeah.
And Plants Garden, I think, right? Plants Garden, something like that.
One of them.
Yeah.
You know, Footsplats and Foxhole.
Oh yes, Foxhole. Foxhole's a tough one, tough section.
I love yeah.
One of my favorites. Once you figure it out, it's nice. It's nice. You get the flow of it, and you're like, okay, it's not so bad. However, the first few times I did it were a nightmare. First 10 plus times probably, but
yeah, the issue with this track is there's 150 other corners for you to learn.
Exactly. You really got to spend the time on it, and all these competitors today have done so. They've definitely spent the time learning this track and putting the practice in to make sure they can get through it cleanly, smoothly, and as fast and efficient as possible.
Yep.
And these times they're putting in is quite respectable, especially after this long of being in the car and different tire compounds, all things like that.
Different track temperatures at night. Some tires just don't
absolutely
work.
Yeah, and the track, the rest of this stint, it's going to be warming up on them throughout this stint. So those tires are going to be a little bit stickier, might start to wear a little bit more than they're used to as well. So they'll have to be careful with that. JP, he's doing good, keeping Sully within a minute still, and keeping Cobra off his back still in another 30 seconds or so. If he can maintain that pace and maintain Cobra that far behind him, he has a very good possibility and good chance of getting a podium. And as long as they can get that pit strategy right, maybe even take a spot from Sully or Raiden.
You never know.
They've really, Kayak Dragons have really put on a great race today. They've had, one or two little errors, mistakes, but otherwise they've kept it pretty clean and kept it together. I think just about everyone except for Clockworks Racing, they have had probably just a smooth race. Barely anybody in front of them besides Cobra the last 30 minutes or so of the last stint, and then just the first lap of this stint, really. Clockworks has been putting on a clinic.
As they always do. They do well in these endurance races.
They love the endurances. I'll give them that.
I was on Clockworks for Le Mans, and that was great experience.
Yes. Yeah, Le Mans, that was a fantastic endurance. I actually participated in that one myself. I was part of Yulk Autosport. Yulk Autosport has kind of hung up the reins for endurances, but we still fight strong in the championships. The endurances, we realized maybe aren't our forte. Plus, I wanted to get more into this commentary for it, and really enjoyed when I did the commentary for the Radical endurance we did, and so made it to where endurances, I'm going to be more commentary than participate, because that long of driving for me is a lot on my body anymore. So even just sitting here commentating has been a lot for me. I am ready to not sit in this chair for a while, as comfortable as it is. But Cobra is doing a great job trying to battle his way back after a stop and go. He is making his way.
30-second penalty he gave himself.
Yeah, the extra stop and go without any time. That hurt him a little bit. I still believe he'll be able to make up plenty of time. He's got a minute 38 from the leader. I think he's got podium for sure, as long as no crashes or anything.
But these people are going to be defending harder against Cobra now.
They will. I know JP will probably defend some when he gets there, if they're not on a pit difference. Sully will most likely defend, and I know Raiden will for sure if he gets up to that point in that time, which he's got an hour and a half to do so. And earlier he was gaining about a minute or a second a minute, pretty close to at least. So there is a chance that he does get back into the top spot. It'll be quite the valiant effort for him, and I think everybody will be very, very impressed by his efforts as well. Floco, absolutely. If you want to join in, we'll get you joined in here too. So hop in VC3 and I'll pull you in.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Chuck's times. He's putting in solid lap times. It'll be interesting to see if he can get up to Noonie.
Yeah, Shade's taking a pit stop now. Noonie is still going. Yeah, I'm wondering if they had a little slip, because he's on mediums.
Mediums only make it 5 laps.
And already stopping after 3 laps. It could be a tire switch, not sure. Does look like they're changing tires. Chuck is making some good pace. 8:18, not a bad time at all. Max for Spacey. He did. That's good. Glad he was able to fix the brake issue.
That was heartbreaking.
I'm going to pull Floco into our chat with us. Hey, Floco. You are currently muted, but welcome to the streaming chat.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep.
Perfect.
Careful, Max for Spacey, out of the carousel there, or mini carousel. Getting ready to go down the Dodger.
It's currently damaged, and his tires are.
He has damage. Did he crash?
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't see it, but his pace is incredible for the fact that he has damage.
I see a little bit on the On the right, maybe. Right rear. Looks like he might have a little.
Yeah.
Loco,
Yeah.
you were terrifying chasing me down the last stint.
Yeah, we were on the wrong strategy. We didn't expect the hearts to be so slow. We didn't test them good enough during
Cars
practice.
at night, they just don't warm up.
Fang's
It
doing his
was-
best to hunt down Galahad at the moment.
We tried the strategy already in the first stint, but then I got damaged and we switched the hearts to softs. So I didn't know at my second stint that the hearts are not working. But
Yeah, that
afterwards,
makes it tough for sure.
Yeah. But the battle with A-Prop was incredible.
Yeah, it was. You guys had
It
you guys
felt
had a great
like-
battle.
Yeah, it was like Verstappen and Haas at the Nurburgring. In fact, even the same cars.
So it looks like Max Verspacey's getting into the pits now. Probably doing some repairs. Might as well top off the fuel a little bit, maybe change the tires out. But hopefully he'll be able to get out in time before Galahad comes across the line. Keep that 8th spot over Galahad. Otherwise, looks like we might be seeing another good battle between Max Verspacey, Galahad, and Fang throughout this stint as well.
Yeah, just Fang has its 30-second stop-go penalty.
This is true. This is true. Max Verspacey does get out with about 13 seconds ahead of Galahad after his pit, so it does maintain some of that space. With Galahad still, of course, will need to pit at some point.
Were there any
Fang
big
doing his
incidents?
best to keep it clean. Say again?
Were there any big incidents?
I haven't seen any too big of incidents. There's been a couple minor bumps and stuff. There was one incident in, I think it was last stint, pretty early on in it.
Yeah, I heard about that.
There was one with Jay and Chris. It looked like pretty rough for Jay. But he got back on pretty quick and didn't seem to lose too much. But it definitely hurt him. They would be in a better position if that hadn't happened. Probably in 5th instead of 6th at this time in place. But that's all right. They've got their pro driver in now, and Shade is he's quite quick and should be able to hunt down Noonie pretty good. And so we'll see as that gap closes, if it closes any. Currently 15.5 seconds. Cobra currently down to 22 seconds to JP, so he has closed that gap some. The gap to the leader he hasn't made quite as much time on, but he has made some, about 4 seconds on, but he's made about 8 seconds on JP, so we'll see how much longer it's going to take before he gets up to JP, or if JP can hold him off. Meanwhile, Sully still holding strong pace, only 13.5 off Raiden, so not falling back too much. Raiden still staying strong out in front, keeping it clean.
I feel like we're going to enter a lull for a bit. Zombie, just kind of watching gaps for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, probably so. So if you guys want to chat about something or not, feel free to.
Well, do you have any hints of the future of the racing club?
There will be more stuff. I know that much. Speaking of which, though, coming up actually on this Monday, we are starting our next Miata Monday series. It's going to be an 8-week-long series in the Mazda MX-5 Roadster. A lot of fun to drive those cars this season with it. Instead of racing softs, we're going to do sports soft tires. That allowing us a chance to have a little bit of rain if we want, change or add some weather in there, but not have to change tires or anything like that. And yeah, so looking forward to that. That starts this Monday. If you're interested in that, sign up with our QR code on the bottom left of the screen and join us on Discord. Sign up on the Monday sign-up sheet. This Wednesday, we have our final GR Cup, our GR86 Cup Series. One of our wonderful members, Zebra, had put that idea together, and man, he did a fantastic job with it, tuned the car, everything, and it's been a very fantastic series so far. Looking forward to the final on that one this Wednesday, and then Fridays we do Friday Fun Day. This coming Friday, I believe we're going to be doing a Soccer Mom Friday, and so it's going to be all SUVs basically. We're going to do 3 different SUVs around 3 different tracks. We did test them out. They are a lot of fun. I hope you guys will enjoy them as well as much as Drummer and I did when we were testing them. We do try to include our members' ideas into our events, and so that one did come to us from Drummer. Very, very lovely member of the racing club that's been around for a long time. And also, we do have our Season 6 championship will be starting in about a month. That will be an 8-race series with probably a 1 or 2 week break about halfway through. That will be in Group 3 cars. Some weather. Those races are about an hour long each. I believe it's 15-minute qualifying sessions beforehand each race. Depending on how many signups we usually have at least enough for 2 full tiers, sometimes 3 full tiers. And we split those out after we do a time trial to kind of set the tiers. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, please join us. We'd love to have you. And yeah, thanks for even just tuning into the stream today and checking us out for a little bit. This 8-hour endurance is the biggest event we've done so far. It's a team endurance, 8 hours, 2-hour stints each. Two people per team, and yeah, it's been fantastic so far. We've seen some amazing battles. It's amazing seeing how close some of these guys are still after 6+ hours, and still battling for podium positions. So,
yep.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here, and don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, and yeah.
Eggman, I'm impressed that your voice is still holding.
Hey, me too. I've been drinking water, drinking tea,
You also have
energy drinks. Haven't been yelling. No need to.
Nope.
You were so nice today.
Mike's plenty loud.
Yep.
Loco, I didn't pick up on what you said.
You're so nice today. It was still not necessary to be a strict race director.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's not always easy being the strict race director, but got to keep people in line every now and then. Really impressed with Cobra's pace. He's now got that gap to JP down to 17.7, or we'll just say 17.5. And JP's got some pace around the Nordschleife. So for Cobra to be closing in on him still just shows how fast Cobra is. He is still making some time on the leader. Not sure if he's going to make enough with an hour and 20 to go. Still a minute 32 off the lead. However, pit strategy will come into play, especially with this final stint. Once the clock runs out, that's the time. Clock runs out, we'll finish out driving until the race ends completely. And where everybody's at position at that time, that is where they will be. Where they will place. So, looking to see how hard these guys finish out this 8-hour race. They don't seem to be giving up yet or slacking at all just yet. So, they're still pushing to the end, giving it everything they got. Sully's still trying to stay within Raiden's range. Now under 13 seconds. Did get a little above 13 seconds for a little bit. So I'm wondering if different tire strategy, maybe Raiden's are starting to wear, whereas Sully's are kind of still in the meat of it. Taking a look near the rear now, Tan Pum Pum, after serving their penalty, is back in the back of the pack, but they are still flying, putting in some fantastic times, getting a purple sector there, and trying to make their way back up to Zebra some. Zebra, meanwhile, he's making some great pace himself, trying to keep it clean. Mike Lowry also really pushing himself here, coming down the Dodlinger Straight. He's got his gap to Fang to 32 seconds. Fang's gap to Galahad's 44. Max for Spacey's is 20 to Galahad. Shuck has a nice 46-second gap behind him to Max for Spacey. About 1 minute to Noonie ahead of him. Shade 15 seconds ahead of Noonie, so it does look like Noonie and Shade traded places at some point. We did miss that. I apologize. Not sure if Noonie maybe had an error or if Shade just caught him and got up to him. But
Looks
Shade...
like a Noonie pitted.
Say again?
Looks like Noonie pitted on lap 4.
Oh, gotcha. You're right. It does. Yep. It does look like Noonie pitted. So that would be why Shade got that. That makes sense. Thank you, Gava, for your awareness. I've been staring at the screen for too long today.
That's me.
Cobra continuing to close that gap up to JP now under 14 seconds. Shade trying to stay within that reach. A minute 14 seconds off Cobra, so Shade does still have a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get anywhere near a podium or hope for one of the top guys to make a mistake or an error somewhere. Don't see that happening too soon. JP coming up on some lap traffic here. Hopefully that doesn't slow him down too much with Cobra climbing fast behind him. I hope Zebra's aware of the situation and doesn't do any block or fighting or anything like that. But Cobra is got some clear air on his way to JP, so as long as JP can get by Zebra here quickly, shouldn't cause too many issues. And maybe JP will get lucky and Cobra will get slowed down by Zebra a little bit or something, give him back a little bit more space. Yeah, JP's driving strong today. His first stint put in a really good performance, and yeah, this stint right now putting in a very, very good performance as well, up into third position. Be very curious to see if he can hang on to it. I know with Cobra chasing him behind, he's probably got a little extra pressure from that, knowing that it's coming.
Raiden in pit lane. Raiden's in the pits.
Raiden's in the pits. That is going to help Cobra's gap to him come down quite a bit. This is Raiden's first pit stop, I believe. Looks like Sully's going into the pits too. So number 1 and 2 going into the pits. JP still currently out, still behind Zebra. Hopefully Zebra doesn't hold him up too much. Zebra does go a little wide there. Does stay off. JP able to get by. Not no concern from Zebra there as far as JP goes. Now as far as Cobra goes, hopefully it looks like Zebra already got himself well out of the way. And so Zebra is on his way down now. Oh, we lost Floco from the chat.
Yeah.
I was talking too much probably.
Yeah, you're fine.
But Cobra now with less than 10 seconds to JP. And 129 to the lead. We'll see once Raiden gets a little bit further out here if that adjusts. Since they did go in the pit, I would imagine there would be a little bit more delay here or a little more time lost. But JP now going into the pits. He is probably going to lose out on that third spot to Cobra. Unless Cobra goes into the pits too, which he does. So JP is going to maintain third position over Cobra, depending on how this pit strategy goes. And this is allowing Shade, welcome back, Floco, allowing Shade to hopefully catch up a little pace behind Cobra and JP, since it does look like Shade pitted last lap. So
it's looking like a very standard, a 2-stop medium race.
I think so. With yeah, about the 45-minute mark. Does look like our contenders on this stint are going for medium stints, just with the 2-stop. JP does have a little bit quicker of a pit stop than Cobra, so he does get out a little bit more ahead than when they both went in.
Yeah, Cobra needed a little more fuel. It was like 4% down.
Nice.
On the Nissan. Nissan is very fuel efficient with his inline 6.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons JP likes it, but I have heard it's maybe not the best on tires.
No, but it's really good under braking, and it's really stable.
Yes, indeed.
Also, the top speed is not the
And
best.
it takes curbs pretty well, too.
Yeah, it's one of the weird older gen cars that still have really good suspension.
All right, let's take a look through and see where our gaps are. Take a look for Sully and Raiden. They're still about 13.5 seconds, so Sully's keeping pace with Raiden, just not able to close back down on that after Raiden was initially able to pull away earlier on. JP doing everything he can to keep Cobra as far back behind him as possible. Cobra now under that 10 seconds. Shade 51 seconds back of Cobra. Noonie now into the pits. That's going to give Shade more breathing room behind.
Is that Noonie's second time in the pit lane?
I believe so.
I can't tell.
I think he, yeah, because I thought he pitted last lap too. And so, because he was on an outlap last lap, and he's on an outlap again this lap. So he must have pitted 2 laps in a row, wondering if he had a little slip somewhere. Not sure, but we seem to miss that. Meanwhile, Shuck continuing to find his pace and keep clean. Hopefully he won't have any more technical difficulties and his brake will stick together. Max for Spacey doing a good job keeping his pace going, sticking well ahead of Galahad, about 28 seconds. Fang behind him, 42 seconds. Wondering if Fang just has an extra pit, or maybe he served his 30-second stop and go, because I know he was close to Galahad before that. And Fang's got some pretty good pace, so maybe just different pit there. Mike
but also
trying
tired at this point. Fang has got to be exhausted by this point.
Oh, 100%. More power to that guy. This is, 7 hours in driving the Nurburgring straight, basically. Very few little breaks. Mike's doing a good job keeping his pace up as well. Low 820s. Zebra's doing what he can to find his pace. Pum Pum's trying to fly. He's got the current fastest lap of the session of this stint with an 8:12.7. Pum Pum is doing what they can to not be in 13th when the time finishes. Back up to the top, Raiden and Sully, still about that 13.5 second gap. From Sully to JP, 106, and Cobra's now 7 seconds behind JP, so closing in quick. We'll stick here with Cobra and get his perspective here. Let's do hood cam, and we'll just enjoy this for a little bit. Cobra's perspective, his view, see how he gets his way around the Nordschleife as he tries to reel JP in. 6.5 seconds.
It's incredible.
Not sure what the fastest lap in the event so far is. I know we have seen some 8:11s, I believe.
I think it's Cobra's 8:11 too, from what I've seen.
Somebody in the chat was asking. But yeah.
I think it was 8:11, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just sit here and watch Cobra for a little bit as he tries to fight his way towards JP. That's the closest gap we have right now, and pretty impressive that we have a gap this close, almost 7 hours into the race, and the fact that there's basically 4 people fighting for podium still. Hopefully JP can can really manage and hang on. It's going to be tough, though. Oh, and it looks like we lost Mike Lowry, so it does look like Pharma Dynamics is DNF'd, unfortunately.
Also, I think Trevor's waiting in VC3 to get back into this.
Okay.
Oh, he just left.
Oh, all right.
Wasn't there for a minute, now he's gone.
I just saw that too. Let's see.
There's too much endurance racing.
It's a lot.
I'm starting to lose it. I have another one this weekend coming up too.
You're a wild one. So, unfortunately, we have lost a few teams in this endurance. We've lost Dutch Performance Team, we've lost the Bastardo, and we've lost Ferrodynamics. However, we still have 12 teams strong, and they are giving it all they got, all the way to the end. It's very impressive what they're doing here, especially with what Fang's doing this whole thing solo. Pum Pum doing their best to bring Zebra in and not be last here in the finishers. Meanwhile, Sully and Raiden still about the same distance apart. JP doing his best to keep Cobra behind him and that gap as far as possible. Cobra doing his best to close it in, now 4.5 seconds, so he is making some time on JP. It is looking like he will most likely get past JP before the end of the stint with 1 hour 10 to go. And it looks like they seem to be on similar pit strategies, so it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. Oh, we got Trevor and APOC waiting now. Let's get these guys back in here. Trevor, APOC, welcome.
You alright, Eggman?
Yeah, doing all right. Not too bad.
Been watching the stream. Cobra is on fire.
Cobra is flying. So,
yeah,
Cobra's absolutely flying. We're staying on his onboard for now, right now, since he's hunting down JP. Nobody else really is too close to getting a battle here. We'll run through real quick just to see everybody's gaps. But everyone does seem to have pretty good gaps between them for now. Raiden's still keeping that 13.5 second gap to Sully, and JP doing everything he can to keep Cobra as far behind, but Cobra's got that down to 3.5 seconds and closing.
Yeah, I watched him take 7 seconds out of JP in 2.5 laps. I can't see him catching Raiden though, to be honest.
Yeah, with the amount of time that's left and the amount of time he's been gaining, in the time that's elapsed, I don't see him catching Raiden, possibly not even catching Sully either. Who did we lose now? Just now? We are only 12. We lost Mike. Santos was asking in the chat. He must be a little bit delayed on the stream. But we lost Mike. We lost Ferrodynamics, unfortunately. But we still have 12. We're still going strong, and Cobra is on the hunt.
Yeah, he's staying sort of solid, about a minute and change behind the first and second place, really.
Yeah, he's brought the gap down a little bit, but only by about 10-15 seconds. So it's over the time that's passed, that's definitely not the amount he needs to be bringing it down by per lap. And so, yeah, not looking like he will be taking the top spot, but he's made a amazing effort even just to get back into fourth, or to even be leading going into this stint and then having to take that 2-minute stop and go penalty. Without that, I think for sure he'd still be in first, but
yeah, 100%.
He's doing everything he can to climb back, and I know JP sees him in his mirrors back there and is probably sweating a little bit in his boots, but hopefully JP's keeping calm and collected and keeping everything under control and just focusing on himself and his race and how he knows how to handle this track and get through it. That gap, though, from Cobra for Cobra is now down under a second, so we are going to be seeing something here, I imagine, within the next half lap, if not more. or if not sooner. Yeah, and it looks like Mike did have a disconnect or something weird. Something went wrong is what it shows for him. That is very unfortunate for Fair Dynamics. We do hate to see that. Disconnects do happen from time to time. We do everything we can to not let them happen. And is Cobra going to try and pass here? That is a scary place to pass. JP not letting it happen. Cobra thinking about going around the outside, but he knows it's not the smartest move. Stays in the slipstream as they come down to the straight, and it does look like Cobra will be able to make the pass. However, he is still behind a little bit, but JP's he's not gonna try it. He's gonna, no, they are going side by side still. JP is trying it. They went too wide through there, which is one of the sketchiest places to overtake. And Cobra gets it on the exit there. JP probably freaking out like, what in the heck is going on here? This is the sketchiest overtake in my life. But Cobra did it cleanly, and they both went very clean through there. I was very impressed with that. JP sticking in it, not backing out. That was ballsy on both parts, but well done by both of you. Cobra, good luck getting up to second. JP, I hope you can stick with him. Don't let him get too far out of your sights, and maybe something can happen. You can still get that third spot on the podium. So don't give up hope.
Man, I thought I'd pop on after an hour to see how it was going. I'll see you again with about 5 laps to go, brother, yeah?
Sounds good, if that's what you want.
Yeah. Anybody watching this club, come and join TRC. I joined in November, and I've had such a blast.
It's a good time.
The people are super clean races, and the banter is excellent. So come check TRC out, like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, Trevor, we'll see you in a little bit then, it sounds like.
All right, brother.
Take care.
We might have a close battle between Chuck and Max Verstacy.
Verstacy? About 12 seconds there.
And Chuck just came out of pit lane.
Chuck just came out of the pits. Okay, so he's on fresh tires. Verstacy's on a couple lap old tires. This will be interesting to see if Verstacy can crawl back to Chuck or not. Chuck does have some good pace around the ring.
I think Nooney's out of reach from Chuck at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Minute plus. I don't know that Chuck's going to be able to crawl that much back. Nooney does have a lot of good pace as well. And where the standings are at might be what they end up being for the final, as long as everybody keeps it clean and nobody gets too many penalties or has a spin or goes off track too much. Although with that being said, Raiden does have a half-second penalty. That's not going to hurt him too much. Maybe a couple seconds with the penalty line being on the Dottinger.
I think 3 to 4 seconds is the estimated time loss from this.
Fang had a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. I believe he served it already, as he was much closer to Galahad earlier on in the race. Now further back, and now gaining himself back closer to Galahad. So we'll see how that goes, but I do believe Fang has served that already. If not, we'll see it later, but he's usually pretty good on making sure he gets those done. Meanwhile, Zebra trying to stay in it, keep his pace alive, just having fun out here. He just loves to drive and be a part of the club as well. We love having Zebra. Again, like I said earlier, he's the one that came up with our Wednesday series that finishes this Wednesday, the GR86 Cup. Excited to see what we have next for Wednesdays after that. Yeah, Zebra's a ride to have. He's amazing with liveries, as you guys can see with this one. Fantastic job today. And Tan Pum Pum now only 8 seconds off of Zebra. They have been flying, still with the fastest lap of 8:12.7, and their last lap of 8:15. So they're doing everything they can to get back up to Zebra and maybe at least get 11th place here. Raiden, after his penalty, only lost about maybe a second. So down to 13-second gap again, still to Sully. Sully's got about a minute gap to Cobra still, so it does look like 1 and 2 might be able to hold their positions as we have about an hour left of this race.
Come on.
JP's 6.5 of seconds back of Cobra now. He's still just hanging in there, keeping his pace alive, keeping it good, just trying to keep it clean here on out. Stay ahead of Shade and Blue Ridge Motorsport. Take home that 4th position. Again, we do still have an hour left of this race, though, so a lot can happen. Shade's been making a good drive this stint as well. But we've got pretty fair gaps around most everyone. Max for Spacey, 13.5 seconds off Shuck. Not sure if he's going to be closing in on him or not. But we do have Pum Pum closing in on Zebra about 5 seconds now. So let's hop on board with Pum Pum and see how they do. APOC and Gav, if you guys have anything to say, feel free.
Oh, God.
I'm going to rest my voice for a little bit. I'm actually going to stand up for a little bit and stretch my legs some. Because my tushy's getting a little sore sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, you've been here for 6 hours already. 7 hours.
7, 8, I don't know.
Somewhere
around there. It's been a long day. Been a long time. Yeah,
It's
give me one
full-time
moment,
job.
guys. Gavin and APOC, you'll be hearing them still. And we will, we'll be back.
How you feeling about all this, Gav?
Well, my teammate just disconnected.
Oh, no way.
Well,
Oh, man.
the technical difficulties continue.
Oh, that sucks.
And real quickly, I'm back because it looks like somebody else had unfortunate technical difficulties, and that is going to be Fire and Ice. Team Fire and Ice. Shuck had some technical difficulties and disconnected as well. It's really unfortunate to see how many disconnects we've had today, although I feel like for the most part it's been pretty good. But that is hard to see for Fire and Ice.
And the racing was all pretty good. Like, no matter who we saw, there wasn't anyone really glitching or lagging around.
Yeah.
It was all pretty good today. Like, it was like, every stint I've been in and Galahad's been in, they've been really good. Isaiah was probably the only one.
It's all looked pretty good on my part too. There's been a couple that have maybe looked a little laggy, but nothing too bad really. So kind of surprised we've had as many disconnects as we had. Really unfortunate for Shuck and Team Fire and Ice. They did have some good pace. They're currently holding 7th place, and we're holding pace away above Max for Spacey and SFASR Racing. But unfortunate with the disconnect. That does count as unfortunate DNF for this final stint. That gives Max for Spacey that 7th place. Everybody behind there kind of moves up one. And wanted to hop on and say that real quick and go through this, but now let's get back to Tan Pum Pum as they try to reel in Zebra, and I'm going to take a quick break. APOC and Gava, back to you guys.
Yep, see ya. It's been a day, hasn't it?
Hasn't ever.
Oh my God.
It's been good though. I think the racing has been really good.
It has been. It's just, I mean, when you're doing 8 hours of online racing, it's bound to happen at some point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like there's only so much that we can do. It's for the most part, I think everyone's done pretty well.
We should just do 8 hours in person. Just all gather somewhere and do that instead.
I'm down.
I just finished an 8-hour karting race 2 weekends ago, and that was great, but that was a long day.
Wow. Yeah, that's epic. Yeah, that's a lot. 8 hours in a go-kart would be a lot. Looks like Tanned Pum Pum is about 10 minutes off the lead. 1.5 seconds to Zebra. He's closing in on him pretty quickly. Pom Pom makes a move on Zebra.
All right, I'm back. So it looks like Pum Pum got past Zebra there. Oops. Sorry about that with the voice chat there, guys. I messed up a little bit there.
All good. Yeah, it was a Pum Pum's move on Zebra was very clean. Zebra gave him the racing room. The clean
Nicely
pass
done.
there. Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Good little pass.
Let's go through here and see where our other gaps are looking. So Fang, he's got a 4-minute gap to Pum Pum, so he should be pretty comfortable there. 31 seconds to Galahad. And Galahad's got 58 seconds up to Max for Spacey. Max for Spacey's got 1:22 to Noonie. I think Noonie's probably going to be safe with that. And Shade, 47 seconds ahead of Noonie. JP's got 1 minute and a second on Shade. I think he'll hold on to that. Cobra's been able to pull 13.5 seconds away from JP. And closing, or got Sully now under a minute. Still 1:14 seconds to the leader. So it'll take a long shot for Cobra to be able to take the win here. It's not completely out of reach yet, as anything can happen, and there's still 53 minutes left of this race. But yeah, congrats to our leaders so far. Raiden and Sully doing a fantastic job. Team Clockworks Racing and I always forget what their other team is. Sandbagger Racing, that's right. Sully.
Sandbaggers.
The Sandbagger Racing. Are they Sandbaggers? No, there's a really tight field, and they happen to get put together, and they're both good drivers. They also put the time in to learn the track and get familiar with it. So being up in the second spot is not by chance, but by putting in the work and effort and keeping it clean most of the race. Cobra doing everything he can to get himself back with an 8:09.8 fastest lap is bonkers.
Oh yeah, that sort of lap is actually incredible.
Quite bonkers. If he can maintain that pace, which I don't know that he can, maybe he has a chance. But that would be an incredible pace to keep.
Can you see what sort of pace Raiden and Sully are doing?
Say again now, sorry? Oh yeah, pace. Sully is running about 8:15s, 8:16s. So just below 8:20s, it looks like average. Raiden running about the same, maybe just below 8:14, 8:15 basically. So yeah, so Raiden and Sully running about the same, 15 seconds apart. And then Cobra, he is, so 809 and then an 813. So not able to keep that 809 pace. Didn't think he would be able to, but he at least got that fastest lap. I'm sure he was striving to at least do that. Yeah, very curious to see how much Cobra will be able to pull back here and gain back on Sully and Raiden. JP in a pretty comfortable spot in 4th now. I'm sure he'd love to still be on the podium, but with Cobra ahead of him, I know he probably isn't hoping for too much with that. But just keep it clean and hang on to what he has. 4th place is still very solid for Kayak Dragons Racing and Blue Ridge Motorsport. In 5th place, they did have a little bit of an incident last stint that may have hurt them a little bit. Could have maybe been in 4th if that incident hadn't happened, but you never know, and it is an endurance race, and anything can happen. So Nooney not too far behind them. Well, I say not too far, 48 seconds. So still pretty good gap. Pretty comfortable gaps between the remainder of our field for the most part. It does look like Zebra got back in front of Tan Pum Pum. I'm guessing Tan Pum Pum pitted. It does look like that. So it'll be fun for Tan Pum Pum to try and fight that way back up in front of Zebra, or if Zebra has to pit again and Pum Pum doesn't, we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, those are our gaps for now, so let's go ahead and just hang on with your leader for a little bit. Watch them. We'll kind of cycle through as we go on, as we finish out the last 50 minutes of this 8-hour race. Again, thanks you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support.
Egg, man. But thanks for the stream so far, mate. You're doing an amazing job, and your commentary is phenomenal, mate. Love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, APOC. It is it's something I enjoy a lot, so it's very fun. A couple people disconnected is what happened, and then yeah, it's unfortunate. What were you gonna say, APOC? Sorry.
It's just been a stellar event. So just to have it all come together with okay, there's a couple of disconnects, which sucks, but you know, it's a stellar event. It's been huge. Your commentary's been great. The stream's been great. So there's lots of coverage, lots of people looking around. We can see what's going on. Everyone coming in, having a chat. Yeah, it's been really cool.
Thank you, APOC. I appreciate those words. And it has been cool. It's been a lot of fun for me too, and I know everyone's been looking forward to this event, and I hope they enjoyed it as much as they've been looking forward to it. I know I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching it, and impressed that we've had the battles we've had all the way up into the final stint here. That it's been this close the whole way. It's been fantastic. Looks like for Spacey's now going into the pit. That's going to allow Galahad to gain a little bit of space. However, I do believe Galahad... Oh, no, it looks like Galahad pitted last lap, so he may not need another pit if he's trying to go to the end here. Might be able to get past for Spacey, or at least be very close and give him quite the challenge for 7th place if he can make it down this straight and keep that pace up. Max for Spacey filling up all the way. He is coming out of the pits now, so he is still going to have a little bit of a gap to Galahad, probably about 20 seconds or so, 25 seconds maybe if I had to guess.
I can't see the screen, Eggman.
Oh, let me fix that for you.
Thank you.
I think it's because I accidentally clicked out of it and then back in, and yeah. So, but here we are. We're back.
We're back. Just 1 hour and 40 minutes left, 45 minutes left.
We've got just about 45 minutes left. Fang's been hanging in there strong, being the only solo driver in the field, doing all 4 stints himself. We got to commend him for that, and not giving up, and still going strong, still having good pace. Just did an 8:18, so he's definitely not slowing down any, which is absolutely impressive after 7+ hours of driving.
How about a Group 1 endurance race? Have you guys ever done something like that before?
We have done a Group 1 and Group 3 multi-class endurance race.
Yeah,
so we had 8 and 8, I believe, is what we did. We've done 2 of those before.
I'm just thinking with all the new hypercars coming in June.
Yes, I'm sure we will do something with those. I think everyone's quite excited for those. It'll be a good time. It's nice that we're getting some more modern cars in the game. It will be lovely.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we only have one hypercar currently, which is Toyota.
Yes. Yep. So it'll be nice to get those added in. It'll be lovely.
Mm-hmm. Then hopefully Group 3 is next. Please. I don't know how they do these 8:15s every lap. It amazes me.
It's impressive. Either way, they're incredibly impressive. Some of these guys, the times they put in. I for fun did a couple laps, a lap or two, just to see kind of where I'd be ish. And I think I did like a mid 8:20 on softs. So I'm sure if I put the time in and practice like these guys have, I could bring that time down. But these guys doing these times is just absolutely impressive. Cobra has done his stop and go. He's actually did 2. He did one that was just a stop and go, and then he did it again properly with the 2-minute wait. So he kind of hurt himself a little bit. I think he'd have a little bit closer chance at maybe getting P2 or P1 if he didn't mess up that initial stop and go. However,
that's only 30 seconds. Even if it was 30 seconds he lost, I don't know if that's enough.
I still don't know if that's enough for him.
It's still 25 behind second and 40 behind the leader.
And Sully and Raiden are keeping pretty good pace. They're not that many seconds off of Cobra each lap, so it'd be a lot for Cobra to climb back. He'd really have to push those 809s almost every single lap. And so, don't know that that's going to happen.
I doubt it. I don't think the tires survive that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they would either.
So then, like, my qualifying pace was an 8:15. I'm like, that felt like I was flying.
That's a fast lap. That's a very fast lap. And yeah, the fact that these guys are sub 8:10 on some is mind-blowing. Impressive. And so it's been a fantastic race so far, though. A lot of action, a lot of battles back and forth, and just until about halfway through this last stint, everyone's kind of spread out a little bit more, and unfortunately after a couple of those dropouts kind of helped that spread out a little bit more than we would have liked. Galahad is only 16 seconds off Max for spacing now, and Fang 30 seconds off Galahad. Zebra and Pum Pum, it does look like we're going to have a Pum Pum Zebra pass again, potentially. Pum Pum is climbing pretty quickly up on Zebra.
My guess is Zebra dives into the pit lane this lap.
Yeah, because I think Pum Pum pitted last lap. And so I do think Zebra is ready for the pits. Absolutely. Good call, Gava. So Zebra goes into the pits, and Pum Pum goes on by. No harm, no foul. Head back up to the top with our leader, see how they're getting along.
I don't see many more passes happening. Shade is in the pit lane.
Shade's in the pit. I think Nooney's far enough behind. It's not going to be an issue. But yeah, it looks like we are probably, our grid might be set for the final. But
unless something drastic happens.
Unless something happens, it's racing, it's an endurance, and anything can happen. So one mistake can cost you quite a bit of time. And these guys have been racing really clean. It's been extremely impressive on this such technical track and for so long as well. Again, we're almost 7.5 hours into this race, 40 minutes left, and I'm impressed just how many laps they can put clean over and over again, and still keeping that pace in the mid 18s. It's impressive. Not and by almost everybody in the field too. They're all showing great pace and consistency. Just a few errors or mistakes here and there by a few of our drivers today, but a lot of them have been putting on quite a clinic with how to stay consistent and clean.
Yeah, it
So
is
looks like
really
Nuni
impressive.
dove into the pit as well.
Probably final stops, or if
Yeah.
you're doing the
I would,
two-stop.
I would
about
imagine
mid-power.
in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll see everybody do their final stops. If there's any after that, I imagine they're probably just tossing softs on to try to get as quick as lap as possible.
You think if Cobra doesn't feel like he can catch the leaders in front, he's going to throw on softs and do a hot lap for like 8:02?
I don't think so, just because he's already got the 809. I don't think anyone's touching that. I think he probably just wants to bring it home at this point. At least bring home P3, podium position. He's got to be proud of that.
Podium's a podium. Yeah.
He's got to be proud of that. I would. Long race, and he has. He's been thoroughly impressive. The pace he's been putting in, and the way he's battled back after stint 1, and so.
Yeah, what was it,
very,
like 2 minutes down?
Very good.
2 minutes. How 4 minutes down after stint 1 or something like that?
I believe he was 4 minutes and 36 seconds after stint 1, and after stint 2 and 3, he had a 45-second lead, I believe.
Yeah.
And then he had that 2-minute stop and go warn penalty, which is why he's now back in third. But the guys in first and second, they both have really good pace as well, and so he's not able to quite cut the deficit down as much as he was in the previous 2 stints. But still making a valiant effort, and we'll see if he can get that lead or the gap to the leader under a minute at least.
It's just a question of will the leaders even get to finish the race?
This is true too. Yeah, it'll be interesting who crosses the line first at the 2-hour mark. Hopefully it'll be one of our leaders, and that way they can actually finish properly. If not, that's okay though. I know everyone will still have a great time and finish out as need be, and where they finish is where they finish. So.
Yep.
I do wish that they implemented to where they can at least finish a lap fully, especially when it's a long endurance race like this. That was a little bit of a scary moment for Cobra.
Yeah.
Coming out of the carousel there, he did save it though.
Yeah, since in qualifying,
very fast thumbs.
We had 8 minutes to finish our lap in qualifying. I don't know why we don't have that in the race.
Yeah, they do it in qualifying, but not for the race. I don't understand why they do that either. It would be so nice if they did it for the race as well. That way everybody could finish.
It's just like 3 tracks that you needed for it.
Yeah. So.
For this Le Mans and like dirt Fisherman's Ranch are the only 3 tracks that are over 3 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And maybe one of the St. Croix.
Maybe one of the St. Croix. Those can be pretty long too.
I hate St. Croix.
What?
I never learned.
I think it's fun.
I like the C layout. I hate A. A I can never figure out for the life of me.
I think most people prefer B.
B is good.
If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Cobra's doing a great job here, just staying consistent. Everyone, it's fantastic. Let's run through the liveries again in a little bit, real quick. Show off everyone's liveries again. So, Clockworks Racing with the Porsche livery, the red, white, and blue, very clean. The swirls, I believe that is a throwback Porsche livery.
Yeah, the 1990s.
Very lovely. So we see Raiden coming in here, probably for his final pit stop. And then Sully with Sandbagger Racing, classic Ferrari style livery as well. Very nice, very clean. Also coming in for his final pit stop. So depending on Cobra's pit strategy, this might help him out here some.
Even
gain
still,
a
he's
little
gonna
bit
be
of time
at least
back.
10. He's gonna be at least 20 seconds behind.
Don't know it's going to be quite enough for him. And I imagine he might need to pit one more time as well. So it looks like he's on this is his 4th lap on these tires. But fantastic Invincible livery by Cobra.
My guess is he goes one more and then goes soft to try to make.
Very talented livery designer as well.
I feel like everyone in this league is very talented in livery designing.
Thank you so much, Floco. Yeah, a lot of people are very talented with their livery designs. This one by Kayak Dragons Racing. Love the colors on it as the homage to their homelands. Very fun. And the GTR classic vehicle.
Yeah, the
JP's
GTR just...
favorite. Shade, wonderful job on Blue Ridge Motorsports livery. Shade's classic look is it's kind of a faded, blended color look, and he did an amazing job with this one. I really do enjoy the way he did the lines and the different colors, the way they flow together and blend together. Very nicely done for Blue Ridge Motorsport. It's got Jay's classic green on there. Very nice. And then Noonie and the Ring Devils. This thing is straight out of a nightmare. The eyes staring at you as they're coming from behind with the pentagram, and the flames coming out the back. Oof, spooky. Very nice. Max for Spacey with SF ASR Racing. Very nice livery as well. Got the flags on the hood there, representing both team members. Love the fade to black in the back. Very nice. Fang's livery. Love the contrast of the black with the bright green and the darker green. Very clean. Very nice. Fantastic job on that livery as well. Galahad and the Punarinos. This is it's one of my favorite liveries as well, just because I think it's funny. I love that they put anything that says kick on it. Side kick, drop kick, butt kicker, go kick rocks, kicker. It's hilarious. It makes me giggle every time I see it. Absolutely love it. Plus Dropkick Murphys. If you're into punk, you know who they are. Tan Pum Pum with what are mirrors with a fantastic livery as well. The purple to blue fade with those hexagons on the side fading back. That is very wonderful with the bright green to contrast. Absolutely beautiful livery as well. And the What Are Mirrors logo there. Very nice. And Zebra, he won Livery of the Month last month with this livery. Absolutely fantastic job the way he did the zebra with the red in there and how it fades into the white and green. And the beer. Who doesn't love a good beer? Yeah, so those are all our liveries that have been created by our contestants here. All of our drivers have been working together with their teammates to plan their vehicle and livery, and also practice sessions over and over and over again.
Lots of practice.
The amount of times I've seen these guys practicing is more than I expected, I'll say that. It seemed like somebody was always online practicing for this race, and you know, it's shown. They've all put in great performances today and done an amazing job.
You know how we were talking about earlier about how the Viper feels out of place at this track with its
a little
American
bit.
greatness? I mean, the Viper won 3 years of the Nordschleife for 24 hours in 1990, 2001, and 2002.
Yeah, I don't think the Viper is bad by any means. I think it's just hard
It's
to
not.
drive.
I mean, that's front engine. It's I think, one of the few front engine cars here. Mercedes and the BMW are the other two.
Yep. Yeah, not surprised to see a couple Porsches, a couple Ferraris, very popular. GTR, that's front engine as well, I believe.
It is.
And then the BMW, good old Viper, AMG, a couple AMGs, so pretty good amount. Audi, I believe, is mid-engine.
Yep, mid is mid.
BMW, so not too many mid-rear engines. I'd say the majority of the field's front engine here. Pretty balanced though. I'd say 60-40 maybe,
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty good balance of vehicles here for this 8-hour endurance. And Raiden's gap to Sully is now 12 seconds, so Sully did bite back a little bit of time towards Raiden. Not sure if he's going to be able to bite any more off. 12 seconds in a half hour to go. It's possible. Really curious to see how much Sully's going to push to try and catch Raiden, or how much Raiden is going to push to keep away and stay out in front. Hopefully both of them can keep it clean while they're pushing and don't lighten up too much, because Cobra, I know, is not letting up any. He's absolutely flying. An 8:18 in lap. That's pretty darn quick. So his gap's now down to 46 seconds to Sully, 58 to the leader. I don't think a half hour is enough time for that, unfortunately.
Not at current pace, no.
But it does look like our gaps are kind of settling in here, and almost a moment there for Nooney, catching a little bit extra curb, but he does maintain it, holds on to it fair enough. But it does, like I was saying, these gaps do look like they're settling in for the most part, and might be where our drivers finish. Looks like our closest now is Feng and Galahad. I believe Feng just pitted for the last time. Didn't get to see what tires he came out on with the half hour left. I imagine it's probably mediums. I don't think the softs would last long enough, or
Softs
he'd have
like
to
24
really
minutes.
stretch them.
Yeah.
But yeah, Galahad's been putting in a great performance here for Team Puncherino, and APOC put in a great performance the last stint as well. Really excited to see everyone bring it across at the finish time, and celebrate completing this 8-hour endurance. Especially,
I feel like a lot of people at this point are pushing like 95%, just trying to get the car home in one piece.
Just bring it home, absolutely. I know Fang is probably just trying to get it home at this point.
Yeah, no. I think Fang's been trying to get home for the past 2 hours.
What a trooper Fang has been. Nooney's getting a little wild here. I think he's still trying to push some, going a little wide, but nothing too heavy.
No. The issue is the front engine cars. If you hit a wall head on, that's engine damage, and
It can be very bad. It can be very bad.
Mid and rear, you get a little more forgiveness if
Looks
you go
like
head on.
Shade's coming up on lap traffic of Zebra.
I'm surprised, like, even, I think the furthest down we've seen is 1 lap down. I'm surprised it hasn't been more, honestly.
Yeah, that goes to show how close every team is. It's all within 1 lap, and there's been a lot of incidents. There's been a lot of damage where people have had to go into the pits to fix, and disconnects that have unfortunately dropped them pretty far back. And you know, it's hard to see. You don't like seeing that happen, but you know, I am impressed that the only 1 lap, and it's not even too far back. It really.
Yep, I think it's like within what, like 12 minutes, everyone's covered.
Yes, sir. 11.5 minutes. Everyone's
close.
covered, which is still faster than the slowest time at the 24 hours. So I think we'll be all right.
Yeah.
Long live the Dacia.
Yep. Hopefully we get the Twingo back next year.
That would be fun. That would be
Yeah,
fun.
I need both of those racing against each other.
That would be a sight to see. That is for sure. Well, if anybody has any requests and want to watch anybody as they're finishing up their last 25 minutes of the 8-hour endurance, let me know and I can show them a bit more if you'd like. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep kind of cycling through as we go along through here. But let's make it a little more cinematic this way. And yeah, enjoy. Gava, appreciate you jumping in here with me.
Yeah,
your
no
2 off
problem.
stints and the other few people that have given me a little bit of breaks here and there. Really, really appreciate you. It's been fantastic.
Yeah. I need to do more stuff with you guys. I really only do the endurances with the racing club. I really need to do some more of your shenanigans.
Yeah, they're fun. It's always a good time
Yeah.
when you join in too, Gavin. We've always enjoyed you joining us. You've got some good pace too, so it's always fantastic competition and clean racing. So, yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been a long day, 7.5 hours plus. Hanging in there, still strong. But appreciate
How long have you
you.
been streaming?
That's a good question.
Voice chat's been going for 10.5.
Probably somewhere like that. Probably close to that. I think I started the stream 20 minutes or about 30 minutes before we got started racing. So
that's about 7:30.
I've probably been streaming about 8.5 hours with the breaks in between, if I had to guess.
Yeah, but so 7:30 start time. It's 6 p.m. now. But yeah.
Yeah.
10.5 so far.
It would have been like 7:30 or 7:40 start time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew. Wowzers.
Impressive.
It's a long
you
day.
made it this long.
Long day.
It's a full-time job.
This would be, yeah, you are correct. It would be fun to do for a full-time job. It'd be nice to get paid for this, but I enjoy doing it with the club, for the club. And yeah, really enjoying watching this race play out and how everyone has battled and continued to fight and not give up. It's been awesome to see.
Yeah,
Been
it's
really,
impressive
really
what
awesome to
you've
see.
built. This club, since what? It's the club like 1.5 old at this point. 2
Year
years?
and 1 month old. So
It's impressive.
Still
it's
a-
impressive how big it's gone.
Thank you. We're very impressed and blown away by it too. We never expected it. A year ago, just about a year ago to date, almost, we had our first endurance race. Was a Le Mans race and was fantastic. That was my first race with the club, obviously, because that was our first race with the club. Yeah, it's been awesome to see the club grow over the year and the members that we have and their input and ideas and everything, and trying to get those into events as well, and working with them. And a lot of our members have been great to volunteer, whether it be help with decals or event testing, setting up, or graphics for standings, or all sorts of different stuff for the championships and stuff. And so thanks to everyone in the racing club that has volunteered to help out. Thanks to everyone in the racing club, period, just for being a part of it and trusting us to put events together for you guys to enjoy, and continuing to show up and enjoy those events. If you're not a part of the racing club yet and you're watching the stream and you're wondering what we are or what we're about, I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We have a lot of races going on all the time, and if we don't have races going on, somebody probably has a lobby up, or we'll have a lobby up soon at some point. But we do have races scheduled every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and usually on Saturdays as well. Saturdays are usually the bigger events. Monday, Wednesday, Fridays we call Cup Series or Cup races. So a little bit more lighthearted, still competitive, especially Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Fridays are a bit more fun. But this coming Monday we have Miata Mondays coming up. Really looking forward to that. The first time we did Miata Mondays, it was a big hit. Everyone had a fantastic time. Really
Just
enjoyed it.
good race cars.
And wanted them back. And so, we had to make sure we brought them back. We did change things up a little bit from the first time, so hopefully those will be some good changes. And that is from feedback from the club. So I think the changes will be good. I think it'll make it even better of a series. Wednesday, we're finishing up our GR86 Cup with a spec tune that one of our members, Zebra, tuned and put together and gave us the idea for it. And it's been a favorite series by many as well. Very well tuned, very fun to drive. We just finished up Mini Mondays using the classic minis, tuned up basically as much as you can tune them, and ripping those around some smaller tracks. That was a great time. We did a finish send-off by taking it around Nurburgring as well. That was a lot of fun too. Yeah, and then Fridays, we typically just Friday fun day. Last couple Fridays, we've just had random fun lobbies, kind of player's choice. And yeah, looks like we did lose somebody else here in the race. Not sure who that was. Looks like Zebra dropped out, was unable to finish the stint. Not sure if it was a disconnect or something else. But it does look like we lost Zebra as well, so we are down to 10. But with 20 minutes to go, these guys are still fighting at the top. Sully's still pushing to try and get closer to Raiden. Raiden's still pushing to try and keep him as far back as possible. And I gotta say, their pace is pretty evenly matched. They've been about the same distance apart all stint long, and so quite impressive between these two. Yeah, besides the first lap.
Raiden pulled away and never looked back.
And Cobra's been, as he almost spins a little bit in the grass, he's been pushing as hard as he can, and he has been making it known. He has crawled back a lot of time to the leaders over the last few stints, and he's making his presence known, that's for sure. And he'll be on that podium, hopefully celebrating. Hopefully he's happy with third place victory. I think he should be, especially after all the effort he put in. And JP, I know he'd love to be on the podium, but seeing Cobra there, he knows he's not going to be able to chase him. So hopefully he's happy with the fourth place finish for Kayak Dragons. Obviously, it's not finished yet. Anything can still happen. Shade with Blue Ridge Motorsports currently sitting 5th place. Noonie in 6th with Ring Devils. Max for Spacey with SF ASR Racing currently sitting 7th. Galahad with the Punterinos currently sitting in 8th. Fang, Horizon Racing Performance. He's been putting in a stellar performance all day by himself. Currently sitting 9th. And Tan Pum Pum is still pushing it, still getting on, and doing what they can for what our mirrors. And he's been flying. He put in some very fast laps early on. And then I think maybe realized, just keep it clean and take it home. And that's exactly what they're doing.
We think Fang is going to catch Galahad by the end?
It's possible. There is 9 seconds from Fang to Galahad, and last we checked, I think that was over 20 seconds, so it's very possible
was well over 20.
That Fang may catch Galahad in these final moments here with about 16 minutes to go. This could be a exciting ending to an 8-hour race. Galahad, his mission now, just keep it clean and bring it home and don't lose any more pace. But Fang is pushing. He's trying to find any pace he can. It looks like Tan Pum Pum went out in softs now. Last stop for Tan Pum Pum and team What Are Mirrors put on softs. I'm wondering if they're going to try and go for the fastest lap as they bump into the tire barriers there. Unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't cause them any damage. It was a pretty light bump, but it might have caused a little bit of damage and kind of mitigate with that pit. So, but great performance out there by Tan Pum Pum and What Are Mirrors and Mick. They've been giving it such a great effort all day. And Raiden and Zach with Clockworks Racing, they have been doing an absolutely amazing job just keeping it clean all race. Almost the entire 8 hours. I don't know that I've seen them make a mistake or an error. They have been out in front almost the entire race, and they've got the pace to keep it looks like. Sully doing a good job at keeping and holding on to second place, keeping his pace up there as well, to where it's just too fast for Cobra to be able to climb back that much. However, Cobra has been putting in an incredible effort today. He did decide to do an extra stint with his teammate, and that did mean he had to do a stop through penalty with a 2-minute stop. Drive-through penalty, goodness gracious. Because he is the pro driver and the faster driver. And he said, okay, that's fine. And he is still battling back and still in third place, and he's put an amazing performance in. It's been amazing to see him driving, and just how smooth he is with his inputs and how much control he has of the car. And that 809.832 lap during a race is just kind of mind-boggling and impressive.
I see APOC also waiting.
You know, I understand that being done in a qualifying time or something like that, but in a race, wowzers, that's fast. Let's get APOC back in here for the final few minutes. APOC, how are you doing, sir? Welcome back into the chat and stream. And JP here, he and his teammate Santos have been doing an amazing job for Kayak Dragons, keeping themselves in the fight this whole time. Santos has had a couple little moments in his stints, but nothing too major that's really set them back too far. So JP's been able to keep it clean for them and keep themselves up in fourth. Shade with Blue Ridge Motorsports, they did have a little bit of an incident the previous stint. That will be reviewed after the race to see kind of whose fault it was or what happened with it, but that did cost them a pretty good amount of time. Not sure if it was enough to still hang on to fourth, but either way, they are in fifth, and they've been putting in a great performance, mostly consistent throughout the whole day. And Noonie and Chicane with the Ring Devils being consistent as well, and one of the most challenging cars to drive, at least I think so. And the Viper can be a little wild with how much power it has to those rear tires. But they have been showing how to handle it and drive it around the ring today. Doing a fantastic job. Max Verspacey and Floco also doing a wonderful job, keeping it clean most of the race as well. And putting together solid laps and staying consistent out there in seventh. Galahad and APOC with Punterinos. He has Fang closing in on him pretty quick with just about 12 minutes to go. Will Galahad be able to hold on?
Where
Or
Galahad's
will
on
Fang?
hards and
Or
Fang
will
is on
Fang
mediums.
fight
He's
back
closing in
and
hard.
get him?
Yeah,
We just got word Galahad's on hards and Fang is on mediums. So there is a good chance that Fang does take the 8th spot away from Galahad before these next 12 minutes. And even once the 2 hours end, we're still going to go till the end of the timer. Everyone will just finish out the race, which gives Fang even more of a chance to catch Galahad, and I'm sure Galahad's well aware of him closing down on him, trying not to check the mirrors too often. But Fang, what a performance by him today with driving solo all day, all 8 hours. It is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It's been a commendable effort for Fang. It's been
Yeah.
unreal. 8 hours solo, really super competitive and
Thank
really
you, Zebra.
playing.
Oh, Absolutely. He's kept it very clean all race, and he's had a couple stop and go penalties he's had to serve, and I think without those he'd probably be probably 7th or 6th. I don't know. He's had some good pace, but just to see him stick it out and finish still is absolutely incredible, and to be this close to Galahad at the end with a chance to possibly take one more position. Really excited to see how this plays out for these two. And Tian Pum Pum bringing it home, doing a fantastic job for what our mirrors, keeping it together. They had that stop and go drive-through penalty as well, but Pum Pum has been keeping it very clean and has shown that they have the pace as well. And yeah, wonderful to see. Let's hop back to Feng and Galahad. Let's go ahead and go into Feng's perspective and see if he can close in and take that number 8 spot from Galahad. Only 2.5 second gap now with 10 minutes to go. APOC, Gava, you guys have anything to add?
I'm just entrenched by the fact that we still have a race going on. 7 hours.
I think most of us are.
I'm watching. I've got Galahad sharing a screen on my TV, and then I'm watching the stream on my phone.
Nice.
From Fang, so I've got both perspectives up, and it is nail biting.
I can imagine, especially
Galahad
with having
can
your
hold on.
team a part of the battle. I can imagine it's a little bit nail biting for you.
Yeah, I've been in Galahad's shoes. It's terrifying.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
actually really surprised at how
It's impressive how
many
well
close
he's.
battles.
The amount of close battles we've had all race. I think there's
Yeah,
been
like
at least
Galahad
one in
and I
every
both of
stint.
Yeah.
Galahad, honestly, like we have. I really thought it would be a lot more boring than this, and like we thought it would be just an open space. And both of us have just had these really close battles, or like just trying to work out our tyre stints and when we can
absolutely.
stop and who we're going to be with. And it's just been chaotic the whole time. Like we got 8 hours of enduro, and it's actually been pretty eventful. It's just great. And then right here, within 10 minutes from the end, it's right down to the wire. After 8 hours, it's just incredible.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would come down to the end like this and be this close still, especially after 8 hours. And here we are. And Galahad's putting on a great performance on those hards, trying to keep away from Fang as best as he can. Fang on the mediums. But Galahad, he's really pushing those hards to the limit here. It's going to be exciting to see how this finishes out.
He really has a way with hard tyres. It actually blows me away how the pace he can hold on hards.
It's impressive. He's once he realized Fang got under 2 seconds, he's put the power back down and maintained that. He hasn't really allowed Fang to continue getting any closer. However, it does look like Fang got a really good exit out of that corner there. And going into this section, it can...
The MG's got the speed.
It can help him quite a bit with the uphill here.
Yeah, the amount of torque that AMG has. Fang really needs to be within slipstream range coming down the Dottinger, or he's not going to have his natural chance to overtake, really.
I think you might be right. Even with the tire difference. However,
that's a massive
They're getting
run.
pretty close. He may be able to get that close within by the Dottinger as long as he keeps it on track here. And Fang getting a little bit too ambitious, does go off just a little wide.
That's damage too, most likely.
And yeah, most likely damage. Maybe not. He didn't hit too hard. But that is going to affect him some, and I do think that is going to make it to where he is not going to catch Galahad by the end of this race. If he does, I will be thoroughly surprised. Let's go ahead and work our way back through the order again and see how everyone else is doing here. So up at the top, we do have Raiden. Raiden's still going strong. Still has about a 12-second gap to Sully. So Sully's doing everything he can to reel Raiden in, but he hasn't quite been able to do so. Raiden's been showing that he's got the pace as well. And Sully, he's still got 35-second gap to Cobra, so he's safe there unless he has an incident of sorts. But I do think he's going to hold on to P2 there as long as he brings it home safely. And Cobra, what an incredible drive from him today. The way he battled back and got as close as he did back to second and third, but able to get third and be on the podium there. Obviously, as long as he brings it home now, no more mistakes or errors, that'd be incredible. JP also absolutely killer driving today. Pace has been fantastic. GTR sounds great. Shade doing fantastic as well. Blue Ridge Motorsports has had quite the consistent race as well. They've been up in the top 5 all day. Never really fell out of it. And Jay's put on great performances while he's been in the car, and Shade as well. So bringing home the top 5, that's fantastic for them. Nooney and Chicane, they've really been battling. They've had a lot of battles today with Max and Floco and Galahad and APOC, and I think there was maybe even a couple others too, Gava and Chuck at some point. But those Ring Devils, they've been battling. You see it on the car here. It's war-torn. He's been battling all day. Max for Spacey, he's just doing what he can to take it home. He's got 18 seconds ahead of him to Nooney. Don't think he's going to close that in the next 5 minutes or so. But
what happened to Galahad?
He's been doing great. Galahad something did happen to Galahad. Oh no. Galahad fell back, and Fang did take the lead over Galahad. So Fang is in 8th place so far. Looks like Galahad might have had a little off track. I do see a little bit of damage on the front left there, possibly. Unless that's just part of the design. Can't tell. But maybe just spun at the mini carousel or something. I'm not sure. APOC, can you fill us in? What happened with Galahad?
Yeah, it was the second carousel.
Gotcha.
He popped up.
I had a feeling that's what happened. It's
yeah. It wasn't
the exit
much,
on that gets a lot of people.
To sneak past.
Yeah, just enough.
Yeah.
Just enough. Well, amazing effort by Fang, and for him to be able to get into 8th and you know, just stay that consistent to be there on Galahad at that time and capitalize on the mistake. Well done. Well done. And Galahad, fantastic performance as well. I know APOC and Galahad have been battling all day. They have not had an easy race. They've had people around them basically the entire 8 hours, and it's been incredible to watch them battle and fight and push their way to the end here. And Team Pum Pum as well. I know they're quite a ways back. Mick did her best. They did what they can, and Sam Pum Pum is trying to do as much as they can to not be as far behind, but that's all right. They have put in an incredible performance today, and really proud of everyone that has shown up today for this 8-hour endurance race, everyone that helped put it together, just this community. You guys have been fantastic. Looking forward to many more of these, and yeah, love this club. Hope you guys are loving it too, and if you're not a part of it already, don't hesitate. Come join us. Doesn't matter if you're slow, fast, whatever. If you're slow, we'll help you get faster. If you're fast, I hope you're clean. Want that competition. Yeah. Thanks again for showing up, guys. We still got a few minutes left. So let's see how all this finishes up. Raiden coming across the line now with 3 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Solely behind them. 10.5 seconds. Coming across the line.
I don't think the leaders will be the first ones to cross the finish line.
I don't think so either. Looks like, if I had to guess, I'm guessing Max might be the first one, or Fang.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the second group coming down, I think. So that's about.
But
maybe,
fantastic performance by Raiden, Sully, and Cobra. Really fantastic by Cobra, getting himself up into the podium. And his teammate Isaiah, you know, he did a fantastic job in stint 1. Didn't let himself get too far back, and you know, allowed Cobra to be in the position to be able to fight back as much as he had, and be where he's at now, and not further back, still having to fight even further up. So fantastic by Team Invincible, and the job they've done today. really proud, like I said, of everyone.
I think it's Shade will be the first one to cross.
I think you might be right. As long as, because I think JP will come across, and then
It was a
yeah,
minute.
I think
It
you
was a
might.
minute and a half behind Cobra, and there was 2 minutes left on the timer when.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think Shade will be the final, unless JP chooses to slow down at the line. But I don't know why he would do that.
So you don't have to do another lap around here.
Yeah, well, it's not a full lap anyways, but
3 minutes of driving. And you just put it on auto drive at that point.
sure. But thank you guys. I appreciate the support and the comments, and it's been fun commentating. My voice is starting to feel it, that's for sure. I appreciate you guys all supporting me and this effort to stream this, and it's been a lot of fun. Glad we're able to put this together for you guys as well to view it.
He's not going to get there.
And see it. So looks like JP is not going to get there. That 2-hour mark has come to an end, and JP is our first finisher.
Does he win?
Bring home his 4th place for Kayak Dragons Racing. Of course, after stewards take a look at any incidents that may have happened and penalties may be applied, these positions where they're finishing now will be, what is the word I'm looking for? Potential, I mean, not unofficial standings, but they are pretty official-ish.
Yep.
So,
sweet.
Fantastic job, guys. Shade bringing it home for Blue Ridge Motorsports. Looks like we have Noonie might be able to bring it home in time for Ring Devils, sorry. And then Max for Spacey. But don't stop fighting, guys. You guys still got a few minutes to finish this out. But huge congrats to Raiden and Zach. They have done an amazing job. Clockworks Racing, they continue to prove themselves that they are the ones to beat when it comes to endurance races. And yeah, Raiden's still keeping that gap to Sully, just under 10 seconds now, but not giving up. And yeah, they're finished this out. About a minute and a half to go before the time completely runs out. But this is your unofficial standings that you're looking at. Raiden, Sully, Cobra, which would be Clockworks, Sandbagger, and Invincible are your podium finishers. Even with that penalty by Cobra, that is not going to knock him down to 4th. He will still be 3rd with plenty of time between them. And so, wonderful job by everybody, every team, everyone that showed up, everyone that helped put together, everyone that helped come with the rules. Yeah, just huge thanks to everyone in the club and for making this happen. And this club wouldn't be what it is without every single person that's joined it. So, thank you guys. And let's watch our first place finisher finish out this race.
He's an auto drive.
Does look like it. I think they might all be, except for Cobra.
Cobra refuses to let anyone drive. I can never tell with the Ferrari.
It's hard to tell with the Ferrari.
They are so small.
But I do think he might be on auto drive as well. Just based on the time difference between Cobra and them.
And, yeah.
But
and time
there we
is
go.
up now.
And now the time is up. Thanks
Thank
again, everyone. Appreciate you guys. Gava, APOC, thanks for helping me out in the chat some, and Shuck earlier as well, and Trevor. Everyone that hopped in with me for a little time, really appreciate that. I'll catch you guys next time, and if you guys have any last words.
Fantastic stream and commentating. Eggman, it was very well done. Very professional, mate.
Thank you.
Thank
appreciate
you for having
that.
us all.
Yeah,
And we'll
absolutely.
see you next time.
Thank you guys, and we'll see you next time. And I'm going to toss you guys back over to the Voice Channel 1. All right. Well, there you have it. That's the Racing Club's 8-hour endurance. These are your results. So that goes Clockworks Racing in first. Again, these are unofficial results. Sandbagger Racing in second. We have Team Invincible in third. Kayak Dragons in fourth. Blue Ridge Motorsport in fifth. The Ring Devils in sixth. SF ASR Racing in seventh. Horizon Racing Performance, aka Fang, the one and only, pulling in eighth. Fantastic job there for Fang. Galahad and the Puncherinos, he and APOC, bring home ninth. Tried to hold off Fang at the end there, but just couldn't do it. And Tan Pum Pum and What Are Mirrors, Mick, bring in 10th with finishing out. Zebra and Chris for Yomp Yomp brings home 11. Shuck and Gava with Fire and Ice bring home 12. And Mike and Sauce with Ferrodynamics brings home 13th. And unfortunately, we did lose Dutch Performance Team during one of the earlier stints, and also Best Stardo during one of the earlier stints. But thanks again to everyone that showed up and those that viewed. Thanks to every team that was here and all the effort they put in. Again, if you're not a part of the club already, you can scan the QR code on the bottom left. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.